Things will happen. If I keep doing this, we'll have our moments. Not to be confused with Twitch moments. God rest their souls. I never got Twitch moments. And then they removed it forever and replaced it with like elevated chat messages or something, which I don't even know what happened to those. I think only partners get those, so thankfully I just don't have to worry about people doing that on my stream, because I'm going to be very disappointed if anyone ever uses those on my stream, if they become available for some reason, because they're a complete scam. Especially on a stream where there's only like 5 people chatting at once at any given time, and I usually ignore half of the messages anyways because I'm a bad streamer. Don't do that. If you ever see that, don't even do that as a joke. It's not worth it. Alright, let's see, I didn't even make a cutoff point for the VOD. Well, that's gonna be weird. But anyways, we were, I think, making a Drecko farm or something. Well, let's do it. I was like halfway through building this, so I kept adding like additional things. You weren't listening? Alright, well, you know what? Whatever. Yeah, that'll be your punishment if you ever do it. You'll have to rewatch the VOD to find out what I was talking about. I'm trying to remember where I was with this. Okay, let's go ahead and pause. Let's see, what were we doing? We were trying to figure out a good arrangement for all the hydroponic farms. And I wanted to get this out of here at some point. I was going to go in from the top to get that, because I don't remember why this is here. I was shuffling things around is all I remember. I wanted to set up this farm. We're going to kind of manually pump the gases in here when it's all finished. There was going to be a liquid lock here. Okay, it's all coming back together. I kind of remember what I was doing here. So we want to put the corner lock here, and I'm realizing I don't have a place to actually put that. Now I could just allow them to make a mess in here. Okay, let's see. How does this work? There were like 60 different like recommendations I got for how to go about doing this. We were discussing like liquid locks and all the science behind it, but you can ultimately just put like a globule of water or oil or some crap right here, and it'll prevent the gases from getting in or out of the room. You rewash the VOD. Oh, was it dirty? We just started. Okay, thank you. There we go. It clears that up. Yeah, I was rambling about elevated chat messages or something. Now that you've looked it up, yeah, don't do those. Please don't. If you're gonna give me money, at least make it funny. Don't just do it for that reason. That's just not even like a good reason to do it. Alright, so anyways, what liquid do these even take? Do they even take a liquid? They take piss water. Okay, so there was a reason to use these. Let's just start putting things together, and hopefully I'll like figure out what I was doing along the way. So we're going to need a piss water output, and I'm going to have to do that over here. This is just kind of a general mess, but we should have enough room to run all the pipes out, so let's just kind of start figuring out things as we go. I always forget the order on these. This one is going to have to be like that. And disconnect that there. Okay, let's just go ahead and let that start running. Do I have those? Like, is anyone able to check? I don't think I have the elevated chat messages, right? I think that's only partners get that. I hope. If I do have them, I'm kind of upset about that, but oh well. Anyways, let's get rid of this so that I can pull this copper out of here. I don't remember how this got in here, but I don't want it, so let's just remove it. I do? Oh god. Yeah, I don't think I have the ability to see it on my own stream, so I actually can't tell. Yeah, don't use those. Those are a scam. Like, you just sub to people. Like, that's probably the best. You could probably get the most bang for your buck by subbing to people on Twitch, because you get the emotes. Maybe the streamer notices your messages more often if they're actually good.
You can't make me not waste my own money. Fuck you.
Oh my god, that's so toxic, dude. You know what? Okay, you got me. You got me. If you want to give me the money, I guess I can't stop you. Oh, what a pity. What a bummer. Well, that's a bit okay. I thought you were just unrelated, just making fun of me for some reason because I keep telling people not to give me money. Yeah, the elevated chat messages. I assume they still exist. It was where you could have like a free pinned chat message. Like it would look like this, except it would be you would pay money specifically to have it show up at the top for some amount of time. And when they released it, it was even worse than it I think is now on like the prices. Like it was like. God, it was like $5 or some crap for like 15 minutes. of being elevated, but then you could spend like twice as much money to get like 20 minutes. It didn't make any sense. Those numbers are not right, but the gist of it is correct. It was just an awful, like, just, we need money, like, idea that they had. Like, some executive was like, take whatever idea somebody came up with at some point and make it happen. We need money right now. And elevated chat messages were one of the things they came up with, and it was just the stupidest thing. So I don't know what happened to those. I don't know what the fate of those was. Okay, there we go. I was trying to get them to remove that copper. They just didn't have room to store it anywhere. Besides that, I feel like subs are a decent value, and then bits, like, you just throw a few bits if you want attention from the streamer. That's a reasonable value as well, so, like, I'm not bothered by those. I think bits are technically a better deal if you don't care about the emotes, because I think the exchange rate on them's better. Oh, whatever, you all do what you want with your money. Just remember, like, I'm not doing
Twitch
this
has
for
to
profit.
try a lot of stuff. They.
Yeah, I think you accidentally part of that sentence there. I've done that. Did you just hit enter? You like fumbled and hit enter right after you smacked the apostrophe. I've done that before. That's always awkward. Alright, let's see. We're gonna have to, I think we're gonna probably move these around, but for now, let's just run the wires. Let's do something like that. You don't have to give me 16 more to finish that. I mean, if you just want to type the rest of it in. Let me get rid of your pinned chat message. I don't feel like this is a, I mean, I don't care if there's a swear word in it. It's just a little awkward. Just get rid of that. I just wanted to demonstrate, and that's the message I picked, because I feel bad for ignoring you in all these other streams, because I can't read your chat messages, because the curse hasn't been vanquished yet. Did I not connect this? I don't even know. I'm already losing my mind here. Yeah, I mean, Twitch does have to try a lot of stuff. I still don't know if they're making money off of Twitch or not. They keep saying that they're not, and I kind of believe that they're not, but here we are.
Twitch has to try a lot of stuff. They're losing so much money for Amazon. A wise man once said, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." Lee Harvey Oswald.
I mean, at least half of what you said right there is probably correct. I'll let chat figure out which half of that is an accurate statement. We're gonna have to get this oxalite out of here at some point, but let's go let's just desecrate the rest of the spiral here before we do that. So I need to give them a way up here. Set up some ladders. Oh boy, I'm fumbling with the controls again. This happens every single time we do this. Just put some ladders like right there. That should give them access to all this junk. I dragged it backwards, like if I was, is that what I did? I did like a Factorio thing. You're on mobile, so you can't really look. Alright, well, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for continuing to sub to me for some reason. You enjoyed whatever. Oh, okay, visiting family in Cosmic Ocean. Alright, you have fun with that. To be clear, I know exactly what you mean by saying that, but I'm going to just leave it hanging at Cosmic Ocean. I'm sorry that that's where your family is, by the way. If you have to go there every time you want to see them, that's really tragic. Well, we don't know which CO level they're at. It could be at like 7, 10 or something. Might not be that bad. The thing is, this isn't the first time this has come up before, because I forget what it was. It was someone else's chat where I needed to say carbon monoxide, and I specifically spelled it out because I didn't want to say CO and have it get completely like misinterpreted. Splunky does things to you. Splunky does terrible things. Alright, so let's see. We had just figured out where to lay this out. If we put a wall here, because we are going to insulate this whole room. Let's see, it was 96 tiles, so let me get my numbers figured out here. This is very hard to see this underneath the tooltip, but that's 99. That might be okay. That might be an okay size to start off with. Maybe I'll make it a little wider and just put a second auto sweeper in there. CO2, oh, please no. Cosmic Ocean Monoxide. That's okay. That doesn't quite work if you abbreviate it, but I get what you're going with for that. And then CO2 makes a little more sense. That's another one I'm almost scared to use as an abbreviation, at least in any like Spelunky context. And unfortunately, I think my stream qualifies as a Spelunky context because I still play that game too much. I haven't done a lot of it recently, but just in general, It's still a little bit like too pertinent to this stream for me to pretend it's not an issue. I think they need a ladder to get to these if I do that. We're gonna have to get this oxalite out of here, so I'm gonna put another storage bin just, you know, right there. And we're gonna put the oxalite in that. Let's get them to build that now. Because we're gonna eventually fill this room with chlorine and hydrogen or some crap. I don't remember what I was going to do. Say recently, like it's not a game. Well, I'm just saying me playing. Yeah, they're never gonna update that game again, and it's probably for the best if they don't. Yeah, they have not updated it in ages, and the last update was so bad that I kind of hope they don't update the game anymore. I've complained about this plenty of times before. We're not gonna make this a Spelunky complaining stream. We just started. We're like 20 minutes into the stream, and I'm already complaining about the Cosmic Ocean. And I'm thinking how to lay this out. And they'll probably not get themselves killed if I just carve all that out. They really don't want to build this for some reason. Hopefully they'll get to it eventually. I don't remember Oxalite making that sound when they dig that out. It might be new. I'm gonna wait for more viewers. Yeah, and then I start bringing out my big ticket complaining topics. Exactly. I don't want to just squander all that right now. I mean, I assume people come here for my complaining, because that's all I ever do on this stream. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were setting this up. Okay, they've built all that, so let's run the rest of the pipes over here. I don't have to remove that, actually. We can just... I keep forgetting about this. I can just do that and repurpose the pipe. Let's see. I'm having so much trouble with the controls. There we go. This happens every single time I stream this damn game. Alright, there's no, like, rhyme or reason for why I'm setting up the pipes the way I am. Oh good, slime lung germs. Oh, thank you. Awesome. We should probably deal with the diseases at some point. I'm probably going to want water down here later, so I'm just going to put one of these here. Alright, and that'll give these some fluids to work with. And let's see, this is not going to be all in range of this auto sweeper, so I'll probably just slap a second one over on the left side somewhere. I want to make this basically as big as I can. Let's see, they should be able to reach these. I think they can reach this one. Maybe they can't reach that one. No, they can definitely reach these. Yeah, okay, I just got to wait for them to build these so they can access it all from the top. Alright, so let's measure this out. We've got like 14 tiles here that are not part of the room, so how big would this be? Yeah, that is very hard to read. Alright, so that's 70 minus 14, and 96 is the cap. So this would work. Any wider than this would be too much, so this would definitely work. About 9 tiles. What's exactly? It's a 9x9 box. This would work. This would get us 91 tiles, and then the next one would be too big to be a ranch. So I can go out 5 additional tiles. Oops. Wait a minute. What? No, you're not supposed... No, don't do that. Don't remove those. I didn't realize the big tool would remove those. Alright, so we can go out 5 additional tiles. We gotta be careful about this phosphorite here, because I think it might be soft enough that the... Actually, I don't know if this is soft enough for all the piss water to get out, but let's not take our chances with that. So I'm gonna be a little cautious here as I dig this out. And we'll just have a second auto sweeper over here. Okay, they can access everything they need to here. More of these. These are by far going to be more useful than the balm lilies or whatever the hell they're called that we're going to put in the floor later. I don't know if I want to build the floor down a tile. Let's not worry about that for now. So we've got the grooming station, we got the shearing station. I have no idea what I'm going to do when I start getting glossy Dreckos. We'll figure that out when we get there. I'll probably just expand it out further to the left. This thing is going to keep the room at a crisp 40 degrees Celsius. I do have to keep this low enough that the sweeper can reach them so they can put more nutrients or whatever. This thing doesn't have access to like a phosphorite drop-off. So I can put like... let's see, what do I want to do here? I think I can put one of those loaders or unloaders or whatever they're called right there. Let's see, we haven't messed with any of this crap, so let's see. I think I have all these researched at this point. Yeah, we want this. A conveyor receptacle. Eventually, at some point. Though, I mean, we don't have that right now. I'd like the duplicants to be able to place stuff. I might move the shearing station over one tile just so that we have this gap to put whatever we need. We'll need a critter drop-off eventually as well. And let's start digging this out. And just put more insulated tiles up here. And again, I don't know if this phosphorite is going to start getting, like, cracked and break open eventually because of all the water here. And I don't want that to flow into this room. I could put a storage bin with phosphorite. Gives you a place. That's what I'm thinking. We don't have a spot for it, though, because this whole room is filled with stuff. I'm just thinking, how can I shuffle this around so that two auto sweepers can reach the same phosphorite bin? And I think what we have to do is we have to swap the location of the shearing and the grooming station. So let's just get rid of these for now. We know we're going to need them both in here eventually. But I want to kind of put it in the middle where both of these can get to them. Maybe have a second one as well for putting things away. Because I don't think we have wall storage in this game yet. I mean, we do have conveyor loaders, which you can put up on a wall, but... And let's not overthink this. Let's just do whatever seems like a good idea at the time. Alright, so they finally did this. I want to put the oxalite in here. I don't really care if it evaporates. I just don't want it in this room here where we don't want oxygen. So they're going to put all the oxalite in there. It's not sweep only, but priority as well. Alright, they'll eventually move all this out of here now on their own. I don't have to sweep it or anything. No seed available. We'll eventually get enough seeds for that. I'm actually surprised I only have a few of these. I could probably crack some of these open and get more of them. I don't really like digging up the natural ones though, so I think we'll just wait for more seeds to come along. I don't want to dig these up because these are just kind of growing for free, while the rest of this base is a dysfunctional mess. At least I know that these ones are going to be producing every now and then. And eventually we'll be getting these ones working. Alright, so let's see here. We can just take all of this. That's not what I wanted to do. We can just take all of this out now. Yeah, just whatever, ladders. Use ladders for all of that. Okay, that should be good. I don't really have to put walls there, but I'm going to do it anyways, just because it looks better. Nothing is going to get out if I do this. I might be able to go one tile wider, actually, because I think I'm going to bump the floor up a little bit to put the peppers. Like, we're just going to have a few of them in the corner here, just to have a supply of them if I ever get around to actually making the, like, whatever you make with them. I already don't remember. I think it cures one of the diseases or something. Like food poisoning. Actually, no, it's not food poisoning. Maybe slime lung. I think that's what it is. I don't know, I wasn't able to figure it out. Somebody in chat had to tell me because the game doesn't actually tell you what the balm lilies do anywhere because there's no database entry for the medical packs, but I think someone said that it was slime lung. Might not need that many. Well, I mean, it's for the Dreckos, and I can always just not have as many. Like, maybe let's just not even... Can I cancel these? Let's just not even set these up for now. Again, instead of going on the internet and looking up a guide for this, I'm going to just figure it out myself. I think last stream I was talking about looking up guides or something. I said Nephrons or something. My brain was rotting. That's a Factorio speedrunner. I think I was thinking of Francis John as just like someone who just makes a lot of designs that people like blindly copy off the internet. And I'm specifically trying not to do that. I mean, the same thing applies to Factorio. It's a lot more fun if you figure it out yourself, at least once. And then, when you make a terrible mistake, and it just is terrible, then you're like, okay, now maybe we'll go to the internet and look something up. But at least I took a shot at it. Don't look at that, it's bad. I need to get rid of that at some point. Just make a Hydra or whatever the kids are calling it these days. I think they'll be able to access this corner here. And it looks like we're not actually having any problems. Oh. Okay, yeah, we're not having any problems with the phosphorite cracking, so maybe phosphorite's hard enough to just not do that. We'll figure it out. Eventually, I'm gonna want to, like, suck up all this piss water and do something else with it. Did we ever set up the reed fibers? or thimble reeds. I think that might have been something else on the to-do list, but it doesn't look like I ever made a spot for that. Kai's not here to tell me to look at blueprints. Remember, if you see anything you like and you're one of the people who named a duplicate earlier... Okay, well this one's not relevant, but like I'll put clothing on them if you want it. Man, they already filled these up. Let me just do our little quantum storage shuffle here. Literally, all I need to do is just put more of them over here, but I kind of don't want the pile of garbage to be further out over here. Eventually, what I want to do is set up like an auto sweeper or something here and move these to a proper storage wherever in the world I end up doing that. But in the meantime, we just have this abomination of crap. Like, there's no way I could fit all of this on my screen, like how much junk is in this pile. It is inconceivable how much garbage is on that pile right now, because that's basically like every single loose item in this entire base is just sitting there, except like a few one-offs, like these eggs. Alright, that's fine. So they're actually only complaining about temperature. What do they need for air? They don't need anything, apparently. Okay, so these literally don't care what gas they're in for some reason. It works for me. Yeah, we might as well hook this up. And then I need to figure out how to set up these two auto sweepers. So we're going to be able to just barely fit one, like, horizontally here. Let's see, 14 tiles. And I was going to bump up the floor a little bit and put just, like, a couple of these, like, I keep balm lilies. That's what they are. I keep forgetting the names. So let's see here. What do balm lilies need? Is this going to actually work? Okay, they are called balm lilies. Alright, what do these bad boys need? Because this is what we're also going to be planting in here for our Dreckos to eat, and maybe occasionally get a product from them. So they just need gas. They just don't use anything, like, at all. Okay, that's easy then. So let's use the normal one so that it doesn't whine about the hydroponic tiles not being used for anything. Just like 3 or something. This is definitely not well thought out by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, that's a good voice break there. Let's see, how am I going to do this? 5 tiles. I could put the storage container like right here. That's not very good. Maybe right... Let's see, we're not gonna... This ladder is eventually not going to be here. Let me move the ladder over just so I have room. I could always elevate one of the buildings if I need to as well and put it on this bump, but I want the duplicates to be able to access it as far to the right as possible. I'm sure that, like, the optimal design for this is some convoluted, like, vertical layout with a liquid lock to keep the Dreckos in place, but we're not gonna do any of that right now. The bleach stone doesn't really have a storage spot. Let me make another one of these just down here or something for the bleach stone, just so that it's not in the base making more chlorine. I wish this would remember what you had it set to before. I literally only ever use this for gas or occasionally to find like coal or something. Yeah, this isn't too bad. I don't know if they're occasionally getting the burning eyes thing, but it hasn't wafted up into the top of the base, so I'm not going to worry about the chlorine right now. I think it's just getting completely overpressured by the ridiculous amount of oxygen that I've been making. Well, maybe not ridiculous, but sufficient amount of oxygen I've been making. Let me quickly check on the Pistroid to see how they're doing. Oh, that's adorable. I forgot I gave them those, like, beach chairs. Yeah, everything here looks pretty stable. Plenty of oxygen, plenty of stink gas. Let's give them some more sand real quick before we go back to what we were doing. What do they have the most of? Not that. Yeah, sedimentary rock. That's the one that we've got like a gazillion tons of. I don't know, make a bunch more sand. But I don't think there's any other source of sand on this planet right now, so I just gotta keep the deodorizers up and running. Eventually, it might be more practical to just pump the polluted oxygen out of the base and not filter it, because I have to do this manually all the time, because for some reason I can't easily set a threshold on the sand. Like, I know you can. I know you could set one of these to just be infinitely producing and then just, like, turn it off or lock them out of the room when there's a certain amount in the base, but it's not that much of a hassle right now. I just know that eventually I'm going to want to fix that. Alright, so I'm gonna do that. Let me look at, where's that fancy pants mod I had? Wait, I'm done. I'm looking for the notification mod. Did it turn itself off? Are my mods still running? Hold on. Yeah, they must be still running. I'm not getting the battery complaint. Oh god, does anyone remember where it is? Am I just completely blinding it? I'm looking for the thing to turn off the notifications. I guess you had to click on them, right? It wasn't really a tool, or at least that wasn't working. I could have sworn there was a suppression tool advertised in the mod, but it hasn't shown up on my UI anywhere. But this is what I was looking for here, because we're not going to plant anything in those for a while. The set, oh my god. Yeah, I almost missed that message. The sedimentary rock takes things for granted. That doesn't even make sense. Why would you say something like this? Goddamn nonsense. Alright, let's see if we can carefully do this. Oh, is it in the settings? Is that what it was? Was there never a tool for that? There was probably never a tool for that. There's probably more rock puns you could come up with here. We've got granite, igneous rock. You maybe can make something out of that. What else have we got? Sedimentary. There's like mafic rock on the surface. I think there's another one. Sandstone is in there. You could probably come up with some pretty terrible puns to make me upset with those if you get creative about it. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if we crack this room open, honestly, because we want hydrogen in here anyways. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. We're just gonna open this room. We'll be going back in there at some point, probably to get these Dreckos out anyways, if we're running short on them. And I think I can make the room at least this wide, because we're going to have this bump in the floor. So let's see, we have 14 here. We're going to have 5 here, so how big is this room going to turn out? So, 1 minus 19. That's like 95, right? So this just barely works. No, that's not how you do math. That's like 93. Well, that still works then. Yeah, we could just barely make this work. So as long as I don't make it any wider than this, that'll be a maximum sized ranch. Because we're going to have the 5 tiles on the floor. Okay, I think everything checks out for this. So let's dig out this last little bit here. And I need to pay attention if these start like leaking water. And I need to diagonally build this, so I need to build another ladder here. Probably here as well. I don't know, something like that. We'll figure it out as we go. And I'll turn off these notifications once I'm done building all of them. Alright, so I built this down here. This is for the, like, stink gas, bleach stone, whatever, the chlorine. It's not really stinky. Miserable in a lot of other ways. Oh my god, they filled these already. I don't even know how much garbage I had set to sweep. I must have done something at the end of last stream. Let's see, lime, we need that, so let's go ahead and get that, because we don't have a source of that, really, except a few random-ass eggshells. Alright, they'll eventually build all this stuff out. This Paku is somehow going to get itself entombed whenever I do it, because they always find a way. Can I reach this? This might actually be unreachable. Hold on. No, it's actually not unreachable. Okay, they can get to it from there. I swear, like, half of the game mechanics you can access diagonally, and the other half just won't work for some reason. Because we've got this tile up here. They have been unable to repair this tile for some reason, but yet they could build a tile in, like, the exact same position over here. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why they just refuse to figure out how to repair the tile, and yet they could build one. There's no consistency in this game whatsoever. Alright, so we open that up. I'm going to actually let all this hydrogen out before I finish the build, so let's just kind of build a couple of these. We'll leave a hole there. So hold on a second. What was I going to do here? That's not right. I already lost track of how big I was going to make it. This was going to be it. Okay, so this is going to be a wall. We don't have to dig that one out. It's going to be something like this.
Rock, rock. Who's there? Flint. Flint who? Flintstones.
God. I hate it. I don't think is there flint in this game? Is this technically accurate? Thank you for the bits though, and your continued insistence on making puns at my expense. Well, they're taking forever to do all this crap, but I'll just wait it out. Yeah, this is probably way more of these pepper plants than I'm ever going to need. But we're going to stick with it for now. Building, wait, why is that? Oh, never mind, it's the deodorizers. I think they're having problems because I'm not making sand fast enough, so that keeps popping up. I don't remember how this... Oh, this guy actually spawned in here. We should... I mean, honestly, I kind of want to have a couple wild ones around in case I really beef it and they all die. I kind of want to just have a wild one, like, wandering around. So I'm going to leave this egg in here. And I think as long as we tame this guy before this egg... or before he dies and it makes another egg, then we don't have to worry about that. So let's figure out how we're going to set up the auto sweepers while I wait for this. Alright, so it has to be... This is as far over as we can put it. And that will just barely fit. But we need overlap. Something like that probably would be the way to do this. I mean, I don't see any reason not to put it here. And then that just means that we need to put the storage container right in this slot here. So let's tentatively do that. And this will be where the duplicates drop their resources, and then these guys will auto-sweep whatever debris is spawned by all of these creatures, and it'll put it in one of the wall bins. A conveyor loader. I think it doesn't really matter what tile. I think they always interact with the bottom tile of this thing. And whatever, I'll stick it in like that. And then we'll have that just like move the items out of the room so they don't need Atmos suits to get to it. And eventually I could turn this one into a conveyor loader instead so that they could load and unload the room from out here. And then only the people that do the taming would actually have to go into this room for any reason. So I suspect they're stupid and they'll probably try to like load these farms themselves if they see the opportunity to do so, but in that case it means they weren't busy, so it doesn't really matter. You all just keep doing your thing here. Now let's see, so in the meantime, what was I doing here exactly? Let me get these warnings to go away. Okay, that's right, we were just kind of pumping out this area down here because there was a lot of unwanted gas. And what was I storing in each one? This has... Yeah, okay, this is the extra gases, which I don't know... I didn't think there was that much. Oh, there's a lot of oxygen in here, that's the problem. I should probably be venting the oxygen back out. Can I grow a Carolina Reaper pepper? Unfortunately, no. I think we're limited to whatever these are, which... I suspect they're not very spicy. I think it's just a spice more than anything else. I don't think this is quite a Carolina Reaper. Because the duplicates are more than willing to eat this. Like, I think pretty much all of them will eat anything in this game. And they really need, like, bars of dirt, though, so I don't know what their standards are like. Oh my god, quit whining. It's just hydrogen. It's not even reactive. Well, it is reactive, but not with eyeballs. That's not how that works. It's reactive with other things. I think I can just actually put that there. We can keep this simple. I don't know why they refuse to build this ladder, but I believe they can finish off everything that I put here at this point. And we'll just get rid of these at some point if I never end up using them. I think we let all the hydrogen out now, replaced it with some lovely polluted oxygen for the Drecko, so let's fill that in. In the meantime, let's set up the 4 tiles over there. I can put an extra storage bin or something if I need to. I don't think we need an auto dispenser for anything, so let's just set up the ranching, which I never remember where this is. Is it in food? Yeah, it's in food for some reason, even though, I mean, half of these creatures aren't really even worth using for food. So we need to place... Actually, maybe not. Okay, fine, I'll just look it up. It's the grooming station. I will never figure out where anything is until we get, like, the Don't Starve Together crafting menu for this game, because this is awful. And then we need the shearing station. Yeah, it's right there. I guess it doesn't hurt to just put a 1 tile to the right, so it's a little bit easier for them to get to it. But I think this is going to be our optimal layout. Yucky lungs. Oh, it's not that bad. It is barely breathable. And I think I'm going to have to rip out one of these pepper plants to put a... Actually, I mean, I guess I could just tell them to move a container of, like, water or something to that tile right there. I don't have to put a pump or anything for it. And hopefully the water won't get like pushed out of the way by gas or anything. Because they're going to be in Atmos suits while they're in here. I don't know, we'll see. And one more of those. I can put another storage bin there if I need to. Which I think I actually do need to. Well, actually, no, never mind. No, these literally don't need anything, so I never have to put a nutrient in there. I think phosphorite is the only thing we have to store in here. I'm just gonna search for it. I gotta learn. Just don't bother trying to figure out where they put it. This game is dumb. Just put the phosphorite in here by searching for it. Alright, so they're gonna store phosphorite in that, give it a slightly higher priority, so they'll take it out of whatever other containers I have for it. And then this thing should auto place the phosphorite in here as needed. And I think we're at the point where we could tell them to get all the garbage out of the room, because we're almost done building. There's gonna be a little bit more debris from all these ladders. We don't need that ladder anymore. This room smells like burning eyes. I don't know what that would smell like. Probably not very pleasant. Look, it's not going to be an issue for long. I'm going to turn on the Atmos suits eventually. In fact, I think we need to make a couple more, because I don't think I have any laying around the base. Yeah, we're all out, so let's make like 4 more. I don't know how many reed fibers. Okay, well, we don't have enough reed fibers, so we're going to make 3 more. I don't think the material ever really matters. I'll just make them out of iron. Alright, there we go. We'll have them do that. Like, I think if your Atmos suits are getting hot enough to melt, you have larger concerns than what you made the Atmos suits out of. At least that's my understanding of it. I think they're insulated, so they don't even, like, react very readily with the environment, which doesn't make any sense, but maybe the reed fiber is on the outside of the suit, and it's lava-proof for some reason. Alright, we're gonna get these notifications away now. And we'll fill these in with pepper plants as needed. When we get more seeds, I'll like occasionally put more in there. Alright, they filled that. I think we have someone who could build this, right? Yeah, somebody is able to build this, so if they take too long, I'll prioritize it. And the shipping, conveyor rail. And we're going to just drop the items over here, I think. Just build it out of copper. I'll save the gold for making nice things. And the whole purpose of this is just so that the duplicants don't have to come in here to get the items out of this conveyor loader. And the fact that I had to use a conveyor loader here because otherwise it can't be floating in the air. I really wish there were like wall chests in this game, even if they had like less storage capacity. And if there all are wall chests in this game and chat's been holding out on me, then do let me know about that, because I did not know those existed in this game. Where'd the Drecko go? Did it? Oh my god. Yes, of course it went back in there. Okay, well, we're gonna have to get the egg out. Or find another Drecko somewhere. Now let's see, let's relocate this into here. That'll be the starting point for the farm. Just put it over there. There's storage tiles. Storage tiles are the closest thing. I don't know what that is. Of course chat knew about something I don't. The question is, do I have them? Storage. Requires solid okay, these are new, right? This is another one of those things where this did not exist when I, like, played this a couple years ago, right? Provides built-in storage for small spaces. It keeps selected non-edible. Okay, yeah, these are new. Solid management research. Okay, well, I'm curious. How do we get these? Okay, it's over here. Yeah, we're, the technology to do this is beyond our grasp at the moment here. I wonder if half of this stuff existed when I last played this. Yeah, so we can't get this because I have not gotten around to figuring out how to get the urn science at all. Yeah, this thing right here. We haven't done this. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to just research this now. Data analysis. I think the problem is we don't have a way to get data. There's some laying around from, like, analyzing all the wreckages, but I just haven't looked into how to get this. I think you have to do some space-related crap for that. Yeah, you need the virtual planetarium for that. Or no, that's how you use it. Hold on. How do you get these? Well, don't spoil this. Let me see if I can figure out how to get data banks first. Okay, creates data banks. Orbital data... Okay, yeah, this is where you have to send them into space, and they just, like, press buttons or something. We don't have plastic, so we can't do this, and part of the goal of the Drecko farm is to get plastic by getting the glossy Dreckos, so that's where we're at with the tech right now. We can only use the data banks that we have laying on the ground around the base. It may be enough to get us, like, a couple researches. I'm gonna have to accumulate them all and find out. Requires refined metal and glass as well. Do we have glass? Can I control F? Of course I can. This isn't Factorio. Why would control F put my, like, focus here? We actually can make glass, which is extremely hot, and it's definitely going to cause problems if I'm not smart about it. But we can make glass, technically. We just haven't had a reason to do it yet. Holds 1,000 kilograms of an item, one only. This is new as of an update post DLC. Okay, so it's quite new. I'm glad that somebody is following all the stuff they keep adding, because I am definitely not. Let's go ahead and get rid of these ladders for now. Just to reduce pathfinding options, clean up the room. I could build more ladders later if I need to give them access to the ceiling. Yeah, I can just give them ladders later if I need to. Let's get rid of these for now. They're ugly. They're unsightly. As opposed to the rest of this base, which is very sightly. So we need that. I think that's the shortest path right there. This is enabled, so once I put an egg in here and it hatches, if they ever get around to moving this egg... can you guys... How do I prioritize it? It's this one, right? Just, can you guys do this, like, now, please, before this hatches? When is this gonna hatch? Okay, it'll be a while, but I gotta get them to do it, or they're probably never gonna move it. I think they're very busy shuffling other crap around the base right now. Give them one more sweep for that. These are full again, because of course they are. Do the shuffle. I think we're just kind of waiting at this point. Well, no, we're not quite done yet, actually. I need to figure out the gas distribution here. I'm thinking, is there anything else I need to set them up to do here, or is it time for gases? Let's go ahead and deliver a suit while we figure that out. We'll enable this, like, kind of at the very end of all this nonsense is when I'll probably enable that. Yeah, let's go ahead and put a gas pump in here, because we know we're going to need this. And I'm just going to set it up here. I think we can actually turn this one off, which, instead of waiting for 4 hours for one of the duplicants to do it, let's just do that. The goal of this was to get all the, like, chlorine out of here, and we have successfully accomplished that goal. So now we can get this gas out of here into the same tanks, and then I will figure out how I want to, like, set up the distribution of gases in this room. So let's go ahead and hook this up, and we'll start pumping once it's all ready to go, because I need to actually watch it. And we need to power it as well. There'll be a temporary arrangement for that. I don't know why I put this insulated tile here. It literally doesn't need to be here. It serves no purpose. It's not like the farm tile is going to spill out or anything, so we'll keep this nice and simple. And we'll once again tell them to do that. They still haven't done this relocate task, so let's play a game of figuring out why they can't do it. Just do it. Just move the damn egg, alright? I don't want to worry about that. You guys are idiots. Not a yellow alert base. We only do yellow alerts when they're being exceptionally uncooperative. And when I talk about yellow alert bases, that's when you go to, like, the Twitch catalog, like the channel for Oxygen Not Included, and you see a stream that has that, like, yellow, like, vignette around the edges of the screen in the thumbnail. That's a yellow alert base, because they probably just always have it set like that. We're not a yellow alert base around here. We only use it when we really need something to happen. And then red alert gets used if someone's about to die. I'm trying to be a moderately competent Oxygen streamer. At least acceptable levels of competence here. Alright, so we only have 2 balm lilies, which is good because we only have 2 slots. Oh, I have to click plant for some reason. We only have 2 seeds for this, apparently. I can always get more if I want to go around these rooms. And I think we're probably going to want to crack open a couple of these rooms to get more Dreckos, because one is going to take a very long time before anything useful happens here. I don't remember why I have ladders here. Just get rid of these. I'm sure I was doing something that made sense at the time. I think we had like a water tank or something over here. That's probably why I had ladders. This looked so different like a couple streams ago. There was just like a reservoir of piss water here. Look how nice this is. All we got to do is violate several laws of physics, and then our water can be nice and conveniently packed in this tiny little box. It's beautiful. How big is the ranch room? That's an excellent question, chat member. I definitely did the math correctly. Oh, let's go. I did do it correctly. So 96 is the maximum for a stable. We got 94 tiles here. That's what I was aiming for, so I did do the math correctly. We don't have to worry about that being too big. We do need to make another auto sweeper here. I think I said I was going to put it one of these two tiles. Whatever, we'll just put it in that tile. So they both have access to potentially 2 storage bins here. They probably only need the one. And if anybody ever gets around to building this thing, which I'll prioritize it if they don't cooperate. I'll prioritize it now, actually. I really want them to build this so I can set the filters on it. If they ever get around to doing that, we should be able to set it up to remove, I think we want to remove like eggshells, all the products from these plants, and then whatever the shearing products are. I could change 2 of the farm tiles into a planter box, since critters can now eat out of planter boxes as of a very recent update. Yeah, I guess for these that makes sense, right, on the bottom, because they don't need pipes or anything, so I'm gonna leave it for now just because I already built it, but I'll try to remember that and probably forget later. But that is a good idea if I wanted to add like a little more space to the room. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe I should make these planter boxes, because then, you know what, yeah, we should probably set it, you're correct, we should set it to the like maximum amount. I remember reading about that. That one's on me for not remembering that, but this will give us 96 tiles, which, how many Dreckos is that going to allow for? Where's it? It says somewhere how many tiles they need. 12 cells. That's like 8 of these guys. Yeah, that would get us 8 instead of 7. So yeah, that's a good call to do that. Don't bother. Don't cosine. Don't check the catalog. It doesn't matter. Just search for it. Just make it out of dirt. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't know where the wood comes from, but we make these out of dirt around here. You dislikes the change. Is that a bad thing? I mean, I don't know what the reason. I'm sure there's some reasonably good reason for why you don't like that change. But in my case, it works in my favor, so we're going to use it. I'll probably find a reason to complain about it later. We want to put eggshells in there. And what else was there? We want to put the meat in there. Not barbecue. Yeah, just meat, because I think that's what they turn into when they die of old age. And we want the peppers. And what's the other one? It's, I don't remember what these things drop. Is it just balm something? Okay, balm lily flowers. We also want them to take the seeds out, actually. And the Dreckos are going to shear into reed fiber somehow. And eventually we're going to have the glossy Dreckos, but I don't know if they're going to be in this room, so I'm going to keep it simple for now. They do shear into reed fiber, right? It's not some other like secondary product. They excrete phosphorite as well, but I think the auto arms will... Actually, if I set the priority on this lower, the auto arms respect that, right? So if there's extra phosphorite in the room, they'll put it in here. But otherwise, they should stick it in the storage bin automatically. I think they respect priority. I may be wrong about that. Somebody can correct me on that. But let's put the phosphorite in here, because we might have some extra laying around. Because I think I determined that this is a phosphorite positive loop, where it takes less to produce for the plants than is produced by the Dreckos somehow, because it stonks. Alright, that should be good for now. Probably because of the DLC plants. Yeah, I don't know what they did here. I mean, this doesn't seem terribly useful. This is... Them eating out of planter boxes is only useful if you have something that, like, you would, I guess, automatically fill with auto sweepers. It doesn't require, like, hydroponic farm tiles. And let's see here. So that's all laid out. Atmosphere and body temperature. Why are you guys upset? Okay, they need the heat to get a little bit warmer. Temperature. I think this is just a matter of waiting. Eventually, the whole room is going to heat up. I don't want to, like, overheat this corner. But this is taking bloody forever to happen. It'll take forever to make thermal tiles, though. Let's temporarily bump the heat up. So what is the hottest that these can get? 85. Let's make it really hot in this corner and then immediately set it back. So I'm going to set it to like 80 in here, and then it's going to not work because the UI sucks in this game. And then I'm going to change this back to 40, and hopefully this will kind of even out after a little while. Or I'm going to forget about it. I'm already bored. Let's go do something else. Are you guys not... Oh, no oxygen. I should probably do that. Let's see. Okay, we're kind of mostly saturated on oxygen here. So let's go ahead and pump that out. Relation. And then I'm going to go check on the thing and turn it off so it doesn't just overheat the whole room. Yeah, something like that. It's a mess. And then I think we can actually start pumping this room out. The reason I want to keep an eye on it is because I don't want to pump all the hydrogen out. This is going to be messy. We're going to have to pump the gases back into the room anyways, though. Okay, this is still running. Let's look at our material overlay. Oh, I didn't set up the liquid lock, actually, so there's no point in doing this. Hold on, let me cut this back off. Alright, we got to figure out how to do the liquid lock, so I'm going to try to do it with just water. So let me see if I can get them to just dump, like, water somewhere. Let's see, how's this going to work? We have a bottle drainer. I'm going to disable this for a moment so they don't immediately just unbottle it. Or so they don't immediately dump the bottle back in here. And then let me see if I can get them to empty this. And I know this is going to make a huge mess. I'm just going to dump whatever bottle of water they currently have onto this tile. I'll mop up the excess, and then that should give us a little globule of water right here for the liquid lock. And hopefully it'll work correctly. We'll see. Assuming anybody eventually does the two things that I told them to do here. We'll wait on that for a little while. Now, this is almost done. This pipe was to put water in here, which, I mean, I could make this a little bit wider. I'm not going to. I don't think I have any reason to, really, so just go ahead and remove this pipe, clean things up a bit. We've got our Drecko egg. I think I could have them crack open this room here. What have we got planted in the ground here? I'm going to leave that balm lily. I'm going to have them crack open this room here to let this Drecko out. And we'll either find its egg or we'll wrangle the Drecko and put it in here at some point. And I probably want them to go over here as well and get access to these guys, who will inevitably wander up into the base and get lost somewhere. What are you going to do? I suppose I could put a door or something like right here just to sort of keep them in, but having to go through doors makes the duplicants wait longer, so I try to avoid doing that when possible. Are you guys done with this yet? This finished now? Okay, this is finished, I remembered. Set that back to 40. Nothing here should die at this temperature, and it should kind of reach equilibrium after a veritable eternity, because the heat transfer in this game is very slow. Okay, I think they... Yeah, they did eventually empty it, I think. Wait, why is it empty? I thought I had water going into this. Am I dumb? Am I out of water? Hold up a second. What was I doing here? Oh. Okay, wait, I had this attached to the water production up here. I don't remember why I did this. I'm going to swap it over to this one instead. There was probably a good reason for why I did it like this, but this is our water output from the storage, so let's go ahead and put it like that. And that'll be our source for that thing. This game looks cool. Indeed it does. I'm sure you've never heard of this game. A little small indie company, Clay Entertainment. They made Don't Starve together, and I guess normal Don't Starve. You might have heard of it a little bit. I don't know if you've ever played Don't Starve. It's a pretty good game. Did they... Oh, right, they can't get down there because I'm dumb. There we go, now they can get down there. Alright, so they'll have access to all of this. I'll have them kidnap some of these eggs or something later. They eventually moved this one in here. I don't know why there's just random-ass dirt laying on the ground. They weren't supposed to do that, but they brought it over for some reason anyways. And where did they put that? The building is disabled. What did they do with the bottle that I had this empty out? Just do it again, I guess. I need to watch it this time. I don't know where they took the bottle. Like, the goal was to move the bottle over here and then dump it onto that tile. Okay, what are you doing with that? Alright, let's look at where he's taking it. Okay, he took some of the water. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't matter how much they take as long as there's some left. Okay, do this relocate. Just now, please. Somebody move it over here. Unfortunately, this is a manual task that I have to actually keep an eye on. Okay, eventually these Atmos suits will be filled up, I think, before it ends up mattering. Build the ladder a little bit. I can't build it because there's a ball and lily there. You know, whatever, they can do that little jump. I'm sorry, you don't like all the chlorine gas down here? What's the matter? You get over it. So, let's see, I didn't even notice that they brought it over here. So we want them to empty this. It's gonna make a big, like, mess all over the floor. But as long as some of it stays here, we'll be fine. If these guys stop taking water off of it, just empty it before they drain all the water out of the container. Alright, yellow alert. Do it. Just empty the thing. Stop. No, don't pick it up. Empty it, you dumbass. Oh my god, I'm upset. Where are you taking this? What are you doing with this? You're taking it to the research. Oh god, how do I get him to not do that? Drop it. Just drop the container. Relocate the container to here. There's no way I'm ever going to get this to work, is there? Relocate the container. This is extremely upsetting. I should have just done this the way normal people do it and put like a bottle emptier there. Alright, where are you taking that? Okay, good. Now, I gotta pay close attention to what they're doing with this thing. Empty the bottle. Do not take the bottle away. Empty it. Good. Good, there we go. That's what we wanted. Was that really so hard? Alright, let's mop all the water. And hopefully this will make a liquid lock. This tiny little globule of 31.6 grams of water. Assuming it doesn't somehow get pushed out of the way. And if it does, we're going to use oil for it instead. But I'm going to try my luck with this first to see if we can get this to work. Because water is just a lot easier to get in reasonable quantities. And we can turn this thing back on as well. Bunch of idiots. Everything is so difficult with these people. Yeah, I'm looking at you guys. You did this. But my god, you look dapper as hell. Beautiful. You got the whole watermelon like color scheme going. I'm glad I got just a bunch of watermelon colored junk for some reason. And no new blueprints. So yeah, eventually I think they'll take all the water out automatically. I don't need to tell them to sweep that. This is probably full already. Yep, sure is. Do the shuffle. Perfect. They should have enough room to get rid of all this junk now. I don't even know if that's enough water for them to get, like, the wet feet thing. It probably is. But they'll be in Atmos suits very soon here, because I think we're ready for the next part of the plan, which is pump out the room. These guys are still not the right temperature. This is taking forever. I don't want to build thermal plates in here unless I have to, because it takes a really damn long time for thermal plates to transfer heat. I'm just gonna leave it. The ball millers aren't that important, and we know it'll eventually equalize. And these guys should be perfectly happy in this temperature range. Yeah, 10 and 60. It's already between 10 and 60, so they'll be perfectly fine in here. Let's see if we can abduct any of these guys and bring them in there. I should probably mop all of this. Move hot debris on top of the farm. I already had enough trouble moving a single bottle of water. I'm just gonna wait it out. Let's see, which of these guys is not, like, super old? Okay, this guy's not very old. You relocate into here. We're gonna abduct that one. I think the only other egg I have is here, and this is gonna take forever to get them access to that, so I'm not gonna do anything with that egg. Eventually, the printing pod will make more wild ones. And hopefully this guy stays on the ground. We'll see. Hopefully that guy stays near the ground so they can actually abduct it. What do we got here? Whatever. I don't need more duplicates right now, so I'm not really considering the other options. Once we need to populate the next base, and we're perfectly stable on all these planets, I'll look into that. We have so many of these. Let's see. How's food looking on the other base? You guys are doing okay. I could send some of that food over to this base just so they have it to reduce the odds of a crisis. So, just so that this isn't being wasted. I'm gonna set this up to move. We're already moving lice loaf. Why are you guys not making lice loaf then? I thought I had that set up over here. Oh, you are making it. It's just taking forever. Can you like stare at it harder? Maybe it'll manufacture faster. You got a light, so you can pull that lever more easily. Whatever. Doesn't seem to be an urgent situation. Welcome to the chat room. Alright, did anything happen to the stream, or is that just Twitch being dumb again? Like, my chat just randomly refreshed itself. Let me know if the stream is hitching or something. It's probably Twitch doing it. There's no configuration settings for these, right? Yeah, I think they just automatically do object movement tasks. Like, whatever needs to happen. You didn't notice anything? Awesome. Good. Hopefully it'll stay that way. Let's suppress these warnings. I want to leave these warnings because I want to see when these are actually growing again. Alright, so how are we doing on the gases here? I don't want there to be any, like, bad gases. I think eventually this oxygen is going to get pumped out. It's in the microgram range. We're probably going to be pumping out way too much of the hydrogen, but at this point I think I'm just going to let it do its thing. Because I feel like I have to pump hydrogen back into the room when I'm done anyways, so I'm just going to let it pump out whatever it can, and hopefully I'll notice when the oxygen runs out. It's going to be a very long time before it does that, I suspect, but eventually I think this hydrogen will sort of flood this lower column here, and that'll finish it off. I mean, I could move the gas pump down a tile. That would make this work a little bit more efficiently. And I think it's time to make them use the Atmos suits as well, so that we don't get any new CO2 in here. So I'm going to go ahead and enable the Atmos suits at this point. We don't have very much, like, manual labor that has to happen in this room. You know, you're in a great spot to be relocated. I don't need to wrangle. Relocate this guy, please. They did the first one without any priority changes, so hopefully they'll move this one in a moment. Yeah, this is taking too long. I'm going to move the thing down. We could rebuild those later if I remember that that's a thing you could do. And let's see, I'm going to put the new one like diagonally down here. So eventually they'll go ahead and do all that. Hello, Mr. Pot. I'm thinking, what else are we waiting on here? And that one's a little bit close to the edge here. Though I want to be able to get down there to grab like eggshells and stuff, so... a couple ladders. I think I need... not just the one, actually. That'll definitely work. I just want them to have access to this area, even if it's awful down here. We'll eventually get all the chlorine out of this room. I should have access to more of these pepper... or not pepper, more of these balm lilies, so let's make like one more over here. Alright. There we go. I think that's our first reed fiber. Oh, look how much fun that thing is having. This is completely safe and doesn't harm the Drecko at all. I hate how these things look after you shear them. But apparently they dig it. It's completely humane. Why are we getting unreachable? Alright, we have to do the red alert thing again, or the yellow alert thing, because this guy's not cooperating. Just move it now, right now. It's in a good position. And now we have reed fiber, which was like the secondary goal of all this. But we want plastic. Plastic is like the primary goal for this operation. Once we get plastic, we unlock a lot of possibilities here. We can get the nice beds, we can get the toilets that go on the walls that where you can just pee directly into the vacuum of space. These are the kind of luxuries that we gain access to. That's a good animation right there. Good job, Clay. You really knocked it out of the park with this one. I can't even tell that this thing has been wrangled. Never mind, it isn't. It just got dropped for some reason. I hate this game. Oh, now it's going to go to the wall again. All right, let's try this again. Relocate. Top priority. Do it now. And this time, don't drop it. Love how they look sheared. It's very, very strange looking, to say the least. Like, it's not even the same flesh color as the head. It's just like, it's just something else. I don't even know, like, why they drew it like this. I don't know who made this. Alright, move it this time, please. Alright, good. Good. Now, don't drop it. Go in here. Put on a suit. Alright, you're almost there. Okay, you can drop it. And literally anywhere in here. I don't care. Thank you. Perfect. Second time's the charm. And we'll eventually get our balm lilies, which I think I already configured this. Let's see. Okay, well, I lost my train of thought. What else do we need to do here? I don't really need a critter drop-off because we have the relocate thing now. The eggs are just going to kind of accumulate in here. I do want to have more of them in here. I kind of want to get the whole like glossy Drecko thing up and running as soon as I can. And we got to figure out the gases. So what's the gas situation looking like in here? We just have some like carbon dioxide. I really want to get this out of here because my OCD is going to kill me if there's a single packet of carbon dioxide just floating around this room. I mean, it's doing its thing. It's slowly draining it out. I think we just wait on it. So while we're waiting on it, what we can actually do is figure out how we're going to distribute the gases in this room. So what are we working towards here? All right, we got 2 of these wretched things yet, or now. I don't know how these things crawl around like this. They seem very lopsided, but whatever. They figure out a way. They have very sticky feet, I guess. I mean, they're called Dreckos, so there's a gecko incorporated into that. And so they got weird feet. They can just climb anything, apparently. So what do we need to do here? We want glossy Dreckos, sort of. And I think it was, yeah, you need mealwood. We don't have mealwood in here, but we could very easily add mealwood into like a couple of these slots until we get a glossy Drecko. Or we can move one of these Dreckos into like a designated room full of mealwood. I think it'd be easiest to just put it down here and see how long it takes for that to happen. They look like a baby kangaroo sitting in its mother's pouch. Yeah, they kind of, a little bit, they kind of got like that kangaroo face. Like just a little bit. They're like poking out. I kind of see it. Like they're poking out of the pouch. Just a little bit, though. What's the Drecko? Oh, it's probably dreads, like dreadlocks or whatever. I'm guessing that's what they were going with here. If we look at one of the grown ones, it's got dreads. That's most likely like what the crossover is that Clay came up with for these things. Alright, so anyways, back to what I was doing here. So we gotta feed it mealwood. Otherwise, it'll normally do this. What other morphs do we have for these things? What other mutations do I have to worry about? Is this the only one? Okay, that's the only one. This will make us plastic, which we don't have oil on this planet. I don't want to deal with oil right now because I hate it. We tried to set up oil with the slicksters, and I think they're all dead at this point because I don't even see any anymore. Or I think the one that we had turned into this thing. So, yeah, we don't have slicksters, so this is going to be our path to getting actual plastic. So let's see here. Livable range is fine. Comfort range, we're going to be in that, so we can kind of branch it off this side, maybe. It's not weird back acne, weird cysts on its back. No, I think this is supposed to be like fur, because, I mean, they give you reed fiber, which is fiber. I mean, I don't know how it becomes reed fiber specifically, but I think what they were going for is that these things are really shaggy, and you shave them to get like their wool or whatever, reed fiber, and then you can make Atmos suits and nothing else out of it, because this does almost nothing in this game. What can you do with reed fiber in this game? I'm getting distracted. Yeah, you can make regular suits, which we need to know every single recipe for this apparently. Clothing refashionator. What? Wait, what the heck is a primo garb? Why is the same crafting recipe in here like 80 times? Play, what is this? Why is the same recipe in here like 80 times? Paintings. Okay, yeah, there is another thing. Warm coat. Alright, snazzy suit. I don't know what the difference is between these two things. Different styles. Okay, and they couldn't be bothered to make them look different. Yeah, that's about what I would expect. And then Atmos suits. Insulite. Something tells me we're not going to be doing this for a while. Yeah, I think we're a little bit short of the molecular forge in our progression. And jet suits, which I think those things kill your, like, frame rate, but maybe we'll make a jet suit at some point. And that's it. Yes, yeah, so they make a few clothing items and then insulate, which I'm pretty sure is like a perfect insulator or something. So we'll have uses for these later. It's good to have them. And it doesn't hurt to have access to more Atmos suits. It doesn't even mention the paintings here, but whoever said that in chat, I'll take your word for it. They probably just forgot to make it work somehow. I don't know, these devs are weird. And Michael Biagi, thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying watching watching as I fumble around trying to figure out what I'm doing here. So these things should be very close to the right temperature, but unfortunately the atmosphere is a little bit lacking. Just this one right here. This carbon dioxide packet needs to meander over to the left and get sucked up, and then we could turn this pump off. Which is going to take forever. You thought they had meal lice on their back. Oh god, that's even worse. Good, I missed your chat message. Yeah, they're a lot less gross. Yeah, it's not meal lice. You don't eat these or anything. I'm telling you, Sylvia, you're cursed. I don't know why I always miss your chat messages and nobody else's. Nothing is going to vanquish this curse. Nothing can be done for you, I'm sorry to say. Your potential as a good chat member is lost on me. Because buildings aren't counted. Carpet tiles. Oh yeah, carpets. Never mind. So there are a few reasons to use these, because they love having their carpets. Can I make carpets now? Hold on. Can I give them a carpeted bathroom? Oh, let's go. Yeah, right here, fiber. It just doesn't show up for some reason. Everybody loves carpet in a bathroom, right, Chad? I can't think of any reason not to do this. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to make more. Is there a mod that lets me just, like, pre-plan things that I can't build? It probably is, whatever. We'll give them some carpets. You know, under the toilet specifically, that's a good spot for carpets. This is going to be the most luxurious bathroom in the world. Yeah, we had to go to a Doug thing, don't we? Look, we can't all be Doug, alright? We can't all be professional streamers. You're watching Cosine 256 in case you lost track of, like, which stream you're in. The best you can get is that I might notice your chat message occasionally. That's all that I can guarantee here, is that I will probably see it if you put my name in the message, because that does highlight it. Otherwise, it's a wash whether or not I'm going to see it or not. It does exactly that. Build without materials. Alright, hold on. Let me make a note of that. I'm tabbing out for a second. I think this one might be one of the mods I used to have, and I just never turned it back on. And I already lost my mod virginity to the notification thing, so at this point, like, the floodgates are open. We're gonna install, like, quality of life mods as needed. Build without materials. I most likely have this already, so I'll check that out after the stream. We're not gonna do that right now, though. It's not urgent. In the meantime, they're getting carpets underneath their bathroom, which... Guys, can you do both tiles? Because your toilets are out of order if you break these. Actually, I guess the normal tiles are still there, so that's not too bad. They'll slowly use up reed fiber as I obtain it. Speaking of obtaining reed fiber, this is taking a long time, so let's go abduct more of these guys. Let's see, relocate to here, and let's get this one as well. So that's going to be like, I think, 5 of these in here if we count the egg. I'm not going to set these to yellow alert. I'll just set them to high priority. And hopefully they'll be on the ground long enough for them to actually move. So we'll have like 5 of these guys in here. And let's see, they're going to eat these pinch of peppers. Are we finally done with this? Okay, finally, we can remove this thing. I'm going to leave it in the room and just disconnect it for now in case something gets in here that I hadn't anticipated. But I believe we have nothing but hydrogen in this room, and as long as I'm careful about that, we don't have to worry about it breaking. Alright, so what I was trying to figure out was what gases do I want in this room? So these things, atmosphere, atmosphere, they don't care, apparently. Okay, so this plant doesn't care what atmosphere I have in here. These things need chlorine gas, so we need to get these bottom 2 tiles to have chlorine in them. Okay, I mean, I'll see that when you put my name in it. You don't expect me to be Doug, you expect me to be Doug adjacent, but I'm so far away. Oh my god. Look, I'm sorry that I'm a disappointment. I'm just a small, washed-up, like, affiliate that... I mean, I can't even say I'm washed up, because I was never not washed up to begin with. Like, the second I got affiliate, I was already a washed-up streamer. Because I don't know how to play this game. I mean, like, the streaming game, not this game. Though I don't know how to play this game, either. I think I'm a little bit better than I used to be. Just a little bit, like a smidge, like, more competent of a streamer than I used to be. There's definitely room for improvement here, but there's a hobby. I ain't making a living off of this, and for hopefully very obvious reasons. I'm definitely not good at that. I'm just glad that people enjoy watching, like, whatever they get out of this, because despite the fact that I never read your chat messages, you keep coming back here, and occasionally you'll pin a message or something. So, I appreciate having you here. I apologize. I don't want to miss the chat messages. It's not an intentional bit. I'm just not very good at this. So, that's a liquid bridge. We need to put some gas in here. So I don't know how exactly I want to do this. I kind of want to pressurize it a little bit. I don't really have a plan for this, so I might just have to eyeball it and see if I can get a gas distribution that works well. I don't think anything in this room consumes gas, so it's not like super important that it's at a high pressure. Other than that, kind of reduces the odds of like... I built a liquid bridge again. That reduces the odds of like an incident where something or another off gases into the room and ruins everything. So this is our chlorine tank. This is why I was storing the chlorine from earlier. And we're going to want to put that in here at the bottom layer, though I mean I could put it in the top, it doesn't really matter. And I can put a vent right there. And I'm going to use the disconnect tool so that I can put it in and then monitor it to make sure that I don't get too much of it in the room. And what we want is for these 2 tiles down here to have that gas. I suppose I could have bumped these down a bit, but... Watch, I think if we remove any more tiles from this room... Yeah, we can remove 1 more tile before it stops being a stable. So I'm going to just leave it the way it is right now. Strictly speaking, I probably should bump the balm lilies down a little bit. And the reason for that is that I only need 1 tile of chlorine instead of 2, and the reason why that's a good thing is because these buggers here, I think these guys need hydrogen, right? Let's look at their diet. Let's figure out what their requirements are. Yeah, they need hydrogen, and then I think the glossy Dreckos also need hydrogen. Yeah, so we want them to spend time in hydrogen gas, so I'm thinking I actually should probably do that. Here because your daughter goes to the preschool I run. What the hell? I run a preschool? Oh, when did that happen? I mean, that must be part of the lore. I'll take your word for it. I don't remember doing that, but sure. We could make a second layer of balm lilies. Actually, no, the balm lilies require the chlorine. The only reason we have these in here is because of the chlorine. I'm starting to wonder if I should even put balm lilies in here. Every second I do this, I'm starting to think this is a bad idea. What do these guys eat? Hold on. I'm starting to wonder why I even put them in here. My daughter is a dupe. Yeah, sure. Look, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not on board with the lore here because I can't think of any good bits for this, so... You make up whatever you want, gaslight me into thinking it's true. I don't know how I would be able to run a preschool. I hate kids. I don't want to deal with kids. Why would I run a preschool? Let's see, what do these guys eat? pinch of pepper, balm lily, and mealwood. The longer I do this, the more I'm thinking this probably ought to be mealwood instead. But the mealwood's gonna die in here. I didn't think any of this through at all, did I? Yeah, this is a mess. Can't wait for the inevitable complete replacing. Yeah, we might already be at that point. What I'm wondering now is if I should just not do this at all down here. Just put a couple of floor tiles here so that the room is still valid. And just put the balm lily somewhere else. Because what I'm realizing is there's no reason to do this. Unless, let's see, what do these guys eat? Let's go back. Alright, so these guys eat those 3 plants. I was going to put the balm lilies in there. I could put carbon dioxide in here instead. This is why we didn't open up a gas vent. Let me pause the game for a second. I gotta think this through for a moment. And what do the glossy ones eat? They eat bristle blossoms for some reason, and also mealwood, which I think these also require a normal atmosphere. At this point, I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't be doing it like this. This doesn't make sense. So I think we're not going to be replacing the gases, because I think I'm just going to get rid of this. And I'm going to manually put one of these guys in a room for glossy Dreckos until we get glossy Dreckos. I think that's what I want to do here. Because I don't have a way to make this work otherwise. I don't know why I wanted to put balm lilies in here so badly. There's like no reason to. I could literally just put these anywhere in the base, and I think they'll just magically like take care of themselves. Because yeah, they literally don't need anything. Yeah, we don't need to do any of this crap. Okay, so never mind. Let's redo this a little bit. New plan, everybody. Let me change this over. Let's see. That tile right there I think has chlorine in it, so we're gonna have to get that out of there. Where's the hydrogen? I want to just like pump more hydrogen into this room again, just to reduce the odds of like an off-gassing incident. I think this is the tank with the hydrogen in it. That's probably not even enough to fill this room. I thought I deleted that liquid bridge. I built that liquid bridge like 7 times and kept screwing it up for some reason. Alright, so let's see here. Let's get this out of here. That disconnect is so good. I'm so glad that's like a vanilla feature now. Alright, so let's go ahead and get all of that out of there. Unpause, champ. I assume you're just memeing. If there's like a 7TV emote for unpause, champ, by the way, I mean, I'll add it. But yeah, we're not going to have to actually do the inevitable whatever nonsense. Oh, this is the preschool. I swear, I can't... maybe we're in like a time... Maybe there's like time dilation in your chat messages and I can't observe them. It's not a bad idea. I mean, you'd have to figure out what unpause champ is. And maybe there's some weird like time dilation paradox between like when you post your chat messages and when I see them. Maybe that would explain it. It's definitely not my fault that this is happening though. That couldn't be it. Alright, so we need to add, let's see, how many tiles do I need to put in this room? 2. 2 tiles of anything. Doesn't really matter what. Just put some carpet. They're gonna love this carpet. And if anybody asks why I put carpet in here, never mind, I can't put carpet in here. I really want to put carpet in here, though. I really want to put carpet in here, chat. I just saved. Alright, let's install the mod. I want to put carpet in that room right now. Alright, so it was build... Do I have it? I thought I had it. I guess not. Alright, let's see. Is this going to show my Steam? No, okay. Why is that in... No, don't open that there. Open it in the overlay. Hold on, is this going to capture the overlay? Let's see what OBS does. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. Okay, it doesn't capture the overlay. I mean, there's nothing particularly bad there, but I don't like showing like my friends list and like DMs and stuff. Well, the DMs aren't open right now, but they could potentially be. Let me go look at the workshop real quick here, so just bear with me for a moment, chat. What do we not like this thing? Did I do something wrong? Or is that in response to me not being able to build the carpets? Okay, so let's see. What'd you say? It was like build without materials, is what you said? Plan buildings without materials. I'm gonna assume that that's the one because it's like the top result and has 5 stars and like 1 billion downloads. I'm just checking to see if that it was like updated recently, and it looks like it was not updated recently at all, but I'm assuming that it still works because nobody's saying it's broken. Where are the comments? Nobody's saying anything. There's no comments. Plan, whatever. I'm gonna install it. Let's just see if it works. Yeah, we aren't even positive. We want carpet everywhere. This is annoying that you can't just do this in vanilla. Oh, interesting. It popped up in the background, like the stream captured that. I haven't even like closed the overlay yet. Why do I have a DM? Oh boy. It's Soviet. I'm gonna look at it. Sliding in here. Awesome. I'm glad that nobody in chat gets to see that. That's just between you and me. You have in fact slid into my DMs. Alright, so at the top. Again, I could probably turn some of these on, but I want to like be a little bit careful about these so I don't just like break something. So I'm enabling mods as I need them. Alright, let's see if OBS cooperates here. I think this game has to fully restart for this capture to work, which is annoying. They figured out how to do this and don't starve without a full restart, but this might just be like a Unity engine thing. Make sure to back it up so you don't lose it. Yeah, I have backups before streams. Like after every stream, I create a backup of the save file. Specifically because of that sort of thing, or if I have some other like catastrophic incident. I mean, I'm not sure how this mod would break it. I'm not installing any mods that add new like elements to the game necessarily, though that doesn't like prevent them from ruining everything. Just hopefully it won't. Yeah, good streamer. I do the same thing with the Astroneer streams. I have a backup of most of the days. I think I might not have been doing it initially, but I started doing it like later on. There's a mod that allows you to load the mods without restart. Of course there is. Why does it restart then if you just make a mod to not do that? That honestly sounds dangerous. That sounds like something you probably shouldn't do if the devs didn't set it up like that. Alright, so we got our new mod installed. I assume this will just work on its own. Oh, let's go. There it is. Carpets. Not enough materials? Well, what are you going to do about it, game? Oh, something wrong? You don't like me building carpets that I can't afford? Well, too bad. Too bad there's a modder that had better game design than the developers, and now we could just do whatever we want. So eventually, they'll get around to building those. Slowly. In fact, I need them to do that now, so I'm going to replace these two for the moment, so that we can get the carpets in there, so that becomes a ranch, and then I will set the bathrooms as like the secondary like carpets whenever we get the reed fiber for it. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Okay, I want to start blocking off these side areas, like have doors on them. So I'm gonna like build this up, which I think I can just put a door here now. This is because I want to keep the wild Dreckos like contained so they don't wander around the base. So I'm going to add a few doors to the side areas here. And that one we can just leave open for now. This area, I need to build down a little bit more. This crude oil is very, very shallow. Now let's go ahead and just dig this one up. We don't really need these balm lilies for anything. You like pre-building. Yeah, I'm surprised I honestly haven't had problems with this yet, but I guess I've just had enough materials to build everything so far, but this strikes me as another mod that really ought to just be part of the base game. Insufficient resources. Am I out of granite or is it just the reed fiber? We're not out of granite, right? I'm gonna add that to the list. I don't want to take it for granite or anything like that. So it looks like we do have granite. Wait, am I dumb? Hold on, why did it not show up? Ooh, oh, I'm sorry. Is it okay if you make that joke? Yeah, we have plenty of it. Why is it not showing up? God damn it. No one likes it. It's only funny when somebody else does it. Oh, I'm dumb. It was literally right there the whole time. Okay, so we do have granite, but the game is not telling us which material we don't have, so it just doesn't explain it for some reason. Alright, so something like that. And what we're going to do here to make sure these dumbasses actually build these in pairs is do that, because otherwise what's going to happen is they're going to build one under each of these and it's going to look dumb. And I want them to build it from like back to fronts because it'll look cooler that way. It's going to be a very long-term project, so we're going to do that. And these ones are under construction because I saw them deliver the reed fiber, so eventually they're going to get around to doing this. Don't quite your not day job hobby. You made a typo in your chat message, Soviet, so that invalidates everything else that you said there, and I could just point and laugh at you now instead of be offended. You played yourself, fool. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. I've depicted you as the Wojak in the meme, and there's nothing that you could do about it now because you made a typo in your chat message on the internet. You made a mistake on the internet. Let's give ourselves access to this room over here. And go back, let's see. Oh, we got blueprints. Why did nothing happen when I clicked on that? Alright, what do we win? I hope it's watermelon themed. You were only pretending to make a spelling error. Oh god, what was this part of like the long con? We got gray gloves. I'm so disinterested in that I'm just not gonna even like think about it anymore. Oh, I got trolled. God damn it, you Uno reversed my ass. I was the one who got outplayed the whole time. I've been played for a fool. So we only need the one mop order there. It should get both of these. No one could lava joke cosine makes. What? I don't even... No one could lava... Oh, lava. Okay, not it's like lava. Okay, it took me a second there. No. I said it before you corrected me. It took me a moment there. My brain wasn't, like, in the right gear to understand that. I'm upset, though, that you said that. How dare you? I mean, this is good. Like, lava, that's kind of like a geology joke. Like, if we can make more, like, geology jokes around here, I'd be on board with that. So I get that one. You know what? I like that one. Yeah, I'm turning around on it. I was just, like, slow to pick up on what you were saying there. Did we run out of hydrogen, or did I not actually connect this? Why did I connect this one? What? Yeah, what the hell was I doing when I set this up? What am I doing? Hold on, which one has hydrogen? Is it this one? It's this one. Why in the world did I connect that one? What, am I dumb? Don't answer that. It's toxic. I'll have to ban you if you're being mean to me. Don't bully me. Alright, there we go. I think now we're finally doing what I'm supposed to this whole time. I've been doing a very bad job of multitasking right now. There we go. That's what we wanted. It's all hydrogen. Alright, it forgot the filter again. It's all hydrogen gas. We got this liquid lock here that'll hopefully not break for any reason. If this liquid lock does break, I'm going to be very sad. We have just carpet for whatever reason. Just use your imagination for why that's there. And it's all hydrogen, and what that means is these guys are going to always be regrowing their dreadlocks. I don't know if you can see that anywhere. I don't know if the game tells you, but presumably it's happening. They're regrowing their dreads. And then we can get reed fiber, and we don't have to deal with the far easier solution of just growing thimble reeds. But there's multiple things that we're getting here because we're also going to make a second room over to the side. And we're going to get glossy Dreckos, and that's the next project. So, let's see. I want to think about how I want to do that now. Scale growth percent. Oh, they're called scales. Is that what it is? Yeah, okay, yeah, I completely glossed over that. Yeah, because they're going to be glossy. Wow, I'm just knocking it out with the puns today. 13% per cycle. Presumably this just doesn't progress if they're not in hydrogen. I'm assuming that's how this works. And they're literally always in hydrogen, so... They're going to do this basically as fast as they can. Knowing the developers of this game, it's actually 12.5%, so it's going to be 8 days before they regrow all their scales. And we got like 5 of them in here, so I think this will catch up fairly quickly here. I think this will be pretty productive. I don't know if that's affected by them being like tamed or anything either, but I'll just assume that it works out. Let's see. Like I said earlier, I want to have a couple of wild ones just in case we have an incident and they like die for some reason. We're gonna have 6 of these guys in here. If we have any more in here, they get cramped, which I think that just affects their reproduction, but not their scale growth. So in theory, there's nothing wrong with having too many of them in here. I think it'll kind of stabilize itself. And as long as we have enough pinch of peppers, we just saw that thing take a dump. That's beautiful. I'm glad they animated that. Anyways, as long as we have enough pinch of peppers in here that they don't starve, I think we're completely fine. And this game is not Don't Starve, so we're not here to worry about that problem. That's a different video game. I kind of want to add a couple more of these, however, so let me see how many of these I could fit. Is this reachable? I don't think it's reachable. Okay, whatever. You know, never mind. We'll do that at some point later if I need more of these. If I see all of these running out, then I'll go ahead and do that. Let's suppress these. Everyone, it is a fun game. I don't know if I would say everyone should play Don't Starve. That game, it is definitely a video game. It has a lot of problems. I enjoy it, but I eventually just like burn out on it and it starts feeling tedious and I just don't want to play it for a long time. It's a fun game though. Like you could play it once and probably get like the thrill out of it, but just like be aware that that game is unforgiving and also kind of tedious sometimes for no particularly good reason. But overall, I think it's a good game. Don't Starve Together is the one you should probably get. That's the one that they're actively updating, and it has a lot more quality of life stuff. But I would recommend the game overall if you like the idea of like an unforgiving survival game. But you might want to look at the wiki to figure out how to do anything, because that game does not explain like jack shit to you if you play it. Like just nothing is explained properly in that game. Alright, so what we want to do here is set up a second one of these rooms for the glossy Dreckos. So let me like quadruple check that we're not doing anything stupid here. What are their requirements? They need hydrogen gas. They live off of mealwood and bristle blossoms. We want to use mealwood because that's the thing that causes the eggs to like change to get the morphs or whatever they call them. So we're going to be using mealwood. We need to have like a little CO2 pit down here for the mealwood to grow in. So I'm going to have a door right here, and we're going to just have the duplicants like come through this checkpoint, go across, go through a door. The mealwood is going to be growing like down here. Mealwood, I forget what it requires to grow. Is it dirt? Yeah, it requires dirt. So we're going to have another like auto sweeper in that room for the dirt. I don't know how many of these we're going to have. I might shift this like central wall around a little bit depending on what I want to do, but tentatively it's going to be another 96 tile room. And is there anything else I'm forgetting? We need hydrogen, we need mealwood. They're going to produce plastic, which you get from the shearing station. It's the exact same thing. It doesn't have to be a separate room, but I kind of want it to be a separate room because I just don't know how big I want this industry to be. So let's go ahead and start building it. Let's just plan out another room here. Same height, keep it nice and simple. Actually, now that I think about it, why did I do it like this? I guess I wanted the ceiling to be accessible to this thing, but I could just move it up one tile. And I guess this was because of the tepodizer. Let's go ahead and make the ceiling one tile higher. And we're going to push the liquids out of the room with normal tiles before we build the insulated ones. And then I'll make it, it'll just be a little bit taller, just so it fills in the floor a bit better, and maybe we'll figure out something we could do with this gap later. What's my favorite snack cake? I don't, what foods qualify as a snack cake? You mean like cupcakes? Because I mean, or does it include like muffins or anything? Because I mean, I'm a cupcake enjoyer. Like you give me a cupcake at like just like a party or something, or like a social gathering, I'll just eat it. It doesn't really matter. I can't say I have a preference on this. Like this is not something I've ever given any consideration to. It's just like if it's available, I'll eat it, whatever it is. Oh, like Hostess. God, I don't know. I don't really eat. Like, I don't go shopping and purchase those things. Those are the kind of things that I will opportunistically consume if they're available, but I don't really get them myself. Like, if those little, like, powdered donuts, like the little Hostess, like, white powdered donuts, like, if that counts as a snack cake, it would probably be those things, because I have bought those voluntarily before. Those things are awful for you, and there's a 50% chance that they're nasty when you buy them, but otherwise they're delicious. and I have occasionally taken the gamble of buying those. So I would have to say that those are my favorite snack cake, whatever those are called. I don't know if donuts count as cakes, but I think those are made of like the same type of material that a cake is made of. I ain't no culinary like expert, so I don't know exactly how this stuff works. Donuts, that's it. Yeah, donuts. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what those are called. All right, so I'm thinking about how I want to do this. So we need these guys to be able to eat mealwood, but not spend excessive amounts of time in the mealwood pit. We don't have to put more balm lilies on the ceiling if we don't want to. There's just, I don't need to do that. We're not balm lilies. We can't do that at all. We don't need to put more pepper plants on the ceiling. I think I'm just going to leave the ceiling empty and just make this a really tall room to give them fairly high odds. We could always do some weird, like, 2D fractal nonsense with a bunch of, like, tiles on the ceiling to give them, like, more surface area to wander around on, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to leave it as a big open room, and hopefully that'll work the way that I envision it. You'll add it to the cart. Why does what I like as a snack cake have any bearing on what you're doing right now? Are you out shopping? Did you just need like a second opinion on buying something unhealthy? I mean, those things are not good for you. Those things are just a bunch of like sugar and grease, but I mean, it's never stopped anyone. Is this gonna overflow? No, that's not gonna overflow. I'm gonna pump this out at some point here. You know, we can just set that up now. Let's multitask. Outside of stable. Right, yeah, we need to set up a door. Let's set up the door now before these guys, like, get out, because I want to control which one I put in there. Alright, anyways, let's set up a pump. So, pump, just doesn't really matter where it is, it's right here. And this is going to be... I need to put this into the filter. And we learned our lesson last time about not sending it through the filter, so I'll bite the bullet on the power consumption for these. Nice lag. I didn't want to build on that tile anyways, and let's put it like right there. Alright, perfect. Maybe. I mean, hopefully I gave you a good suggestion. And again, there's a chance that they're nasty. I don't know what it is, but every now and then when I've taken the time to buy those, they're just like, they just taste like weird. Like there's just something wrong with them for some reason. And then other times I can buy the exact same thing and they're like delicious, and I have no idea why that happens. I don't understand like what the RNG is on that causes that to happen. Or maybe they're stale or something, but maybe not 50% of the time. Usually they're good though. I hope this is relatable, fellow chat members and human beings. I hope this is a relatable conversation that we're having right now. Because I am a very normal streamer and a typical normal average person having a relatable conversation with my stream chat. Increase your luck stat. I think my luck stat is probably average, so I don't know if that's like a relatable problem or not. I don't know if it happens to other people or if it's just something about me that causes that. We're gonna need ladders here eventually, so I might as well just build these now. I probably want them to not be in the CO2 pit when they're doing the shearing and the grooming, so I think we're gonna have this like be a little bit elevated. New principles are available. Right, what do we got? I wish that button would just open this. Sweetles. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? We already have these. I haven't been doing anything with them. Alright, so anyways, let's misclick. Let's do that. We're eventually going to want insulated tiles down here. I'm going to want to... This is probably a good opportunity to grab that egg if nothing else happens down here. So maybe we will actually remove one of these, either the Drecko or the egg, from this little room. Kind of depends on where this one ends up when I get down there. And I want to make sure that they don't get stuck in here at any point while I'm building all of this. Which they shouldn't be able to. I think this should be safe. I could pump this out as well. At this point, I don't even know what happened to the Paku. Oh, never mind. There it is. I do want to have one of these around. When they taste weird, the factory ran out of food and they made the mush bar version. I wouldn't even be surprised, honestly, if it's like a specific supplier when that kind of thing happens. Like, just one of the suppliers for some reason like wasn't available, so they used a different one, and it just tastes different. I'm gonna put the Paku in this like pot of water over here for now because I just don't have any better ideas, and I want to drain this out. Eventually I would like to farm Pakus, just not right now. I just don't want them all to die and force me to wait for something to come out of the printing pod. 15% sawdust, but sometimes it's 50%. It's almost like, I want to say it's like a metallic flavor, like when they're like weird and gross for some reason, but I don't know how to describe it properly. It's not like sawdust necessarily, or cardboard or anything like that. I don't know what causes that. I haven't bought those in a long time because I like try not to buy like just unreasonably unhealthy foods when I could avoid it. But every now and then I'll treat myself with something that is definitely not good for you. Alright, let's see. Wait, was this? I thought this left side was polluted water. It wasn't, it was only the right side. It just looked the same color, so I didn't like realize it. Okay, that's fine though. Alright, let's see if we can relocate this guy before something bad happens. Just put it in the water. I think it'll flop to the right if I put it on the ground, but let's just put it in the water to be sure, and hopefully it'll be able to survive in there. What about cheesecake? I don't like cheesecake. You know what, this invalidates all of the things I said earlier about being a relatable human being. I don't like cheesecake. I'm just gonna say it how it is. I don't know why, I just don't like cheesecake. Like, I can eat it. It's alright. It's like, it's almost too sweet for me is usually the problem I have with it. That's kind of like the best way I could describe it. Every time I've had cheesecake, it was just way too strong. It was way too sweet for me. I'm more of like a salty, like greasy foods kind of guy. So it's like I'll have it for an occasion, but I don't generally like it. Okay, there's at least somebody else in chat that agrees with that take. Like, it's not awful or anything, it's just I don't voluntarily like seek it out. I've never had strawberry shortcake, so no opinion on that. French fries, I mean, they can be good. I'll usually eat French fries even if they're kind of gross, but it's another food that I don't like voluntarily seek out. But like, if it comes with whatever meal I'm having, I'll probably eat them. They're usually okay. If they're kind of nasty, you just put more ketchup on them, and then it cancels it out a little bit. God damn it, I'm hungry now, chat. I'm gonna take a snack during the BRB. I think we'll be having a BRB in a few minutes here, because I like need to go to the bathroom anyways. So I'll probably sneak a snack during that break. What about baked potato? I don't really care for... I don't know if I've had baked potato. I don't like mashed potatoes. Like, even if you put gravy on them, I just have never cared for it. Maybe I just haven't had very good mashed potatoes, but I don't know. I don't like a lot of potato, like, a lot of like the more raw potato products. Which I think baked potato and mashed potatoes are kind of similar in nature, but I haven't actually had baked potato specifically, so maybe I would like that. But mashed doesn't do anything for me. Which refined metal looks the tastiest to you in game? There we go. Somebody's asking the big questions here. Let's see. What have we got so far? I don't know if any of these are doing anything for me. I'm tempted to say the iron, maybe. I think steel looks like a gummy. What does steel look like? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, steel doesn't look like the kind of color that would look like candy or something. Yeah, cobalt. Cobalt's pretty good. I'm trying to think what that would be. Maybe like a blueberry or something. Like a blueberry blast or some nonsense. I think it's between like iron or cobalt. That would be my opinion on the matter. The depleted uranium honestly just looks like it has like mold or something growing on it, so I can't say that I'm a fan of that one specifically. It's between iron and cobalt in my opinion. Copper kind of looks alright as well. These are good conversations we're having here. Alright, anyways, let's see if we can get this egg out of here. You know, yeah, whatever. We don't need to preserve that Drecko. I'm just gonna move the egg into this room. Actually, don't put it there. Let's move it into this room. Actually, where do I want to put this egg? I'm going to keep it up here. I want it to be in this room. I'm planning to build something here. I want to build some floor tiles here to keep this elevated. So I don't want to quite move it yet. Actually, we can just build the floor tile. Why did I build normal tiles there? We can build the floor tiles now. So the plan here is to have these buildings, the shearing station and... Probably put them down one. The shearing station and the grooming station, I want to have them elevated above the mealwood pit. And then I want to line the floor here with mealwood. And as long as I have them eating the mealwood, they should turn into glossy Dreckos fairly soon. We won't have anything on the ceiling initially. And they moved that. I'm going to just... This is a wild one. The thing is, this guy's gonna die, I think, before it lays another egg, if I understand how this works. I guess I don't care that much. We can always gain access to the room from here, so I don't know why I'm acting like this is the last opportunity I'll ever have. I can just do this to gain access to this room. So we're overthinking this a little bit here. Let's just go ahead and do that. Get rid of that ladder as well. Meanwhile, I have no idea how big I want this room to be, so let's just kind of like plan it out. So we're going to have a few tiles on the bottom right, so I think something like this would be as big as I want it to be. It's very easy to expand these rooms later. I ruined my hydrogen atmosphere. Oh, God damn it. Okay, well, we'll have to fix that again. I forgot to seal this off. I'll have to repair the hydrogen atmosphere again. I think what I'll actually do is I'll dig a pit for this pump this time around so that it's not such a pain in the ass to do this. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that now. This is not going to be a valid ranch for the duration of this, but I already ruined it anyway, so I might as well just do it right this time around. And let's go ahead and plan out the rest of the room. So I'm going to do that. And if I build it this big, that's definitely small enough. And we could always expand it later, but let's get all the gases that we don't want out of the way. So this is tentatively what I'm going to build here. Leave that tile. Hopefully these idiots won't get themselves stuck. And I don't really care about random materials like falling down here. In fact, we could just dig this out as well. Okay, depleted uranium looks nasty. Wait, did you say oh, you said nasty to begin with. I thought you said tasty the first time. I completely misread your message, and then I read it again. You said nasty. That was on me. I agree with that sentiment. It looks like it has like a weird like mold growing on it. How is this not accessible? Oh, I guess they can't jump this gap. They got to finish building that. I could remove the oxygen with a Prince Puffed, although the liquid lock might get destroyed by the slime. I'm not gonna do that, but I don't even know how long that would take is the thing. That'd take forever, I would assume. I definitely don't want to do it like that. Like, that would be clever, but I don't think it's actually a useful way to solve that problem. The rich uranium looks like gummies. I mean, the green part does. It's just none of these, like, none of the metals, like, have the correct vibrant coloring to come across as something that you should be eating at any point. Do I want to have a second? I can just have a second pump. It's not like it's difficult to do that. Alright, let's go ahead and set these up. We're going to want to run the wire like this, probably. It's not necessarily the most efficient way to do it, but whatever. I'm going to need a wire in this room anyway, so... Now that I think about it, actually, we want to run the wire over the top, because that's where the crafting stations are going to be. So this is going to be a little bit cursed looking, but I could always move it later. Probably the intent of the designers. That is true. These guys are nincompoops, and would definitely eat the uranium if it was just like lime green. So maybe it's for the best that they did it the way they did. Alright, so we're going to put that pump down here, because this room is going to be all hydrogen. For this room here, I'm probably going to want to pump out like basically the whole thing. I may want to put an airlock door here for the pumping operation. But we'll see. We're going to have a pit here. I should be able to get out all the gases that I don't want in the room. You know what? No, that's a bad idea. Let's dig out the whole thing. I'm thinking about how the gases are going to settle, and I don't want this to take forever. So we'll do it like that. Everything is technically edible. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they've made TV shows about this. If you're dedicated enough, you could eat just about anything. It's not good. It doesn't work out for you later on. Is this room too wide? Hold on a second here. It's like one tile too wide. So we're not gonna have pepper plants, and I think the shearing station drops its item on the center tile, so we don't need the auto sweeper to be on the right. We can just put it over here, and it should be able to reach everything. And we're gonna have the meal wood in probably just normal planters, honestly, because apparently I've been told that they can eat from that. Let's just put it here. I think that'll work. Wait, not enough materials. Wait, am I out of copper? Oh. I mean, I want to use copper for this because it doesn't have any particularly good characteristics. So let's go queue up some more copper. How are we doing on that? Not very good is the answer for the copper situation right now. Okay, well, let's make 10 more of those, and then I need to go do some mining. Again, I don't want to disrupt my nature reserves. Let's see, how big is this one? The max size is 120, so we can dig all of this out. We can get these as well. I need ladders for those ones, though. And I think there's a big copper mining area, like, downstairs that I could use. So they can reach all that from there. Yeah, there's this area as well. The problem is they suffocate when they go in here, so it's not very good. I should hold them over for a little while. Delicious rocks. Your dog lives by those words. I think cats do that too. Animals eat a lot of things that you're probably not supposed to be eating. You don't know any better, unlike humans, which do know better and then do that anyways. Right, how's our Paku doing, by the way? I think these guys only need like 8 tiles or something each. Yeah, they only need 8, so yeah, this guy will be fine. This Paku should just live here forever. Let's go ahead and crack this open. And I don't think this is going to overflow. Actually, I think it might overflow. Let me put another tile here before something bad happens. I think the way the pressure works in this game, this will actually overflow on this side. So let's go ahead and put a tile there to make sure that doesn't happen. And I need to put a ladder here temporarily. And another gas pump. We're going to do that. Sever these connections. Natural selection is RNG. If you've ever seen a dog wolf down a bunch of chocolate, to be fair, there's no way for the animal to have any idea, like, from a, like, evolutionary standpoint, that eating chocolate is bad. But I feel like natural selection should have caused dogs to stop eating rocks. And maybe, like, plastic. Like, things that really shouldn't be, like, registering as food to any living creature. So those are the ones that are a little bit confusing to me. But like chocolate has a lot of the qualities of something edible, and then it's bad for dogs. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing with grapes or onions. Like, I don't know if these things were really readily available to these animals. You wouldn't eat something that you didn't know. I mean, these don't know any better. These are just wild animals. There's probably a lot of things that humans can eat that you're not supposed to eat, that's still like, the temptation is there. I mean, children love eating things that they find under the sink, so like, the humans have that problem too. We just learn not to do it from each other. So I'm not gonna like hold it against the dogs for wanting to eat all the delicious chocolate. Why is this taking so long? I guess they're just... Yeah, I guess the duplicants just aren't idle, as opposed to this planet where they are very idle. Damn it, like all of these guys turn into these wretched... I hate these things. These things look disgusting. They turn into whatever these are. Whatever, we're gonna come back to that at some other point, but you guys can be idle for now. You're not doing anything useful. I'm focusing on this planet. Yeah, they didn't pass natural selection. You survived. I mean, that's true. Your ancestors successfully avoided eating things that weren't food. I mean, all of our ancestors presumably did. But as for the animals, I can only blame them so much for not knowing any better. And I think it's small quantities, it's not just straight up lethal or anything. It's just if your dog is just eating like a chocolate bar every week, that's when you're probably going to have some problems. I think there's kind of a limit on it, and it's just... not a good idea. Don't let your dogs eat chocolate. I mean, don't let your cats eat chocolate either. It's just straight up not good for them. But for dogs, it's like actually dangerous, apparently. Yeah, I think at this point we're just kind of waiting for them to finish building all of this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a chocolate bar a week is not good. I don't know what the threshold is for it, but like the correct threshold is probably 0. It's probably to just not do that at all. I'm gonna move this wire again because I'm extremely indecisive. I'm gonna actually put it here. Okay, so these guys have a fairly good, like, designation for this. I just need to finish this area off, which I think I could just crack this open, honestly, because I already ruined the gas distribution in this room anyways. I don't think at any point in this process they're going to get themselves stuck trying to build all of this. So they should be safe. I should be able to take my eyes off of that. So I need to think about what to do. We need to have like a B-roll project to work on during the stream here, because this is just going to be them building for a while. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a BRB now because I need to use the bathroom. And then I'll think about like what a secondary build is that we could work on while they like slowly piece all of this together. So let's go set up our BRB. I'm just going to mute the game. I didn't set up any BRB music for this because I'm dumb. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. There we go. Alright, so the usual business. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll run ads during the break to disable pre-rolls. That's about it. So, and we are going to pause. I am not going to take my chances with this. And let's see if I can remember what the button is. There we go, Alt-S. Alright folks, so we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't touch that dial. And we'll be right back after this word from our sponsors. Alright, we're back. Turn this off. Alright, I always make a mess of the audio settings while I'm doing this. It's Alt S, get rid of the overlay. Okay, so let's see here. What was I doing? Okay, I was gonna try to figure out what I wanted to build next. You wonder if dogs also get the urge to drink water after eating chocolate. I don't know if that happens to me. I don't eat a lot of chocolate. I don't feel like that happens to me, but I don't know, maybe it does, and I just don't like realize it's unique to that situation. I don't know. I wouldn't know, and that's not something that's probably good to test. So somebody probably has the answer to that. Hydrate? Okay. I think I did that before I left, but sure, why not? Never hurts to do it more, even if I haven't been eating chocolate. You like chocolate and tea. I don't drink tea, so I don't know if I can relate to that experience or not. I mean, I know I can't really. I mean, there's like a million different types of tea. I just rarely ever actually try any of them, and I haven't cared for the couple that I've had. And if you're gonna ask me what type were they, I have no idea. I simply don't know. Heathen American? What? He's like a British thing. Isn't it? Is that an American thing now, too? I don't know what the rules are for that. What's my throat? Hold on a second, I gotta make a gross noise. Okay, there we go. I was phlegmy for some reason. I spare all of you that agony. They were probably Lipton. I'm a heathen American because Americans don't drink tea. I mean, I'm kind of disgraced to be an American right now. Maybe I should start drinking tea and pick up like a Canadian accent or a British accent or something. Try to pretend that that's not what I am right now, at least for the next 4 years. Well, we don't need to make this political here. This dream is an escape from the realities of the real world right now. So let's just enjoy some oxygen not included and have a good time. Hello, Captain. Alright, so what I was going to do here was try to find like a secondary activity to work on. Try a Kiwi accent. The problem is I don't have an accent. You've heard me occasionally make a weird accent before. There's like nothing there. It's not funny. It doesn't sound like anything amusing. Occasionally I do like a Scottish accent, but I think I picked that up from Vinesauce, so it's not even like it was my idea. I don't got nothing. Oh, hey, this pump actually emptied this whole thing out. Yeah, I don't know. I can't make that happen. I'm not built to do voices. British is overrated. I mean, Kiwi would be nice. I'm partial to a Scottish accent, but like I think you gotta just live your entire life in that place to pick up that accent properly. America did pretty good at the last Olympics. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. But I don't follow the Olympics, so I have like legitimately no idea like who has been doing that. Like I just don't care like in the slightest about the Olympics. Like sports ball has never been my thing. I mean, if you saw what I did last time during the Super Bowl, that was just nothing but disrespect for the Super Bowl, and I might do it again this year too if I happen to stream on that day. Alright, we can get started by cracking this open here, because we've got a lot of water on this side that we can let in, and eventually I'll decide what I want to do with my like heat sink area down here. And I'll do it again, exactly. I will do it again. It's kind of funny, I enjoyed it last time. I think they'll be able to reach this if they build that ladder there. I guess it doesn't matter if the snow tiles fall down. No, the snow tiles will entomb the pipe for some reason, because apparently the pipe can't operate while it's entombed, even though it's a pipe, unless I'm mistaken about that. So I need to build this, like, incrementally. And I'll figure something out with this. Eventually all this will melt, but it's taken a long time for it to happen. Alright, so anyways, we have that going, but that's not what I was thinking here. You know what we could do here? These guys have nothing to do, so let's pick a project to work on this wretched planet. Alright, what have they got to work with here? Well, I'm figuring that out. Let's shuffle the quantum storage again. Alright. So what was my plan with this abomination of a room here? I feel like I had something in mind and then I didn't do it and we ended up with these things, which I didn't want at all. So can I stop that from happening? What caused that in the first place? I think I scrolled past it. Where's the thing with the morphs? I wish this was in any reasonably consistent order. Am I dumb? Where's the thing that shows what causes them to morph? Oh. I might be dumb. I'm probably dumb. Okay, let's do this slowly. Okay, that's not telling me anything useful. This is just what they make. Oh, no, that's sponge slugs. That's not even what I wanted. This database sucks so bad. I cannot describe how bad it is. So these guys consume ores and output hydrogen. I cannot think of a universe. Oh, that looks pretty tasty. There we go. There's something. That's like a peppermint looking ass like ore. That might be kind of tasty. I don't know where you get that. These things, if I'm not mistaken, these things are a detriment to have in your base because I don't see any redeeming qualities for them right now. So I'm going to kill all these damn things in a little bit. Or just get rid of them, put them somewhere else. Awesome, cool, thank you. More hydrogen gas. We don't need that right now. So these are the normal ones. What are we lolling at? Put them in the lava room. I don't think I have a lava room. Maybe I'd put them in there if I had one. Okay, so these guys also... Yeah, these guys also eat metal, but they have the plug slug thing where they make power, which is what I wanted them to do. Are these guys just worse in every way, or am I missing something here? They turn metal volcanoes into food, not thing that saves them from the lava. Okay, so you'd have to cool it first. I'm trying to figure out what is the point of these things. Okay, let me pause. Well, what is the purpose of this creature? It makes hydrogen gas out of metals, which... I mean, I guess if you had a volcano, you can make an argument for that. It turns 30 kilograms into 15 or 1.5 kilograms, so it's not a lot or anything. And then the default ones, for some reason, just produce twice as much, but eat twice as much copper ore, so I don't even know, like, it's the same except the numbers are just scaled up by a factor of 2. They pump gases. Okay, so they do what? Do they just breathe any gas and then they also produce a new one? Oh, I see. Okay, right. That's what it is. Okay, so they pump gases for no energy. We don't need that. I don't care about these things right now. Like, I could see a reason why that would be useful. Maybe like a ranching run or something where you just like wanted to solve every problem with creatures for whatever reason. I can't see a use for that, so I kind of want to get rid of them. Use them to vacuum a bunch of room and throw them out of space. I guess you could. It's just kind of a gas pump, but you have to feed metal too. As long as it's not O2. They exist for the same reason the shitty gray pistol exists when you open a gun crate to disappoint you through RNG. I think I got disappointed. Well, what did I do to make these? Why is the game not telling me this? I don't know how these got in here. Hold on, I think this is the shit where it doesn't tell you, unless you look at this UI. Here it is, okay. Dwells in unbreathable gas. And then this one is for when they dwell in liquids. I'm guessing the sponge slug just does the same thing as the smog one. Okay, was it the hydrogen? Is that what it was? That sounds like what it was. They were in the hydrogen, and then they got sad and turned into something that can breathe the hydrogen, I guess. So what gas do these actually need? It doesn't say. Okay, let's just click on one. Does it say it here? I had a hydrogen built up and never took care of it. Where does it say that? Where does it say that these things, or maybe these ones, where does it say that they can't be in hydrogen? Am I like completely missing something, or is this like hidden information that the game doesn't explain at all? Egg chance. Well, I looked at the egg chance. All this says is when they dwell in unbreathable gas. Does that mean like duplicate unbreathable gas? Is that what it's saying? Like, I thought they meant like these guys had a specific gas that was unbreathable that they would do it in. So is this duplicants? Okay, it's just duplicants. This is incredibly poorly documented. Oh my god, that is... Okay, well... let's see here. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna put some vent tiles in here and let the gases out and just figure this out later. So hopefully these guys don't get out while I'm doing this. But I'm just going to let the hydrogen just vent. It's going to go up to the ceiling. We'll pump it some other time. And then we have one plug slug left that hasn't ruined everything, thankfully. And hopefully these guys, I'm just going to... I'm tempted to just kill these things, honestly. I'm just tempted to get rid of these things right now. At the very least, I can move them out of the room, but I can't think of any reasons to even have them. I mean, apparently it can lay normal slug eggs as long as it doesn't get access to unbreathable gases, so I could leave them in here. And it should go back to laying slug eggs, if I'm understanding this correctly. Is that how that works? Can they, like, go back to making normal slugs if their conditions are no longer met? Is that what that is, or is this just a bug? Okay, they can go back. Alright, I'm going to leave them in here then, and let them lay more slug eggs. And hopefully that just doesn't happen anymore if I just let the gas out. Eventually, I will like set up a pumping system up here to do something with the gas. You know what? Never mind. No, you know what? We needed a side project, so maybe we'll do that now. Let's see how this is going. Yeah, they're still taking absolutely forever to build this. Like, they have the order. I think they have enough copper. Let me run a little more copper real quick. They didn't even finish the previous order. Just give them a little more to work on. Okay, so we have something we can do. We have a secondary project to work on. I'm just going to put a pump over here. I can kill them if I want still. Well, I mean, I want to keep a lot of plug slugs in here. I mean, I know they'll grow more, but... You have a lava room for your... Yeah, right. Lava room for excess critters right next to the baby seal boiler. We haven't gotten to the point where I actually have figured out what to do with unwanted critters. I'll come up with some reasonably inhumane solution to it when the time comes. For now, I'm just going to let them, like, get old and die. So let's go ahead and put a pump just, I don't know, like right there, like all the way up. Cram this up at the top of the room here. Put a couple ladders in the room so they can actually get to this. And then I'm going to set up, like, a combination... Actually, no, we don't need a... Yeah, we just need the element sensor. So as long as there's hydrogen up here, this pump will be active. I'm not going to even bother, just element. I don't know where it is, I don't know what filter it's under, gas element sensor. Like maybe down here or something, like just to give it a little bit of, like, breathing room. Something like that. I don't know, I can always change this later. Is it an automation? Some of them are in automation, maybe they're all in automation, I don't know. Whatever. And then we're gonna put a hydrogen, like, generator just down here or something. I don't know, I'm very much just winging it on this. I don't really know what I'm doing. And we'll put it, like, right here on this platform. Eventually, we're gonna want to have a floor there anyways. Power. Hydrogen generator. I'm looking for the gaps here. Yeah, right there, that'll do. We can always move it later. And for the wiring, we want this to be attached to the main, like, heavy watt wire. Which eventually I'm gonna, like, kind of redo this mess over here. What else do we need? We need the ventilation. I'm gonna once again try my luck and see if I could do this without needing to set up any gas filters, which it has failed the other time I tried to do this with my oxygen whatever electrolyzer room, but maybe we'll get lucky this time and I'll actually do it correctly. So there has to be hydrogen on this tile for the pump to operate, and what I'm hoping is that this is far down enough that this pump just will not operate until we have a lot of hydrogen up here. It's going to be a long time, I think, before this pump actually does anything, but that's fine. Eventually this room will fill with hydrogen, and we'll get to actually see this in operation. Okay, I can't build over that for some reason. And meanwhile, we also have this area accumulating hydrogen. And let's see where else. We have a pocket over here. Eventually, I'm going to want to build here, so I'm going to let that pocket, like, leak out. And the reason for all the insulated tiles is because it's really cold over here. And in reality, this, I'm not sure why I put them here. I think it was maybe because of all of, like, the snow that was falling here, which has been replaced with regolith and a variety of other nasty looking asteroids. And dirt, apparently. Does the slime like turn into dirt or something? Isn't there like some exchange that causes that to happen? I don't remember what happens here. There's like some weird thing. I don't know why there's dirt up here. Maybe there's dirt meteors. I don't really know how this happened. This place is kind of disgusting. Yeah, well, whatever the case is, they're slowly building the thing that I want them to. So let's go check up on this. This is taking forever. It might be, you know what, it's probably because of the Atmos suits. I'm going to disable the Atmos suit dock again because we screwed up the atmosphere in here anyways. I think that's why this is taking so long. It's because only like 1 or 2 of them can come in here at a time. I didn't really give myself room. I could make 1 more Atmos suit dock. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, for now I think only 2 will be fine. We're just going to disable it for the time being. Alright, so meanwhile, let's go ahead and plan out the rest of this. So how do I want to lay these buildings out? Eventually, we're going to want one down here. Maybe. Well, actually, this is all mealwood. I could also put some ladders, like, right here instead, and I could have, like, an upper floor. That only becomes a problem if I eventually want the pepper nuts to be there. And I do need the Dreckos to be able to, like, pathfind to it. And I don't think they can get on these ladders. Like, yeah, they're not able to use ladders at all. I'm just thinking about, like, the most consistent way to make this work. Oh, tofu, thank you for the hydrate. But I feel like I should use like 2 floors worth of height if I can like potentially make that work. We can also rotate this. There's not really any reason not to, because this will give me more floor space if I rotate it. Yeah, like that. And I could have a floor like right here, and assuming I never need to put like pepper plants up there. I'm not sure what the Dreckos are capable of like jumping across. I need to make sure they can get here is the thing. I could connect it to the wall on the left or the right side. Probably the left is easier. Something like this. And then I could have the pit down here. And I can always make this room wider to the left if I need to. Now, can they jump that gap right there? I don't really need them to. We just put like an airflow tile or something in there, though we don't even need airflow tiles once I've got this all figured out. And I'll get rid of this reed fiber like once I'm done with the rest of it. Oh, I just noticed this. So if I wrangle this guy, it's going to go up, because we've seen this happen before. So of course this managed to happen. Always, without fail, every single time they manage to do this for some reason. So let's see if it'll wander out of there before I build that again. And this would be instead of having this pit here. So let's go ahead and deconstruct all of these. And we want ladders instead for these spots. Hopefully nobody gets stuck down here while I'm renovating. Build it now. Build it now before the thing gets back in that spot. Who am I kidding? It's gonna get back in that spot. Alright, how are things going back over here? Well, you guys are back to being idle. They built this very fast. What other long-term projects could I have them working on? I could have them just dig out a bunch of cobalt for me. Just make the mine shaft taller. Look, I'm thinking about like what height like pattern I had for this, and it looks like I didn't have one at all, so I'm just going to continue to build it like this. You know, just keep building it like this. Whatever. I'll get rid of these two. Take that out. I don't know why the ladder is in the center instead of one tile to the left like the other one, but just gonna go with it. I guess there's really no reason to not just go further down. It's kind of hot down here would be the only reason to not do this. I should probably set up insulated tiles for this mess. Yeah, something like that. I've just been using mesh tiles for the floor. This is basically just busy work, just so they have something to do. So that this is like ready for me later, because we eventually want to go down into this hellhole and figure out what to do with this thing before it kills all my duplicates. Get oil on this planet too, but for now I just want to have them, just give them something to do. And that should keep them busy for a little while. And back to this. Are you stuck in here? Like, you can leave, right? Like, even though this is disabled? I guess we'll find out in a moment, I think. You're being very productive, very industrious. I like it. And this guy did not get stuck in the ceiling. I'm going to want to cut this off because I'm just going to be pumping hydrogen that immediately gets removed from the room. And we don't have any hydrogen left in here. I can get more hydrogen if I need to. I was kind of hoping there would just be enough floating around in here to do that. There probably is if I try hard enough. But I don't think the density of the hydrogen is really a problem anyway, so I might not have to worry about that. We will need to get CO2 into this room at some point, though. Where do I have that? Is there any in here? We do have a fairly large amount in here. I might need to set up another tank. So we're storing a few things in here right now. And I don't know what the first thing is that comes out. Where's the exit pump? Okay, so it is actually going to pump out the carbon dioxide first, if I'm like careful. I think it does it in the order that they have them here. We got 1 germs of slime lung in here. I don't know why that hasn't died off at this point. I don't know how that works. But we are eventually going to want to do that. Let me just build these ahead of time. And I might just eyeball this to make sure that it only pumps the carbon dioxide out, because it probably won't take too long for it to empty. Yeah, we can go ahead and get rid of this now. We're going to need that gone before we build anything new in here. And this room should have no problem qualifying as a ranch. Oh, once it's finished. How big is it going to be when it's done? 90... Yeah, it's going to be 90 tiles minus these in the middle, so it'll be fine. I could make it a little wider if I needed to. I might do that at some point. And then this sweeper... Ooh, that's a problem, though. It can't reach that. So I think I want to move it down. And it should be able to reach... I still can't reach everything. That's annoying. I could just make 2 of them. Because these guys are going to spawn, like, phosphorite basically wherever they want. And I want it to be able to feed the plants as well. I can always just let them, like, jump over the wider gap with, like, a ladder or something. I can't think of any really elegant way to do this with only 1 sweeper. So maybe we just use 2. Yeah, I think we just use 2. We don't need to make this more complicated. Just put the second one, like, up here so it's clear of the buildings. And we can just fill that in. I'll poke a hole in the floor to give them, like, stuff they can interact with if I need them both to have access to a conveyor loader. Shouldn't need any of that. This is just extra space for them to roam around in. I think that's about all I have to do with that. So let's think about the conveyor loaders. So ideally, I actually give them like duplicate operated conveyor loaders like over here so I can put specific goods in here. Auto sweeper range is weird. Yeah, I see. Like, it's obviously trying to like sort of do a ray cast from the middle, but it can go diagonally through tiles sometimes. I don't know, it's a bit annoying, but whatever. I think we could just make 2 of them. There's not really any reason not to. Alright, so what I need to figure out here is how to give these guys access to specific materials, and I think what we want to do. I feel like I should really make a couple conveyor loaders over here. And have the duplicates be able to like load dirt into it, and have the dirt get automatically delivered to this area. Now we lose these tiles though. Okay, let's set it up like that instead. Okay, so that means we'll just lose one of those. I don't know how much meal wood we need for this. I didn't really run the numbers. It looked like they get a lot of nutritional value out of the meal wood. Lamped. So we just need to place a few of these. We can always change this stuff later, and we'll have a couple more in that spot. I might like fly doughs. Are you about to tell me that that's DLC only? All sweepers can grab through corners, but duplicates can't. Yeah, nothing makes sense in this game, does it? Yeah, it's weird. No, just, you have to make do with what you got. And for now, I probably don't have fly days. DLC only. Yeah, something tells me at some point there's going to be another playthrough where we do that. I'm thinking what else I can, like, pre-build. Alright, well, we want these things to be able to access a few loaders, potentially. I need access to dirt. And I need them to be able to place things in a loader, I guess would be the first point. Let's see, the mealwood plants are going to produce meal lice. I think it drops off on its own eventually, so we do want to be able to get it out of here if that happens. So we're going to want a loader that they can both access to get things out of the room. And then I'm going to want a couple of, like, conveyor drop-offs or whatever for them. Because I think what I want duplicates to be able to do is load stuff over here and have it run across and go in here. Can't wait for them to add a sanity meter, and then the things that restore sanity requires a DLC. I mean, don't they have a sanity meter already? That's basically their, like, morale system. Which fortunately works fairly well even without all the DLCs. Dupes used to be able to sweep through corners. I don't remember if I played the game when they were able to do that or not. Wouldn't be surprised. Alright, the Drecko got out at some point. Where is it? There was a Drecko in here. Where the hell did it go? I have no idea where it went. This has been blocked off this whole time. Did it die? Oh, it laid an egg and died. Okay, the egg is right here, and of course it's in the wrong spot, so I need to move it up here because we're going to be burying that fairly soon. Alright, anyways, back to what I was thinking about here. We need dirt for these. And that's it, actually. I don't think we need anything else. We just need dirt, right? So as long as I give this thing access to, like, a conveyor loader, it should be good to go. Now I'm probably forgetting something, but let's just set this up for now. Shearing station. Grooming station. We're going to put a hole in the floor here, because I don't want to interfere with more of my planter boxes, and we're going to put the conveyor, like, unloader, whatever it's called, like, right there. Receptacle, that's what it is. We're going to put a receptacle right there for the bottom one to grab dirt from. Just build it out of copper. And they can be groomed. This is all contingent upon these Dreckos being able to actually access this, though. I don't know if they can jump this gap. is the problem here. I don't know if they're confined to the platform they're on, and if they are, then this is annoying, and I probably need to move all these buildings up by one. We need to figure that out, like, right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this door to be open. And I'm going to, like, just check the navigation on these guys to see where they're able to go. Because it'll be faster than trying to move one into this room. Yeah, we can start planting the mealwood now. Alright, how's this going? They finished everything I had them doing over here, right? Yeah, they did, and it's going to be a while before that actually pumps any hydrogen. There's definitely more that I could be doing here. Why did I do... Oh, I guess I never dug out the middle of the room, did I? I'm surprised they were able to get to everything in there. A vending machine. Fine, nothing of interest. We could start screwing with the data banks. That might be a very potentially useful thing to do. Do I have a free conveyor loader? I kind of want to send the data banks back over. So, let's see here. Let's start looking into this research, because I think it's about time I started doing this, so... Allow manual use. Just put all the data banks over there. Hopefully we're not overloading this wire yet. Potentially. I'm just going to take my chances with that. Surely nothing bad is going to happen through this. Ooh. Nutrient bars can be good for, like, emergency food. I wonder if I should set them to be unable to eat nutrient bars. These never spoil, right? Like, these last forever. I mean, this is not that much steel. I can get this fairly easily. I'm gonna get the nutrient bars. See if I can check real quickly if they ever spoil. I don't think they do. Let's see here. Like McDonald's. Yeah, you just put it in the fridge. It'll last forever. Microbes don't want to eat it. Never. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set nutrient bars. Oh, I think I already did this. Yeah, they're set to never consume. So in an emergency, I can enable them, and they'll always exist for that as long as I keep a few, like, stored away somewhere. Because I don't think there's any way to get those except from the printer. Alright, anyways, back to this. Yeah, I feel like I just don't know what to do here. I can't multitask like this. I can't stay focused on what I need to do. So we planted the mealwood. They never did this. Wait, why did they never do this? Are they just, like, that busy? Or they can't reach this for some reason. Okay, whatever. Just build another ladder. I don't know. I just need them to be able to dig that out so I can let the rest of the fluids out. Alright, they finished their carpeted bathroom. Looking good. Don't anybody get any water on the floor now. You don't want that carpet to get moldy. So they're building this. I feel like I need to... Alright, that's what I was going to do. So they can jump gaps. So they are able to pathfind over here. And I think when the door is closed, they can also jump this gap. And that's all I wanted to verify, was that they can get to this area. So I don't have to worry about that. And conveniently, a couple of them wandered in. So I'm going to set the door to be auto instead, so they don't go through it. And let's see, have we done everything? I think we have. So I think I can close this off now. Is there... Yes, of course. Alright, which of these two operations? Is it Wrangle that they're able to reach this? Yeah, okay, it's Wrangle. Of course, one of them got stuck in the floor. Why would that not happen? In fact, it looks like the majority of them are in here right now. Whatever, we can move them back if we need to. Would you guys please just remove this guy? Yeah, okay, there we go. Somebody's doing it now. I think we only have, like, one mech engineer. I definitely need to work on the what am I talking about? I need to work on the morale thing so that I can have more than, like, one person that's capable of doing this stuff. So I'm going to do that, and then I want to set up a loader for the dirt. Should probably stop building things out of copper. We can just sort of cram it in over here. So there's our dirt loader. And this is just so that nobody has to use the Atmos suits to go in here to drop off the dirt. And I can probably set up some like automated wiring thing to turn this loader off, or I could just allow it to back up. I'm not really sure what's better. I'd like to automate that, so I will probably set up the wiring for it. I need them to build it first though, because I have no idea if both of these things can be connected to wires or not, because this game doesn't tell you anything. Does it tell you anything? Can I automate this building? Doesn't say anything. How about this one? Auto inputs. Okay, it doesn't say what changes. I'm assuming, yeah, enable, disable. Okay, so I can turn this thing on and off, so... let's see, how do you do this, though? I mean, how do you... I would have to do, like... I don't know how to detect whether this thing is full or not is the thing. I'm just gonna let it back up with the dirt, I think. Maybe there's a more elegant way to do this, but I'm just gonna let it back up with the dirt because I don't want to have to do any like nonsense with like a pressure plate or the smart storages, which I don't like those things because they're dumb. There's probably a lot of better ways that I could do this, but we're just gonna work with what we know for now. I think it's time to start pumping out this room again. You know what, actually, no it's not, and the reason it's not time to pump out the room yet is because they're not done building. This is taking absolutely forever. Who is able to actually make these things? I know they... Actually, no, they can reach... They can't reach all of these. They can reach most of these, but who is able to actually do this? Why is this not showing the preview of, like, who has access to this building? Is this a bug? Should I be worried about the fact that it's just nobody is even considering working on this build, even though it is very much accessible? I'm just going to assume this is a bug like everything else in this game. Alright, well, we can look at one that we know works. So who is able to actually do this? We have two people, I think, who are capable of doing this right now. Burger and Magic Most. So let's look at their priorities. So I really need you two to start doing this. I think it just counts as building. Alright, what is your job? You're an operator. Okay, let's get you into a little bit of building here, and then Burger is... What's your job? You're also operating. Okay, let's get both of you to just kind of prefer to do this. If there's too many, the game stops checking identical tasks for optimization. Okay, well... We know that eventually they'll get around to doing this. I'm just trying to figure out why they really don't want to do this. I'm thinking I should give somebody else this skill. So who is my builder? Can I, like, stress somebody out a little bit? You could probably stand to do this because you're already really good at building. Soviet's a good candidate. Soap King apparently is really good at construction and never had that prioritized, so... Out of you two, Soap King and Soviet, which of you would be good for this? How stressed out are you? You're doing fairly good on morale, so how do we get you mech engineering? Let's see. God, that's such an expensive thing to get them. Yeah, they need this one, right, to be able to do these builds. Yeah, conveyor rail construction. God, that's so annoying. Well, who's the better candidate? I'll just do it for one of them. So you've got like 9 slots left, and you... No, you're not in very good condition. Okay, well, let's just do it. If they're stressed out, we'll figure it out from there. They're just barely breaking even. Once I get them the nice plastic beds, maybe they'll be happier. I suppose I could give them the bedrooms now. And you'll be more productive as well. So we've got 3 people that are capable of doing this now. The price I pay for not spending 2 hours re-rolling the starting dupes. Alright, look, I'm playing like a newbie. And I didn't re-roll them, and we're just going to live with the consequences of that. Mostly just being annoyed that everything is so goddamn slow to get to happen here. Ooh, I hadn't considered this actually. Oh boy. Yeah, the temperature. Okay, how do we deal with this? There's always something. So these need 30 degrees. What is the overlap here? Is there overlap? Oh, that's going to be very tight. All right, well, we got 5 degrees of overlap, so let's drop this back down to 30. If I need to, I can cool this room temporarily because it looks like it's already a little bit too hot. You lost your sub midway through the stream. I don't know, maybe that happened. Did you have it earlier? Oh yeah, apparently you did. I guess I must have streamed a month ago. I hope that siren isn't coming through my mic right now. It's really loud. God, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for them to do things at this point. You know, you're gonna sit there and think about what you did, because if you hadn't gotten yourself stuck in that tile like these other idiots, that wouldn't be happening right now. Yeah, we have to cool this room down. Wasn't paying attention to that issue at all. And the room is just a little bit too hot. Yellow alert everything. It's still going to take like 4 hours from to build any of this. A couple of these are already priority 9 and nobody is building them. So nothing is going to happen for a while, I'm fairly sure. So what we got to do is find something else to work on again. I know they can't reach these ones, so it's going to take them a little while to... I mean, I might as well just build the damn ladders now, just to make sure they have access to this. I can place a couple of these pepper plants while I'm at it. Just because why not? I feel like there's basically no harm in having them here. Like, it uses a bit of phosphorite, but I should be positive on phosphorite anyways. And they hopefully can reach that. I hope they can. So let's see, this pump is still operating. I've got to cool this room somehow. We're getting to the point where I might need a cooling solution for this base. But I always have access to, like, temp shift plates to just, like, quickly apply some, like, cheap cooling to the room. Like, I can just put ice in here and let it melt, and then pump the ice out, or pump the water out. I could also put like a bunch of steel or something in this water to cool it, and then it would make less of a mess. And then put the steel plates in here to cool this room. I'm just not sure how efficient that is. That seems very inefficient. So maybe just an aqua tuner would be the way to go for this. And honestly, I should have put this tepidizer over here. It's not too late to move it, so I could still do that. And then I could put an aqua tuner in here until the room has been cooled down to an acceptable level. But I know that this whole room can be the same temperature. These guys should be fully compatible. Because these guys need 10 to 60. These guys need 20 to 50. We want to keep it at 30 in here, or like 32 or something, like right in the middle. It's going to be fairly precise, but it should stay stable once I have it set up. And then the mealwood needs... I'm done. Mealwood needs... What does it need? Okay, it's got to be a little bit lower. Wait a minute. No, there is no overlap. Oh, God. Ah. Okay, hold on a second. There is no overlap. These are a max of 30. So we're going to want to keep this room cooler, which means the whole plan I had of having these two rooms, like, connected like this is not very good all of a sudden. Because I cannot grow the mealwood at the same time as this plant. Somebody's going to be upset. Alright, how do we deal with this? Let me think about this. I probably want to just make it separate. I could rip all this out and move it. Now that they got around to building all the damn conveyor rails, I just realized this is not a good idea to do it like this at all. It's like, why would I figure it out before that? I'm trying to think if there's any clever solution to this problem that I'm missing here, but I don't think there is. I wish I had figured this out earlier. This is the one stat I didn't pay attention to, was the, like, comfort temperature. We need to keep it 20 degrees in this room. for the plants and the Dreckos. That's probably the best way to do this. This room cannot be any colder than that. I mean, at this point, I might as well just set it to like 35 and just leave it like that. There's no point in making it hotter than it needs to be. Yeah, because these guys are 10 to 60, and these guys, yeah, 20, 25, something in that ballpark is what we want to keep the temperature at. So I should probably build it up here instead. I think that's what I ought to do here. And just not reuse the atmosuit docks, because really there's a bit of overhead to using the atmosuit like setup here. This room here, we're going to have to rip out all the buildings in here. Now that, of course, they built the whole thing. Oh my goodness, I should have been paying more attention when I set this up. Alright, well, let's get started. We know exactly what we're building, so it should be a lot faster than last time. So, we're going to build these. Set up the gas pipes. I can just hook that one up directly. Alright, so we have that. The door. Insulated tiles. Unfortunately, I don't have full insulation here, but we're going to have... We'll have to figure out if I need an aqua tuner or if I need another one of these tepidizers. It's probably going to need to be an aqua tuner at some point, or like a coolant loop or something. I've been putting this off for as long as possible. Pay attention in current year? Yeah, it couldn't be me. And this one's entirely a skill issue that led to this anomaly here that we're having, but I figured it out eventually. I'm going to want to disable this building. Delivery suits. I think I could make a couple more Atmos suits right now. I should have a surplus of reed fibers. We're still running very low on copper. We can mine a little bit of that without disrupting the room. We've got plenty of copper down here. I might as well just have them dig all this out. Just because, like, there's really no reason not to at this point. Something like that. And then for ladders, I'm just kind of eyeball it. Yeah, something like that. That should be plenty of ladders for them to get to all that. Also, hello. Let's see here. So we're not going to need this floor. There's nothing behind that, so let's get rid of all that. One of them's going to get themselves stuck here. That should be okay. And I feel like we're definitely not going to need an aqua tuner for this, or not. We're not going to need a tepidizer for this room. We're going to need an aqua tuner if I have to cool it down, or some kind of coolant loop from up here. We're at the point where I think I could start building aqua tuners, so let's look at our research real quick. Yeah, we do have it. We don't have to do a ton of this, so I don't have to worry about the heat byproducts. As long as I run it for a little while in like a pool of cold water, it'll work fine. Because we don't have access to like steam generation, because I think you need plastic for that. Alright, while we're in this menu, because I cannot stay focused on one thing for more than a few seconds, where is the other research? I don't even know what it's called, so I don't know what to search for right now, so I'm just going to look for it the hard way. Where's the orange research? Crash plan. Okay, we did research it. So in theory, as long as I make the virtual planetarium, I could use the random data banks that I have, like, just laying around in the ground, and that might be enough for, like, one thing. So what do I want? What would be the most useful thing I could do right now with the orange research? I'm just going to skim through this and have a look at our options. I'll just start from the bottom. I definitely don't need any of this crap. Automation. What the heck is this? Automation broadcaster. Oh, okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Why does Factorio not have this? This is like the one thing that this game has that Factorio doesn't. Maybe someday they'll add that in. I mean, they have it for the radars, but not between the planets. Alright, beach chair. As lovely as that is, we do not need that. Advanced caffeination. That might be a good idea. I don't know, let's see if there's anything better. Meteor blasters. Good, you don't have to build millions of bunker tiles anymore, I'm assuming, is what this is. That's good. Maybe that's what the explosives profession is for. Because I've been wondering what that does this whole time. Research reactor. Okay, I don't think we need any of that right now. We are not in a dire need for that. We're not using rad bulls for much of anything. Diamond press. Don't need diamonds right now. Storage tiles would be nice, but realistically, I don't think these are that urgent. When's the Factorio stream? I don't know. I don't really have anything I want to stream in that game. That's a game I like to play at my own pace, and I just don't have any ideas for how I would make it fun for myself to stream that game at the moment. We don't need any of this stuff, really. I don't know what milk water station is. I mean, I don't think we even need this for anything except those, like, wall tiles. I mean, we could just research something else. Do I have the... what is it called? Caffeination? Can I zoom out more? There we go. Wait, is this in the... why is that... why is CAF, like, returning this in a search? Whatever. Okay, I assume this is what you're talking about here. You know what? Sure, why not? It's not even relevant to what we're trying to do right now. But let's do it. Let's just research that. Whatever. Alright, back to laying all of this crap out. Let's see, we're gonna have a globule liquid here. Since we're not gonna have a bunch of pepper plants on the ceiling, I don't have to worry about that. So I can just put, like, the shearing station right here. You were joking? I'm gonna do it, though, because I have the pepper plants now, so, like, why not? You've inadvertently, like, had a good enough idea that I decided that's what I wanted to make, or what I wanted to research. Hopefully this wasn't a bad spot to build this. I guess we'll find out, won't we? We do want to insulate the whole thing. And I could always, like, move this pump to the left side if it's in the way. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Let's see. So this is eventually going to finish its business. Shouldn't take too much longer for this to finish. We are going to need to move these. I think these are all, like, gross off-gassing products. Yeah, these two have, like, slime and polluted dirt. This one had oxalate in it. I don't know what they did with it. Let's just put, like, 4 of these somewhere else. I'm gonna put them, like, kind of down low where they're not gonna be in the way. Yeah, whatever. They'll be in the way over here for sure. But we'll move them over there, and then I'll move all the materials in them afterward. Don't need that anymore. Food has decayed. I didn't know those could even decay. What do they turn into? They turn into a rotten pinch of pepper nut. Okay, hold on. I need to set that in the filters for this conveyor loader to make sure they actually remove that from the room. Is there... or wait, does that just mean these weren't spoiled yet? Is this just a variation of the rot pile? Like, is that gonna get picked up by those grabbers? Why does it specifically say it's rotten pinch of pepper nut, but then there's no filter for it? Or am I just, like, literally incapable of actually setting a filter on this because the devs never, like, fixed this? Okay, I'll just take your word for it that it's rot pile. I hope it is. Alright, so they'll remove rot piles from the room as well. Okay, this finally finished, so we can set a few things in here. Including rot pile, meal lace, phosphorite, eggshell. That might be it. No, not that. Not that. We also need plastic. And reed fiber. And mealwood seeds. Okay, I think that's everything. You could just add stuff if I missed anything. There might be a thing where reloading resets the name to rot pile. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. And the reason I'm doing it down here is because I'm going to copy these filters when I build the new ones up here. So we're just going to kind of pretend the pump isn't here for the duration of this build. Why have you guys still not set this? Unreachable build. I don't want to set the priority on the dock, because then I'll forget about it and I'll be annoyed later if the priority is weird. That's a very petty complaint. And we don't need this here, so let's move this thing up. It doesn't really matter where it goes. I'll just stick it there. Not enough materials. Oh my god, we're out of copper again. Maybe I should start using a different material for this. I mean, we can make like 30 of them. Right, anyways, let's see here. So I need to get rid of this, and then I need to start like working out the floor plan. I mean, I might as well just use like hydroponics at this point. Or not hydroponics, but regular farm tiles. I don't know, this is definitely not optimized for space, and I probably shouldn't obsess over that because it's just gonna make me sad how inefficient it is. So we're gonna put our mulewood on the floor like this. That gives me like this tile right here to do whatever I want. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if that's a good idea or not. Again, it doesn't matter that much. I don't have to min-max the hell out of this. It'll be fine. We're gonna have a couple more there, and then what is the size of the room going to work out to? We are going to be able to like sort of fill in some dead space on the ceiling. Like this room really doesn't need to be this tall. So I could bump this down a little bit and give myself a bit more room to play with. Like the room does not need to be this tall at all. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to tentatively build it out to be as wide as the room down here, and I will just reduce the height of the ceiling and put something else there. Maybe, heaven forbid, the base doesn't have to be a giant square to still work properly. Which is definitely like a sinful way to play this game, but you know what, I'm going to have to make it, I'm going to make it work. Dude, I'm trying to remember how I had this laid out. I think it was these two. This one was... What did I have in these? Wait, was it 3 of the same one? I thought... Oh, the bleach stone is down here, right? Okay, I remember now. The bleach stone is somewhere else. Alright, so these 3 are going to be that material. You over there. Okay, we don't need these anymore. And we'll see if the shearing station becomes a problem here. I'll just cut down on the height of the room after I'm done with everything else. And we're just kind of waiting on them at this point to get this done. I'm surprised it actually lets me copy the settings across there. You guys dig this out now. I have more planning to do. Alright, so next order of business, auto sweepers. Let's say I forget, do the glossy Dreckos output phosphorus as well? Oh yeah, they do. Okay, this room wasn't even going to work. It was one tile too wide for a single sweeper. Alright, so we could have one like right here. Something like that. They're eventually going to make the copper, and we're going to get a bunch of copper back from this room here. I'm going to tear this room down once I know the layout for this one. I don't think anybody's going to get stuck up there if I build that. They can reach all of this from the floor now. They'll temporarily get themselves stuck, but they should just dig themselves out if they have nothing else to do. Now, we'll eventually set these up to be insulated, but I think I'm going to actually put the insulated tiles here, potentially even lower. And eventually we're going to have a wall like this. Just get rid of all this. We don't want that. And I'll have to move these guys. I don't even know how this thing got in here. I didn't even see it come in. We don't have to worry about pumping that room out anymore. I could just give them access to the room from here once the water is out of the way. And then I don't even have to worry about like the Atmos suit dock for the moment. I can finish this room so that I at least get started. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm dying. So that I at least get started on these guys, like the whole breeding, like shearing process, because we were only shearing them for like a couple days before I ruined everything and it doesn't work anymore because half the hydrogen is gone. And I could also pump the room back out. And eventually we'll figure out what to put over here. I'll just leave it empty. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the plan to just like put this station here, I think. Just sitting on like a platform or something. Like it should be fairly central. It's easy for them to get to it. They can go down to the mealwood when they're hungry. We only need like one tile of carbon dioxide, I think, for them to stay happy. The mealwood plants, that is. I think as long as one of the two tiles is the correct gas, they'll be completely fine. I hope, because otherwise that's not really part of the plan. Alright, so let's do that. Why is this taking so long? Is it congested? It's congested, that's why this is taking so long. It's fighting with the bathroom. Do I want to speed up this process at all? Like, I mean, putting 2 pumps isn't going to do a damn bit of good. I know which type of water it is. Maybe I should just bypass and go straight to this. I don't really have a pipe set up to do that. And I could set up a pipe to do that fairly easily. I mean, that's not really going to help, though, because it's going to go right back into this anyways. I don't have a way to speed this up, really, because this is the bottleneck down here anyways. I only set up one of these liquid vents, because I didn't really anticipate having this problem. But this is a problem that I think will go away over time once I just have fewer of these liquids coming in. What have we got going on over here? Alright, the bypass filter. Oh, I see what's... That's what it is. Okay, that's why it's coming in like this. It's not the bathroom doing that. It's the filter all the way up there that's doing that. I could cut that off temporarily. Yeah, let's just go ahead and cut that off for a moment, just to make this run a little bit faster. Because I'm kind of waiting for this to empty out before I can close off the side area over here. Alright, anyways, back to this. We'll eventually fight with, like, putting a bottle here. I know that I could put another, like, one of these farm tiles here, but that upsets me. It also upsets me to do it like this instead, but I want to have as much mealwood as possible down here until I figure out whether or not this is the right thing to do. So I'm just going to put a couple of those there. This pump will eventually be replaced by farm tiles. And also, I could replace it now, but it's going to take them longer to rebuild it, I think. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Alright, what else can we do here while we wait? We can set up the conveyor receptacles. Alright, so that's going to be able to reach all of those tiles. I could put one over here, potentially. And they don't need access to this open space over here. I could even put it like this. Then I don't have access to this one right here. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to make it this wide if I'm going to use one auto sweeper, but auto sweepers aren't really that expensive. I don't know why I'm making this so complicated for myself. I can just put 2 auto sweepers. It doesn't matter. Yeah, just put 2. Whatever. It don't matter. None of this matters. As long as they both have access to one of those unloader things. Move this one over one more tile just for the hell of it. This is what I get for making it up as I go. So we need to put the conveyor loader. Now this does matter actually, because I want them all to have one conveyor loader. I mean, who cares? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I gotta live with this. It doesn't matter. We'll put one conveyor loader right here, and we'll stick a second one right there, and then they'll just both converge on the same thing. Like, it's a one-time cost to build these, unless you count the amount of metal it takes, which, to be fair, is kind of a problem that we're having right now. Speaking of metal, how's this going? Okay, they're still working on it. How much copper do we have access to now? They're not doing this at all for some reason. Who has this as a task? Whatever. I don't know if I want to prioritize this. Like, this is operating, right? What job is this? Operating or supplying? Okay, who do we have prioritizing that? We have a couple of you. You could prioritize that a little bit. You're not building. You're the chef. You can also operate if you're not doing chef and farming related stuff. You can too. As long as these are lower priorities, I feel like they'll eventually get done. You don't have any priorities. You're a pilot, so you know when you're not piloting, you might as well just do that. I don't know. I don't think changing this even has any effect on anything, because if I tell them to go into the rocket, they'll just do it anyways. Maybe I do need more duplicates. It might be time to get another one. I'm getting kind of... I'm hitting a labor bottleneck on how long this is taking them to get anything done. But then again, I mean, once we're done building, we're going to end up like this place, where they're just running on the hamster wheels for fun. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not playing optimally, I'll tell you that much. So anyways, this conveyor loader was going to be the drop-off. Hold on, my brain's not working. Maybe we actually do it like this. Because I just realized I need room to have... Get these out of here. I want symmetry, Chad. It's important that this is symmetrical. So we have two of them there. I want to make a conveyor receptacle that they can both reach, and I think they have to have access to that tile. And I think even if I have tiles like that, this one should be able to reach both of these. There are probably better ways to do this. Whatever. And then we want to set this up. And I'm going to do it low just so they have access to it for building. Like that. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to set this one to also be dirt. And we don't really need this anymore. I don't think I ever configured it, so I'm going to start getting rid of these now because we know that we don't need these. Deconstruct that. I need to power this. I know I could just use the heavy watt wires, but that one's a little bit closer. Alright guys, I really need you to make the damn copper. Just P6 it, see if anybody builds it. Okay, good. Yeah, that was all it took. It took P6 to get somebody to do that. Alright, very good. Is this inaccessible? Why is this inaccessible? Or wait, are you... Never mind, okay, it's not inaccessible. It just didn't show who was working on it for some reason. I really gotta solve the disease problem. Alright, let's think about this. Is there anyone useful here? Should we get another duplicate? Well, this batch isn't exactly, like, anything to write home about. I may take a good duplicate if I see one show up, because we're having problems with, like, getting another mech engineer. I don't really need any of these things, though, so I don't think this is the one. We can wait. It's not urgent. I feel like once this is all done being built, we're going to go right back to just having idlers, so this is not a terribly urgent situation. These are never going to grow, so I might as well just get rid of them now. Get rid of the pump as well. We don't need any of this stuff. I already kind of have a good idea of what I'm doing here. So I'll start getting rid of buildings that free up raw materials. Alright, the conveyor loader. Okay, this is the one that we want to copy the settings from. Never mind, I can't do it because I haven't built these yet. Please hurry. Okay, I can't build that because of the ladders. I need to get them to finish this, like, now. I mean, actually, I could just do something like this. Let's get rid of these ladders. Let's go over the top. We're going to be lowering the ceiling at some point anyway, so I don't even know if this tile is actually going to be relevant. This is what I get for not, like, designing this in creative mode. Did I not build the... No, I probably ran out. No, they just haven't delivered it. Man, they are so overloaded. Yeah, these guys, I think, are on break. How much overheated? What? Wait a minute, that's not supposed to happen. What is the overheat temperature on this thing? I wasn't prepared for this to happen. Okay, hold on. 75. Do I have any gold here? I don't want to deal with this. Can I change the material? Is that a thing? You know, let's just put this problem off until later. I'm gonna have to get rid of some of these meal woods. I'm gonna get rid of a few of these now. I think... Right, that's the one. I'm gonna get rid of a few of these now because I don't think I need these anymore. Especially we're gonna have a few laying around down here doing nothing useful. Well, not down here, in this room here. Speaking of over here, how's this going? Okay, it's at like 300 kilograms. Yeah, it's gonna be a fairly long time before this is empty, but they're taking a fairly long time to build all of this. Get rid of this one. I do want to designate the last meal wood when I can. Alright, meanwhile, what else can we get rid of in this room? We're gonna have to move the Dreckos out of the room at some point. So let me set a bunch of relocate orders. I'm thinking if I can put them in here now. I can move the eggs now if I have any eggs in here. I don't appear to have any eggs in here. Okay, well let's... whatever, let's leave them in here then. High stress. Yeah, that's the guy that I assigned to do the extra mech building. I kind of felt like this was going to happen. So, you know, this might be a good opportunity to build the lounge room. So let's see, how did I design this on the other planet? I think I just put a massage table. Whatever this room is called. What is this room called? This one, the massage clinic. Yeah, let's just build a massage clinic. Alright, as usual, I have no idea where the building is, so... A message table, yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Alright, massage table. Does it have a decor value? I don't think it has a decor bonus. Whatever, I'll build out of granite anyways, just on principle. And you know what better place to do it than right next to the beautiful plant? This seems like a good massage room, if you ask me. So we'll build that. I'll use double doors for this one. Yeah, something like that. I'm just kind of making it up as I go. Give them a lovely carpet. And give them a bit of decor. I don't know if having this in the room counts as decor. Yeah, they need one decor item. I don't know if the plant did it. Yeah, if only the lights sped up massaging. Let's see what else I want to do. You know, we can make the whole thing carpeted. Even underneath this pile of copper that's just sitting here. And let's see. Make a statue or something. I think they face right by default. I could make the metal one. Use that gold for something that we've been neglecting this whole time. I mean, I don't have to do this at all. I know this is not essential. I could put literally any decor item in here, but let's put some gold in here. Let's make it look pretty. And then I want them to build this now before we have a temper tantrum. And hopefully that'll work in time. Who of you have high stress? Okay, hold on. What are you upset about? Afraid of dark. Oh, did the shine bug die? Is that what's been going on? Is that why you've been randomly having, like, crybaby tantrums? It's because the shine bug dies. Wait, did it not lay its egg? I thought they usually drop an egg before they die. What happened to the shine bug? I could have sworn those are, like, self-sustaining. Like, they never, like, die off as long as you just, like, leave one in the room. Was it, like, cramped or something? Is that what happened? Yeah, I probably cramped it by putting too many animals in the room. Alright, fine. Give you a nightlight. Big baby. Alright, well, you're gonna have to have a rough night here because I don't think I can get them to build that fast enough. They're taking so long to build just goddamn anything. Nobody's deconstructing this. 2 people have high stress. How bad is the stress situation? Is there like a thing I can look at? Here we are. Alright, how's this going? Nice. Oh, never mind. It's not like, it's not urgent yet, but it's becoming a problem. Yeah, both of you, I don't even know what happened to you. I didn't assign you to do anything special, and you're still getting upset. You have your very own bedroom as well. You know what we could look into? We could look into making the gas grill. Is there anything useful that I can make it with that now? Just to give them higher quality food while we wait? Okay, this thing here. Whatever, just build it out of whatever material. How much power does this use? Okay, this already has a potential load problem. I think it might be time to start shifting these things around. How big does the break room have to be? Okay, it could be absolutely tiny. So I'm going to move the flower pot over. You know what? I need to block them off from this room because there are so many other things I need to do right now that I just need them to finish before I have them go back in and start working on this. So I'm going to block all of this off for now, so they stop going in here until we stabilize the colony. Let's do this before we run into a problem. So I want to shift this over so that I can put a better power transformer in this area so that I can run the kitchen off of the better types of wires. Because we're slowly starting to run into issues with this. I'm going to just have to start using gold. I think the problem partially is that they are not making this fast enough. You know, well, it's an incremental process, but let's keep going. So, copper, copper, copper. My god, I put so many. Oh, good. I actually thought I had this chat right. This right here is the reason why I built that. It was so that I wouldn't have to crack that open when I inevitably ran into this task of replacing all of this with a better wire. Now, I know that I could just make a second transformer, but I'm stubborn and I don't like how that looks, and I want to, like, make it pretty, so we're not going to be doing that. We'll figure out how to prioritize, like, which of these things they build at some point here, if it comes to that. Like, ideally, once I get the labor problem taken care of, I should have a reasonable surplus of materials, and this problem should kind of go away. But for now, I'm just, like, waiting. Wait, hold on, what did I just tell them to delete? Oh, there's a pipe behind that. I have to be careful about that. But for now, we're just going to leave it like this, and I'll try to work something out. Maybe I can get them to build this faster. I mean, somebody's always working on this. The problem is they all got slime lung. Maybe we need to figure out the slime lung situation as well. We got the balm lilies. How do I cure slime lung? Because I'm pretty sure that is causing, like, labor problems. How do I fix this? Cool. There's a... The database is once again being useless. Slime lung. Is that the thing that uses the balm lilies? I don't care how it's disinfected. How do I cure it? Good luck, noob shit. I don't know if I should be, like, flattered or upset that you hold me in such high esteem. But you have a good night, buddy. Stay safe out there. Alright, let's... How do I cure slime lung? Why is this game like this? Let's see. We do have this room here, I think. Buy idiot ass. Good counter, thank you. You got my back. I hate this stuff. Okay, so that's the hospital. Is the hospital also the place where you make, like, the medicines? Or is there, like, a difference between those two rooms? I wish I could tell. I guess we could try to find out. Medicine. Alright, let's see here. We need the apothecary. Do they even need an apothecary to build this thing? I thought it used to be like that. Or do they even need the hospital to build this thing? I don't remember if they still changed that or not. Well, it doesn't say anything, so let's just put it over here and see what happens. I could have sworn that at some point in time that was a thing that you had to do. Does this thing require power? Probably does. No, apparently it doesn't. Wait, why does it make heat then? I don't even know anymore. I'm just gonna let them build this and I'll figure out what it does after that. Let's see, no reed fiber, but other than that, this has been built, so we're just kind of waiting for copper to get freed up. I'm going to open this up so they can get the copper out of these buildings over here. Because we need them to be able to get these. I need to copy the settings over. Never mind, they haven't built that. So I have to leave that one alone. This one doesn't have any settings, so we can deconstruct it. This one they already reclaimed. They pump their lifeblood into the apothecary, and that makes heat. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Is this thing dormant right now? How long? Next activity. Okay, kind of soon. I was wondering if I should cut this off so they just don't have to build those wires. But right now, I'm just gonna let them do their thing. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the shine bug in here. Okay, guys, at least build this, please. Your poor crybaby is gonna be sad. Like, look at this. You got all these cuddly animals. Like, surely you can't be scared of the dark with these things around to protect you. And yet here you are, looking sad. I mean, at least you're the one building your own light. Okay, never mind. You didn't feel like building that last piece of wire. Like, this is as much your fault as it is mine that this happened. I think eventually somebody will make this. Actually, literally nobody here is an artist. Is there anybody... I mean, I have an artist in the other colony. Honestly, maybe I should send them back over. Let's see, who do we have here? Who's our... I'm looking at vitals, priorities. What's it called? Decorating. Alright. It's Jean, who is... Let's see, what else are you? Why do you have a rancher hat? Do you do anything else important for this base that somebody else couldn't do? That might be our rancher is the thing. I don't know if I could send Jean back over. I didn't prioritize anybody for ranching. No, you have a husbandry skill. Why does Jean have this hat? Why do they have the wrong hats? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna send Jean back over. Just because we need more labor over here anyways, and you are literally just sitting here doing nothing. But first, let's set this. So what are you good for? Yeah, you have ranching, but you could be a decorator. Yeah, that's what you are. You're a resident artist. And I think... Isn't there supposed to be another hat? Or what order are these in? Okay, I don't know why the hats are out of order. There you go. There's your new hat. You're looking great. You're just not gonna do anything? Aren't you supposed to get a task to, like, set your hat or something? Or did I just do something completely wrong here? I don't know. Whatever. Eventually you'll figure it out. I'm gonna send you into the teleporter, and we're gonna have you go back home. Which end is this? Receiver. Okay, it's this one here. Alright, Jean. Hopefully I don't regret doing this. But we really need more labor back at the home base, and you're not doing anything particularly useful right now. Come on. Give me some pants. I mean, okay, these look kind of stupid. I'll take it. I'll take some pink, like, tube socks. Where's Jean? I need to keep an eye on this because I have to manually send him over. I confirmed this, right? What? Chad, hold on, I gotta look at the stream. What was that? I'm trying to catch it when it happens. Suffocate. Okay, it was suffocating for like a nanosecond, and then it went away for some reason. What are you doing on the door? Stop that. I don't know who was suffocating. I'm guessing that it was somebody down here. Our oxygen is fine. Bad game. It could have been somebody in this area is all that I could think. I think that's who it was. Why are you down here? I guess honestly, there's just no air down here. Okay, let's. I'm never gonna actually finish anything, am I? Let's go ahead and add a extra vent. Yeah, really good. Let's add an extra vent down here. Like, just to get more, like, oxygen density down in this area. And I'll probably want to move this gas pump down a little bit further, but let's just get some oxygen into this area, because I think they're having problems accessing this. Alright, so anyways, let's see, what were we doing? Let's catch up on that. Alright, so here... Are you gonna use the thing? Okay, hold on. I don't know what this guy's doing. Go there! Did it just not work the first time for no apparent reason? Like, he just didn't get the task for some reason to use the teleporter. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. You're going back over there. You still haven't set your hat either. I have no idea what is wrong with this, like, duplicant, but hopefully he'll eventually get his shit together. Awesome. Good job, buddy. Alright, you just sleep that off. You've had a long day. Back to this. So let's see here. They still don't have access to that. They can get in here to grab materials, but they refuse to go in because I didn't allow them to. That one's kind of my fault. I'm going to go ahead and open this up again for now, because I need them to be able to go in there and grab raw materials for all these wires. What else have we got going on in here? Okay, they're actually making the copper like they're supposed to. We'll eventually need to get the gases over here. Well, the one gas. This is eventually going to need to be dirt, so let's see. How do I want to do this? Alright, I don't have a way to control the storage capacity on this. Is dirt organic? No, apparently not. All these others are organic. What am I doing? Just search for it. Alright, so that's going to be dirt. They'll eventually fill that thing up. And it'll eventually go into this receptacle. And we do want to allow manual use. It should be a fairly quick task. Someone will just top it off in a moment here. It's not going to take nearly as long as all the building. This actually finished while I was busy doing all this other crap. So we can get rid of this now. And let me just cut this off so the pipe starts emptying. I didn't cut anything off, did I? There we go. Alright, so that's finished. I can finally tidy that up. We'll put the little glob of water here when we're actually ready to set up the liquid lock, because I don't need them running through more liquids than they have been already. They finally built the conveyor loader. Okay, so we can copy the settings over. It's got like meal lice. That's all I wanted to do here, so we can delete that now. And we can delete all of this, actually. And I'm just removing everything in this room that doesn't need to be here, and this room's just going to kind of just sit here empty until I find a use for it. And then I will block off this door at some point as well. And it's just going to be an empty box with nothing in it. And I'll build like a ladder or something to get to it from the bottom if I need to. Yeah, outside of stable. I think the room is... Why is this outside of... Oh, it's too big because of the gas pump. So that'll be fixed eventually, but it's too big to be a stable right now. They can't reach that wire, can they? Okay, here you go, guys. Make a ladder. Alright, let's go ahead, and I want them to mop all of this now. Not on floor. It isn't on the floor. Don't even know anymore. I guess I can't get in here right now, but whatever, it's fine. Let's see, what else do I need them to be doing? Did you're not like, you didn't like die down. Okay, yeah, Gene caught up. So he's presumably gonna go, yep, and make a, that's a masterpiece apparently. Could have fooled me, but sure. Alright, here's our anti-stress room, except I need you guys to build these like now. So let's see here. At 50%. Is anyone actually going to try to use this, or is the power... The problem might be that it had no power, so... Yeah, we do have enough materials to do this. We have, I think, or maybe this is just the game being dumb and not telling me that I don't have the materials. Now somebody's building it. Okay, so they should have the stress problem sorted out fairly soon here. Is anybody about to throw a temper tantrum? Yeah, we're getting there, but they're not quite critical yet, but we're having a problem. Hopefully I can stave this off, but in the background here, the other thing we need to be working on, I think, is the gas range. So what I need to do is I should prioritize having this gas go into this thing. So let's think about how I can do that. I could chain them. Like, I could daisy chain them and make sure that... Well, maybe I could have them only... what I'm trying to avoid happening is having, like, a single pipe load of natural gas going into this thing. And then having that pipe load run out while the thing is inactive or dormant. Okay, tentatively, it's going to look something like this, so that's what we're going to start off with. We just do that. I'm so glad that you can just sever these things. And do that. And I want to make sure that there's like always a full thing here. To make sure that this always has like gas, because I think that's more important than these. Because we have other alternate power sources. We have no alternate way to power these things. So what I think I should do is daisy chain these tanks. Well, actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on. No, we should split the tanks. I should fork it. Have it prioritize this one, the first one here. This one is only allowed to fill the range, and then the second one, which is the overflow tank, is only allowed to go to these things. And this isn't that hot. I should probably use insulated tiles for this, but I'm just gonna build normal. It's easy to replace it later. They should add double long bridges and all the others. Definitely double long bridges. I could see the other ones being a little overkill, taking away some of the design challenge, but this design pattern right here is not particularly interesting. I would like at least a double long bridge. It would allow you to make better intersections for pipes like this. Allow more pipe spaghetti. And I mean, pipe spaghetti is basically its own punishment anyways. How do I want to do this? Yeah, so it'll prioritize going into this one, and then that one. And then the gas from the first one is only allowed to go up, is what we're going to do here. So this one has to go over the top. And then that gas is going to go up like this. And I think this achieves what I was trying to do here, which is the gas will prioritize going over here. And we'll have like a full backup tank when the geyser goes dormant, which is probably enough to hold it over until the geyser activates again. And then we'll always have gas here. I hope. Boy, I hope I know what I'm talking about. Alright, so we need to prioritize this as well. And meanwhile, what can we make? I mean, okay, we have access to this. We should have plenty of pepper nuts for all of these nonsense meals I need to make. What else is there? We don't have any fried mushroom. We don't have a seafood setup. We don't really have very much sleet wheat. Like, we get it occasionally from up top, but it's probably not worth worrying about. I mean, I could set it just in case we opportunistically get some for it. But I think stuffed berry is probably going to be the most bang for our buck. This isn't new. I don't remember this being in the game. We don't have tofu. Well, we might have a tofu lurking in the chat, but we don't have this version. I don't even know what tonic root is. Mushroom, I don't know how to pronounce that. It looks like French. Don't have the mushrooms. Frost burger, we don't have a lot of frost buns. And mixed berry pie, we don't have grub fruit. Okay, so I think this is going to be our best bet, is the stuffed berry. So what I think I need to do here is make sure they don't eat gristleberry anymore. Nobody's harvesting this. Nobody should be harvesting this. It may just be a lack of labor. I mean, whatever. I think this is a little inefficient, but they will eventually drop the item, and then somebody will pick it up off the floor. Yeah, +4 good, not bad. Yeah. Or +4 food. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here, since we're having a lot of problems. Okay, are you also upset? What are you doing? You're not stressed out at all. What is that reaction? Or do you not like the sculpture? I have no idea, like, why you're doing this right now. This is fine. You're happy. It's a beautiful sculpture. Very artistic. Alright, so let's see. Well, somebody should be getting assigned to this, right? This room is... Hold on, let me make sure this room actually registered. It should have. That's not the room. Yeah, we have a massage clinic. Somebody should be going over here to do this. They do that animation when there's another stressed dupe. Is that a... There was nobody anywhere nearby that was stressed. That looks like a bug. Are they supposed to do that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, just anywhere in the base, they're like, wow, I remembered that somebody is stressed out, so I'm going to do this animation. That doesn't make any sense, but alright, I'll take your word for it. As is often the case with these things. Or whatever. We got them to finally build that. Awaiting fuel. So how's this project going? Yeah, we used it all up. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to actually get the food quality for a while because I don't have access to basically any natural gas. There's like a smidge of it in here, but that's not going to last like any reasonable amount of time, so it's not worth the hassle. And I don't believe I have any other sources of it right now. And we're not going to make like a boiler for the oil or anything. We're not even going to get that much from it if I try to do that. And we're not set up to do that right now. Where's your +4 food? Quit whining. It'll happen in 17.7 cycles. That's kind of a long time. I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, I could figure out exactly how long that takes, but we're going to have to figure out something else in the meantime. If I set up a sleetweed farm, I could probably get some, like, at least passable food. Because what are they making right now? They're making frost buns, which is +2. It's decent. What else have you guys been eating this whole time? Bristleberries, which I don't think I ever... I didn't turn these off, right? They can still eat these? Not bristleberry. Yeah, okay, they can still eat these. So the bristleberries are poor. What do they have access to that doesn't suck? Frost bun and then barbecue, which we just kind of get barbecue whenever the opportunity arises. I mean, frost bun would be a reasonable thing to work towards, because there's nothing preventing us from doing that right now. It's this +2 garbage trying to poison you. Look, you have the nicest goddamn room in this entire base, and yet you do nothing but complain. Be grateful for the things that you have, and don't worry about the fact that your ceiling is made of dirt. This is very structurally sound. Our finest engineers looked into this, and it poses no hazard. Your pet only eats +4. Your pet doesn't eat anything. It's been looking for food for its entire life because I haven't given it any. And it still doesn't starve to death. Why can't you be like that pet? It doesn't complain when it doesn't have food. Like, maybe you should use that pet as a role model. God, you big baby. We don't need that there anymore. This guy is just scared of the dark and just complains about everything. It's ridiculous. Eat the pet? I mean, if you don't want to have your cuddle buddy anymore, yeah, sure, you eat the pet. I mean, it's yours. You do what you want. I'm not going to see it, probably. If it just disappears... I mean, did you eat the shine bug? Is that what happened to the shine bug? Because I don't know what happened to the shine bug in that room. Make you eat the pet. That's not a thing. There's probably like a... There's probably a mod that allows you to just, like, cannibalize live pets. But... I would have to kill it first, which I'm not going to do because it's adorable and I don't want to kill it. So you know what, if you can like control the sentience of your duplicate and get them to eat the pet, then you be my guest. I'm not going to be the one that makes that happen. Yeah, this is Valve's fault. Let's see. Oh, I moved this door, that's why it's not open. Alright, so keep that open. Those are all shut properly. There we fucking go, finally! Good lord, I've been waiting for an eternity for somebody to use this thing. There's the butchering mod. Yeah, of course. Of course there is. You feel better now? Do you still want to eat your pet? Do you still need better than +2 food? Look at that thing. Look at this massage table. It's amazing. It's so comfy as it hits the like ground behind you because it's not drawing over the top of your character model. You're only complaining because you're stressed. Okay, well, you have to stop complaining now because your stress is going down. Who else have we got left? Oh boy, how close are you? Oh boy. Alright, I gotta make sure that this guy, like, uses that next. Oh my god. Look, just because you're, like, in agony doesn't mean you have to move in slow motion. Alright, so everybody here has goddamn slime lung. How do I cure this? Colony lacks medicine compounding. Yeah, I've been putting that off for a while. Oh my god, who did it? It's you. Okay, you're gonna live? Yeah, you're gonna live. Okay, I don't know what these idiots are doing. I'm wondering if I should put this guy on like a luxury schedule until he stops crying, because somebody's hogging the massage table right now. Yeah, his stress is gonna go up super fast. Or I lock him in a box like I'm playing Dwarf Fortress and just let him go insane. Yeah, you're not living your best life right now, are you? So he's got yucky lungs. I think I need to put this guy on a luxury schedule. Let's just have this available, just in case we need this. Let's see here. New schedule. I'm just going to give them the normal, like, daytime schedule, so let's just give them literally nothing but downtime. This is just the stop whining schedule. You know, because I'm feeling really generous, we'll let them sleep in as well. There you go. Alright, so there's the crybaby schedule, and we need to put Soap King on that. There you go. And you literally just don't have to do anything. Alright, you buddy, you can just hang out in the break room until you feel better, okay? What is this icon? I have no idea what this icon on the left is. I know it's a schedule, it's the only thing I could put in here. Whatever, it might be too late. I don't know if he's gonna freak out anyways, but at the very least, you get to hang out in the break room. Let me make sure he's actually doing that. Yeah, you're using the bathroom, I think. What is your stress reaction? Do I need to be worried right now? Why wouldn't it just tell you that, where the stress meter is? Binge eater. Okay, I mean, that's not the worst thing ever. Do we have any good duplicates? I could still use more labor. Fertilizer. And then what have we got here? I mean, nobody here is striking me as exceptionally useful. I mean, there's doctoring, but it's kind of mixed in with a bunch of other stuff. Though doctoring, I think, is a fairly low-demand skill. I mean, maybe we get Joshua here. Hold on a second. Let me look at these skills and see if we can teach anyone doctoring right now. Otherwise, we might have our doctor. So, let's see here. Do I have anybody who's even good at doctoring? They only need this one right here for now, the first one. I don't think anybody likes that skill. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just make a compulsive decision. It's not like anything bad ever happens when you get too many duplicates. Ugly Crier. That one's not really an issue. I think that just makes everybody else around them upset. It converts radiant. I didn't even clue in on that. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Alright, Joshua, welcome to the team. Alright, folks, so I have a redeem for this. So I'm going to unlock it. You can name this duplicate if you do the redeem. I'm going to unlock it in a moment here once I figure out which window these are in. You name whatever you want within TOS, obviously. It's going to be enabled in a few seconds. There's stream delay. Who knows when that's going to be. There you go. Name a duplicate. Knock yourselves out. And then you also can change his outfit if you want to. But this is the little bugger you're going to be naming here. This is the knucklehead that will be named in your likeness or whatever you tell me to. It doesn't have to be your Twitch chat name. So, meanwhile, Joshua, let's set your skills. I'm blind. Where is he? There he is. Alright. Medicine compounding. There you go, buddy. You are now our doctor. And let's set his priorities as well. I can't help but notice that this is going up. So hopefully that doesn't become a problem. I really want that to just go, what is going on with me? Like, it's flickering every now and then. Like, what, occasionally when I move the cursor. It's like just a corruption. This game is just constantly, like, baffling me. The way it functions. Alright, well, whatever. We can have him do that. Now we have a doctor. So, which of these things will cure slime lung? It is medical packs. And for some reason, there's no way to, like, make medical packs until you have a specific threshold of them, unless you use, like, storage containers or something. That needs phosphorite, which we have a billion of, and balm lily, which we have enough of. I don't want to have to deal with this again for ages, so I'm just going to make 99 of these. They don't spoil, right? I don't think they do. I don't even think there's a journal entry for them. Or not journal, a database entry. These don't spoil, right? Can anyone confirm whether or not these spoil? Hopefully that'll cure our slime lung problem until I actually, like, deal with it correctly. Might as well put some flooring over here. Drugs don't spoil. Awesome. So all those prescription drugs that say they go bad in like 2 weeks if you don't use them have been lying to me the whole time. Is that too long? Why is it not reading that? Yo, text-to-speech, what are you doing? Alright, I think you got scanned, buddy. I don't think it's gonna read that. Yeah, whatever, I'll do it for you. I love oxygen. I have the best oxygen. You know, my uncle invented photosynthesis. Really nice guy. That's when, like, a plant takes in carbon dioxide and gives us oxygen. Very cool. Under me, we've had the most oxygen. More oxygen than under any other president. I kind of got the feeling it was a Trump quote, like, going into this. So I hate it, but thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that part of what you just did there. I don't know why the text-to-speech wouldn't say it. It might have been too long if I had to guess, or the text-to-speech is just broken for some reason, because we had it work earlier. So it is definitely capable of functioning. Back to this nonsense. Irrigation. Hold up, what? Uh-oh. That's not supposed to happen. Why are we having an irrigation problem? Oh no, we ran out of water. Something had to go wrong. Okay, this is my fault. We need to reconnect this now because we emptied out that room and hopefully we'll be fine. Well, he didn't say that. This is a shitpost. This is some other, like, just brain defective Trump quote that has had the word, like, something or another, America or something, or I don't know what the word would have been, but it's kind of replaced it with oxygen. That's what I'm assuming this is. I highly doubt Trump knows what oxygen is, so that most likely isn't, like, the source for that quote. Okay, I wasn't paying attention, but they did eventually dig this out. So the pump is operating. I'm just going to leave it. Oh, God. I'm not reading this one. I'm not reading this one out loud. You got the freebie. You got the one for the sub. Everybody in chat, if you feel like reading that message, I can't stop you. You're free to do so. But I know that I'm just going to be upset reading it. So I'm not going to do it. You have a name if no one else redeems it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to. I don't know if anybody else wants it or not. Like, it's your call. Just make it funny if you're going to do it. Assuming people understood that there is a channel point redeemed to name that duplicate. So you can leave an everlasting mark on my stream. Don't you eyes of Grinch on me. It's not even Christmas anymore, even though I literally turned that on after Christmas. Or the holiday season, for whomstever cares about that distinction. Set a 5-minute timer. Alright, I appreciate you waiting. But if no one does it, you can just pick a shitpost or something clever or whatever and go for that name. Does this room count as a nature reserve? Yeah, it still does. Okay, so I don't need to mess with this room. Leave it as it is. Why is there piss water in here? Did one of these pipes break at some point? One of these pipes must have cracked. I don't know how. Maybe like an initial cold shock or something. I'm going to assume that one of these pipes cracked open. I don't know when it happened. We have this room set to be... I guess we can set this room to be like a little hotter. Set to like 18 or something. I don't know. I'm assuming that one of the pipes broke. most likely I not tepidized, I most likely filtered it, and it just immediately like cracked or something like while it was going over here. Or I'm just delusional and something else went wrong, I don't even know anymore. Alright, anyways, I lost track of what I was doing. It looks like we finally caught up on the building. So we are going to go ahead and unlock all of this stuff now. So we can get rid of this. I can let them in here so they mop all of this up. And then we're going to lock off the wall and we're going to start moving Dreckos into this room. In fact, we can move the eggs now. Well, actually, I don't know if it matters if I put them on the spot where the water is going to be. I don't think it's enough water for them to care. So let's put them in front of that. And then I'll move the live ones once I've blocked off the wall here. Mysterious pee water on the floor. The thing is, I didn't see the notification of anybody, like, peeing their pants. So I'm not sure if that's what it was. Let's see. It occurs to me that I don't want the ceiling to be this high. We're gonna put that conveyor loader somewhere off to the side, I think. Like, over here is probably a good spot for it, because it's just in line with the other one. Yeah, we can do something like this. We don't need this bridge anymore. Yeah, something like this should work. Wait, what am I doing? Hold on. Yeah, these are the outputs. Yeah, this is correct. I don't know what the spaghetti was that I had set up before, but that looks correct. Only deadly to a critter if there's a closed door above it for some reason. Okay. Whatever you say. Let's see. Do I want to set up the lock now? No, I want to wait. I don't want to set up the lock until until they're using the Atmos suits for this room, which they still have not delivered. This whole time. Did I tell them to deliver a type I don't have? These are both... What are these made of? Copper and iron for some reason. Okay, I thought it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna cancel the request. Knowing this game, they just... Yeah, you don't even get to pick the material. I have no idea why they're not delivering these. This game is dumb. Speaking of Atmos suits, where did this one go? I know that somebody was wearing this one when I disabled the dock. But I have no idea where it is. Like, nobody's wearing it anymore. So hopefully it'll find its way back over here if it needs to. I'm leaving this puffed in here, by the way. Like, I'm gonna just lock it in here and let it die. Power. Uh-oh. They're on the hamster wheels. Why are we running out of power? I mean, I guess I really never did this properly. Oh, I got rid of the coal generator as well. The one time I actually needed it. Okay, hold on. Let's set up the emergency coal generator again. We have a lot of coal sitting around that we're not doing anything with. I don't want to... I want to put it somewhere that it... You know what? Honestly, just whatever. Right there. I don't even care. Just right there. Just make this place even more wretched than it was already. Alright, they finished mopping. Let's get them to remove all of this crap. Except for the algae for some reason. I guess these are full again, that's why they won't remove it. Perfect. We're kind of just back to waiting for them to do things at this point. I don't really care about this. This is visually upsetting, but there's almost no liquid here, so I don't have to worry about that making a mess later. Well, they'll eventually build all of this. We had a copper. No, we're not out of copper. They just haven't gotten around to building these. Just no one's done it yet. They'll figure it out. We're kind of running out of things for them to build at this point, so I think fairly soon they're going to actually finish all of this off and stop screwing around. I don't want to get rid of the door. I'm trying to think how to do this. I just don't want them to get out of here. The Incredible Mulk. Oh god. Alright. Original character. Do not steal. I would have also taken the Incredible Bulk as a reasonable thing to call him. Alright. Let's see. There you go, buddy. Alright, congratulations. You absorb radiation. I don't know if you get superpowers for doing it, but we'll have to come up with some excuse to weaponize that. I don't know, like, what the rate is on that. I don't know if they can just literally live off of radiation. But that's kind of amusing. So if we need to do some radiation-related nonsense, we can do that. Do they still get the negative effects of the radiation with that perk? I don't know, it doesn't say anything. Of course it doesn't. The Incredible Mulk. I don't know if that... Is it gonna work? Hold on. Hopefully nothing bad happens if I try this. Oh, it actually... Okay, the font actually supports it. Who'd have thought? Alright, there you go. That's an abomination. Alright, well, thank you for the name. Let me put that in my notes real quick. I do want to keep track of who named these. What do you mean? This guy has the Radiation Eater perk. The question is, does he get all the negative side effects of being in high radiation? Or do those just go away and then the guy also eats the radiation? That is the question. There we go, updated my notes. So I know who owns that duplicate now. Gains rad rejuvenation. Okay, so he doesn't get hurt by the negative effects of the radiation. Paint him green or give him green clothes. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, where is he? It'll be easier to find him in the real world than to navigate the awful UIs to do this. There he is. Alright, now let's see here. Let's make you look pretty. Alright, what have we got here? We're not looking good on the shirts. I don't think I have a single, like, good shirt for this. Light is fine. Okay, so it's still bad. It's okay, so keeping them in mild radiation is beneficial. Otherwise, maybe not a good idea. Sad. Yeah, this is just whatever the RNG has bestowed upon me. Rad Eater plus Glow Stick. I don't even know what Glow Stick is. I don't think we've seen that one yet. I can give him Lime Gloves. That's pretty green, right? Which is anything that we have a green version of. Let's see if we can do that. Despite all the pants I've gotten, I don't think I have any green ones either. For some reason, there's no filter for what I do or don't have. He's got Hulk hands. We give him Hulk socks. Hulk socks. I mean, there you go. They're a different tone of green. This is the best we can do here. Anything else you want? Oh, they're just plain radioactive. They'll just die. That's awesome. They irradiate themselves. You'd think they would at least give them immunity to that. Alright, there we go. We got the Incredible Mulk. There he is. Making medicine. I don't know what Banner actually does in the lore, but I'm sure he's made medicine at some point. So we have medical packs now, and it looks like we just barely avoided our, like, stress crisis. So I think we're fine on that. I think I could take this guy off of, like, the anything schedule now and have him do work again, and only 2 of them I think are going to need to use this massage table till we fix our other issues with morale. So, that's good overlap right there, devs. Let's see, what schedule needs somebody? Okay, Joshua, you can go down here, and then we're going to put the last one back on this schedule. Okay, they should be fine now. Hopefully I'll notice if we start having more stress problems. He's a scientist. I mean, medicine is science, so I mean, like, conceivably this is something that he could be doing. Scientist is a very broad field. Alright guys, I need you to do this now, so that we can finally get the rest of this done. And I've got to figure out in a moment here, how do I want to lay this out? Let's see, how big is this room? Let's start with that. Alright, so the room is obviously too big. We need it to be 96. I'm gonna have to probably cut more tiles off the left side to make this work. Experimental treatment. What is this, Isaac? Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut tiles off the left to make this work, but I can give them like more platforms to walk around on that aren't in the carbon dioxide at the bottom. Alright, so I think what we tentatively do here is we run insulated tiles like this instead. And I'm just gonna fill in this gap here because it's gonna upset me otherwise. And we need to deconstruct all of these. Let me set this to buildings only. And they'll be able to kind of do this from the top. The ladders don't have to go all the way up, but I like them better that way. They look better. And I could put like another cooling something or another, or I can make this room taller. Like I've got a few options here. But we don't need the insulated tiles here. I'll figure something out for this mess eventually. I want them to build these right now. Put in the last of our meal wood. Okay, that one's already there. I couldn't see it. I don't know why they're taking so long to plant these, but I feel like they just got too many things to do in general. Nobody has moved these either. Okay, we need to start like P9ing things again. There's only one relocate. Did somebody drop the other egg? Or what happened to the other relocate command? I put 2 eggs in that same spot, and there's only one now. I don't know which one it is. Whatever. I'll see if I can get somebody to move the first egg. I can P9 it. That should get them whatever is currently assigned to happen here. Hopefully it'll work. Let's see. Lost my train of thought. Let's just, while we were losing our train of thought, let's check in on this base to see what's going on over here. Looking good. Well, I don't have an airflow tile there for design consistency. Yeah, you know, of course, that right there would be the one tile that would get broken. I don't even think this thing is small enough to qualify anymore anyways. Something like this. I'm just making it a little bit bigger because for some reason they seem to like to come in here. Okay, well apparently whoever's deconstructing that is extremely slow at what they're doing. And nothing apparently going wrong over in that base. So let's check back up on this. We're gonna need a lot of wiring. Yeah, something like that. I don't believe I'm overloading any of these wires. I think they show up as like red or yellow or something if that can happen. They did finally... No, they did not. Alright, let's play a game of why is no one building this? Let me guess, it doesn't work for some reason. I'm gonna do the exact same thing a second time. And suddenly it works. I don't know why this game is like this. Like, it's not consistent is the thing. There's never any reason for it. Just sometimes, randomly, for no reason, they just like forget that something needs to happen and it just never gets assigned. I shudder to imagine the spaghetti code that's allowing this to happen. It is a frightening thought of how bad the spaghetti code must be if they're acting like this. Materials weren't available. At the time, the materials weren't available. They were now. We got tons of copper. Well, not tons, but a lot of copper, but they just wouldn't build this for some reason. Those 2 wires specifically, they just decided weren't worth making, and I don't know why. Let's see, what can I make? Make 156 of these. Let's make like 50. I don't think there's any reason to keep this door shut other than to not have, like, critters wander through there. I'll go ahead and set this door to be open. I'll keep the other ones shut because very few people need to actually go over here, and I could probably get rid of these atmosuit docks. Because that was just for building this thing, I'm pretty sure, so I might not even need those docks anymore. So this area is pretty awful. I don't know, maybe I should leave them for now. They never built these ones either. I don't know. These ones aren't very... They're kind of important, actually, because these wires are overloaded. Let me guess. If I do this, it'll suddenly work again, won't it? If suddenly they have errands. I don't know. This game's acting dumb again. Okay, just build it now, please. Just finish this little bit right here. There we go. I don't really care that much about the other ones. Actually, I do care. I want these done before the wires burn out. Alright, so they'll eventually get around to building this nonsense. Those can be normal tiles. That could be there. I wish we had a hotkey for deconstruct. And I don't know what I'm going to do with this tall room, but maybe some opportunity will arise at some point for it. Alright, so I think the last order of business is to sweep out this room and move all the Dreckos, whatever they refused to move earlier. Let's see. I want a lot of glossy Dreckos. It's like, I don't know if I can access that. That's a lot more important. So I'm going to just grab all of them and relocate them in here. And hopefully they'll be reachable at some point. Actually, I'll relocate one of them in here because I think I have 6. I can always move them around later. Did I not sweep everything in this room? Why is that dirt suddenly not set for that? You clicked a stream that said day 7 to see day 297. Keep grinding, you're doing great. I mean, hopefully I'll... I mean, okay, wait, hold on a second. Let me clarify. The day 7 is like real world days. Like, yeah, I've had this going for a while, and it's the DLC. I've played this game, just a little bit of background to set some context for you or anyone who wants to clarify how impressive this accomplishment is. I've played this game before, but it was before the spaced out DLC, is what it was. But I do have, like, I forget how many hours in this game. It might have been about 100. So I'm not like a complete noob at the game, despite how I behave, despite how I act like I may or may not actually know what I'm doing at times. I'm not a complete noob at this game, and I'm not like offended, just to be clear about that. I'm just explaining it in case it wasn't obvious. I know what I'm doing to some extent. It's specifically the spaced out DLC that I'm trying to like kind of figure out where to go with this. So far, all we've really done is use the teleporter to go to that planet, and then I sent like 2. That was weird. I sent like 2 rovers down here. This one did die off stream, like when I reloaded the save. We had an immortal rover for a while. But I sent a couple of them over here. And I have kind of been dealing with like domestic issues back at the home base. And that's kind of where we're at in the progression here. So it is day 297, but it's not like a very risky, adventurous 297. Nonetheless, though, thank you for... I assume the compliment that I'm doing great. It is going fairly well. We haven't had anybody die yet. But I'm playing kind of like a weenie, would be the terminology that I would use for this, because I haven't done anything super risky, but I did get a duplicant to fly to space and drop those rovers without dying, which there's at least something to be said for that. We will be going back there at some point, obviously, but right now I'm just trying to stabilize the home base, because like we don't have plastic or anything. It's just kind of a mess, and I kind of don't really know what I'm doing with these Dreckos, because this is something I don't think I've ever really farmed before. Did they ever build a coal generator? Yeah, they did. And I only want them to fill this if we're getting like really low on power. Maybe 25% for that. Also, unexpected factorial. Wait, where's the factorial? What happened? Did I miss some math? What are these set to? Okay, 40%. That's... Oh, okay, alright, look. I was like, that's not a factorial, like, number. It's like, okay, any number with an exclamation mark at the end is a factorial then. I mean, if you want to interpret it that way. Better than your base looks at 297. You try to build a house instead of a base. Yeah, I don't build houses. This is probably the nicest looking place in this entire base, is that right there. And then the bathroom. Those are the houses. Actually, the bathroom on this planet is better. This has a better bathroom. There's no carpet on the floor, which is probably a good thing. But besides that, everything is just boring, like flat layers with stuff built into them. So if this looks better than your base, then I hope your base has at least some charm to it if you made a spaghetti base, but I'm not capable of doing that. Like, I have to at least try to sort of, like, layer things out, or it just kills me to have, like, weird random gaps between all the buildings. Also, why are they not building this? Okay, they're slowly building it. They're just taking forever to do it. Now, let's see. Okay, why did I put this here? This was supposed to be... Okay, it's going to be similar to that. And we've been slowly working on getting this nonsense figured out here. I want to automate as much of this farm as possible. This is able to reach everything except this tile, so I think I'm just going to deconstruct that tile there. There's like no reason to have it. And we should have auto sweepers able to reach every single tile in this room. Perfect. What do I want to unload onto this one? We could potentially have plastic materialize in both of these rooms depending on where the, like, morph hatches and whether or not I'm paying attention. So I'm going to add the plastic to the list here as well. And I think that should be everything that can get produced here. I hope. Okay, and then for this one here, we're going to take out all the, like, pepper nut stuff. So we don't need that. We need the balm lilies. I don't really need the balm lilies down there either because I took those out, so... Get rid of those ones. And then back up to this one, we need the mealwood and the lice. Okay, I think that's everything. And then I should have rot pile. Okay, so I believe we have that filtered. If I notice something sitting on the floor that's not supposed to be there, I can get rid of it. Why is there polluted dirt here? What produced that? How did that get in here? You know, maybe I just didn't sweep out the room is how it got in here. So let's sweep the room now, because I think we're done, like, destroying things. Maybe a couple more ladders. I think I just canceled all of the... Oh my god, yeah, I canceled all of those. Alright, relocate. I'm gonna put them off to the side so I can set priority on them, because the duplicates are clearly not taking this very seriously. Please move all of these guys out of here. Thank you. Just please get rid of them. Put them in here. I don't want them. Maybe they dropped it on the trip to the sublimator. It was probably on the floor when I dug it out and it fell straight down. And that's most likely what it was. They were probably just sitting on the ground over here. That's a sensible explanation for what happened there. So I'm going to go with that. Let's put an airflow tile there. I'm still waiting for them to, like, clean this room out. Let's see what else. What are we doing here? I want to vacuum this room out when we're done, but they're not finished in there yet. Oh, this worked fine. I mean, the incredible Mulk has a lot of work on his hands to figure out how to make 91 more medical packs, but it's happening steadily. So you just keep at it, buddy. You're doing a great job. What else do we want to be doing over here? Pressure. Oh, I didn't realize there's a pressure limit. Okay, we're almost at it. We're gonna like pressurize this room a little bit when we're finished with this mess, so that'll be fine. Love how the additional fonts work. Yeah, you could tell that it like falls back on like a different font whenever they use that. I'm just surprised it works at all, to be completely honest. I was kind of expecting these to just be like boxes or whatever, like they are and Don't Starve together. But it actually worked. Like they have like some like vanilla Arial font or whatever that they used for that as a fallback. So, I mean, I respect it. They tried. I think this is the case for a lot of games where they have like a custom font, but then if that font doesn't support it, they just like fall back on something else. Try emojis. I don't have any emojis. Put some in the chat if you want me to see what they look like. I'm not going to rename them or anything, but I mean, if you think it's interesting enough to be worth looking at, just throw an emoji in the chat. Wingdings. Well, I mean, wingdings, if you copy-paste them, just show up as whatever font you paste them into, usually. Like, wingdings aren't emojis. They're just a font that doesn't look like actual letters and numbers. They're emojis before we had emojis. From a different era, before we had the Unicode standard. Yeah, we would need Unicode emojis. Wingdings are very much an era of the past, to say the least. Unless you play Undertale, in which case they just show up randomly. Beware the man who speaks in hands. Okay, is this gonna... Okay, there's 3 of them there. I didn't know that this actually combined together. I'm gonna yellow alert these. We're a yellow alert a base. Just for a minute here, this is a yellow alert base, because I want to get these guys out of here. They are the last thing I'm waiting on before I could do this properly. Not this guy, though. We're not moving this puff. This puff is going to get sealed in here and die of old age, and nobody is going to be sad about it. You can paste emoticons from Don't Starve into your username. They show up in-game. Yeah, aren't they just like the actual, like, colon, like, code that you type in for them? I think... Or no, I remember what this is, because I did this once. They're using, like, generic replaceable Unicode characters. I forget what it is, like where in the Unicode character set it is, but they're using like unassigned characters to replace with those like emotes, and you can in fact put them in your name. I've seen that before. I think that's how I discovered that, was I saw somebody else doing it and I figured out which Unicode it was from that. Alright, we definitely don't need more duplicates. Let's get some more of these things. But for this game, I assume they don't do anything in particular. They probably just show up as like question marks or like rectangles or something. You're looking for things to copy and paste. Just go to the platform formerly known as Twitter. Because literally everybody who still uses that platform will put like 5 crying emojis, like crying with laughter emojis, and then a skull for some reason. I don't understand that meme. I'm too old, I think, to properly appreciate it. But just go there and you'll find like countless quantities, copious amounts of like just brain rot like emojis that you can post in my chat. This is taking forever, and it's because of this guy right here and the fact that they can't reach the other ones. I really don't want to put more ladders in here. What about that? Yeah, sure, why not? That's a more classic emoji. I have more respect for that. I just want to see what that looks like in the font. Yeah, boxes. So not everything is covered, apparently. It also is too tall, so it just doesn't work properly. That one doesn't work either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for that. Like, some of them work, some of them don't. Maybe they did hand draw, like, a certain, like, specific set of them. I'm tired of being a yellow alert base. Okay, this is not really helping. I'm just going to set it back. Eventually they'll get around to that. Heart should work. I feel like that's one of the ones that should work. I don't want to test this all day, so let's just do a couple more here and then go back to what we were working on. Now, heart is actually also a square. Oh, good, and it... Oh, never mind. I escaped out of it and it reverted the name. Heart actually doesn't work either. I don't know why trademarking and copyright work, then. The game's a sellout, apparently, because it wants those ones to work specifically. Honestly, I'm thinking of just going in underneath this or like over the top or something. I don't want to wait for this, so let's just go ahead and just block it off. We'll open up the floor instead. I'll let them wander around and do whatever. It's just some horrible hacky mess like this. I really don't care how bad it looks as long as it works. I have no idea what works. You'd have to look at the font file for the game to figure out like what they actually have. And if it's a system font, then I have no idea. It's inconsistent for every player, apparently. Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and like cut this off now, because what I want to do is I want to start pumping this room and start the Drecko farming. And this is taking absolutely bloody forever to do this. So let's have you guys prioritize. We don't need to do that. Just auto-harvest it. They'll come down here and pick it up when they need to. I don't know why there's a random security door here with nothing in it. I don't know if this failed to generate correctly, or if there's something in the sand, but whatever. We do have one all the way up here that I haven't explored yet for some reason, but I don't really care what's in there right now. Let's stay focused on what we're trying to do here. Alright, the second that is done, we need to wall this off. Hopefully not too many of them wander into this other room. Uh-oh. Allia Neptune with the raid. Oh, God. I'm not reading that out loud, but hello, Newtons. Hello, Laggy. I'm not reading that out loud at all. Look, it's one thing if I get called that on Alia's stream. It's a different thing if I get called that on my own damn stream. But thank you for the raid, Alia. I hope you were having fun playing. I assume you were playing SAR. That's usually what you do on Mondays. I appreciate the raid. We are playing a very different video game. It's her raid message. The thing is, there's so many degenerates in that chat that I wouldn't even know whose raid message that is. So I'm just going to collectively blame all of you for coming up with that. But I still appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. That's... We'll use that wacky shout-out command. Is that gonna work? There you go, that's the one. Okay, yeah, you're doing SAR on Mondays. Hope you had a good time, and I hope you had a good vacation, and that nothing terrible happened, and that you didn't pick up any horrible diseases while you were away from the safety of your own home. Where's base? Here, base. Dibs on naming the next dupe Allia Neptune. Unfortunately, you like missed that because like an hour ago we had that come up. I don't know when that's gonna be. There's no dibs on that necessarily. Like you would actually have to be here to do the redeem. Like that's like the system I'm using for it. If you were here though, I would have definitely named one Allia Neptune, but I'm using a channel point redeem for naming the duplicants. So basically anybody who's here has like a tactical advantage, and it's not even that expensive, so if you've been in my chat for a few hours, you probably have enough channel points to do it. But we're not getting duplicates very often right now because we kind of, I think we have like 17 of them right now, and nothing for them to do most of the time, except for like specifically right now where I've had way too many things for them to do. Allia picking up diseases. Have to get the D for that risk. Allia was on vacation. That's toxic. That's another thing. It feels fine if you do that in Alia's chat where she's like completely okay with it, but suddenly I feel self-conscious about that happening in my own chat. Like, to be clear to anyone who's not familiar with this is a joke. Newton is not being toxic. This is just a kind of a, I wouldn't even say an inside joke for Alia's stream. But I do hope you did not get sick during your trip, because that's always like the biggest problem that seems to happen to people when they leave the safety of their home and explore the world. You checked redeems and didn't see it? Yeah, the redeem is turned off because I don't have any duplicates that need names is the problem. But if you need an idea of what we've been naming them, here it is. With such amazing names as Sap Tap and Gene 2. There is no Gene 1, it's just Gene 2. Like, Gene 1 didn't die, there was never a Gene 1. And the Incredible Mulk, copyright, trademark. And we got me, a Camille, and Guy Fiery too. Not Fiery, Fiery. So this is what my chat has been naming these buggers so far. So that's like the caliber that they're set up for. Like, almost no one has named one after themselves. Barry, you'll behave. Yeah, I would just, as a general preference, like, if there's like a quote-unquote toxic inside joke in someone else's stream, don't like use it immediately if you do a raid, because that could get taken out of context, especially if the streamer doesn't know what the joke is, or if their chat doesn't know what the joke is. Gene 1 did not pass away. No, no one has died. I don't know if there's any way to prove that. I don't want to navigate this menu. Literally no one has died in this colony. We have not save scummed either. I don't know if that information is stored anywhere. Okay, here it is. Look. This number has never gone down. Which it has. Wait a minute. Why has it gone down? Okay, never mind. This is not proving my point. I haven't had this many deaths. Why does it go down? Hold on a second. This is the opposite of what I was trying to prove. No one has died. Why does it show that? Oh no. One of the professionals, if you're looking at chat, please cover me. Help. Help. I need backup. Why does this happen? This is not proving my point at all. Normally the duplicate graph looks like a ladder graph. Good, so just to humiliate me in front of millions of viewers, you're telling me that it is telling me that duplicates died. Maybe it counts robots? We've only had 2 robots. I can only assume that these are teleporter duplicates, like they don't exist for a split second when they use the teleporter. Look chat, I have a stream. All the VODs are on my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/cosine256. No one has died in this colony. You gotta believe me. I wouldn't lie on the internet like that. No one would lie on the internet like that. This is not a cover-up. You're lifting big weights for me. Okay, yeah, I'm catching up on chat here. Give me a moment here. I don't know why you're doing that for me, but I guess that's good. You're looking after your health. I mean, you don't have to do it for me specifically. But I'm happy for you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. You wouldn't have made it if you didn't think the space was safe. Yeah, essentially it's not a safe space in the sense that I have people lurking in chat that would see that message and then wonder, why the fuck does this guy not ban Newton for being toxic as hell to Alia? And the answer is, it's an inside joke. That is the reason why I'm not doing that. But just in general, keep the inside jokes to the chat with the streamer that makes the jokes, would be my recommendation for any stream, not just specifically mine. I want to prove the conspiracies. You've never seen that with teleporters. You're not helping, Zarek. Look, just make something up. One of you people that has like 4,000 hours in this game, just make something up. I need your help. I need it. I don't know how to prove that nobody died in this colony unless I make people look at the VODs. Nobody's gonna do that. Nobody watches those. It happens with the non-DLC rockets, but obviously it's not a valid explanation. Quantum physics. I'm guessing it's the teleporter. I'm guessing that the split second that they don't exist during the teleport is what does it. No one has died. All I could keep doing is insisting that nobody dies. Well, I mean, yeah, they die and get reconstructed. I think both in a lore sense and in a like game sense. I think they don't exist for a split second, knowing how this game is programmed. So that's most likely what it actually is. But whatever. If you want to make fun of me for having dead duplicates, I'm just going to say no one died. And if you want to prove it, you have to watch all like 36 hours of VODs I have of this game to prove it. Because I'm going to put the proof on the accuser, because that's the legal system that we use here. You got to prove that I let a duplicate die in my colony. It's not the other way around. This is a good legal system that we have around here. Why is this not getting planted yet? Okay, somebody's working on it. They're almost done with everything in here actually, except this is unreachable. Oh, because it's unreachable. Yeah, that's probably a good reason for that. Let's see here. They can't reach this. They did finally build this, and nobody got smothered in the wall. They're not relocating these guys because they just take forever to do it. It counts the unselected duplicate options as a person before you select one. I don't know. It could be something like that. Yeah, burden of proof is on the people accusing me of having a duplicate die. That's what I'm saying here. That's the correct word for it. Burden of proof lies on the accuser in this stream. Unless it's convenient to be the other way around. And it's not convenient in this case, because guess what? I'm the judge, the jury, and the executioner on this stream. And I say that burden of proof is on chat right now. I'm sorry, chat. That's just how it is. That's how we run things around here. I'll just kill the whistleblowers and they'll just reappear as name too. I mean, I think with how easy it is to make duplicate accounts on Twitch, that very well could happen. I'm not gonna start banning people over this, obviously. We're memeing here, but I think you could just basically make free duplicate accounts on Twitch with like nothing to lose at this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a thing that happens a lot. Probably on bigger streams where, I mean, even smaller streams actually. I've seen this happen even amongst my smaller community where people will just make alt accounts because they keep getting banned on their main accounts and they just show up again. If you know who I'm talking about, you know who it is. Like, not someone who specifically caused problems on my stream, but it was a Spelunky player that kept doing that. I'm a known rage quitter when I died. Oh my god, how long ago was it? Is this the Vermintide thing again? Is that what we're referring here? This has been bothering me for a while. Let me put a tile there. Is this, yeah, it's the Vermintide thing. Look, if you want to put the context for that in the chat, Sophie, you go be my guest. I'm not going to incriminate myself in front of chat like this. Hello, Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful phrase. Alright, so they can get rid of that now. Why is this taking so long? I think whoever is getting assigned to plant this has just been, like, canceling it in the middle of their run for some reason. I died as the host and the server magically crashed. I mean, that's the worst part, is that's technically exactly what happened. I crashed. It was Vermintide. It was Vermintide 2. I'm pretty sure I was playing as Shade as well, which is the elf, which is the people that all, like, the really bad, like, just the really bad people with low self-esteem will play the elf and then die and then end the lobby because they don't want to wait and they can't handle the shame of it. And the game fucking crashed, like, right after that happened while I was hosting it with a bunch of friends, and they make fun of me for it. Like, that's what's happening here. Thank you, Amethil, for the follow. Like, it's a meme. Like, I don't think any of them genuinely believe it was a rage quit because I fucking started the server up immediately afterward, but the game just crashed because the game is also written in potato code. It happened twice. Yeah, but the other one wasn't when I died. The other one just randomly happened for no reason in the middle of the run. Like, that one was not a rage quit. There was nothing to rage quit over. And Hakuna Matata, thank you for the follow. There was nothing to rage quit over for the other one. I'm just talking to chat, not playing the game. Hold on, let me lock in for a second here. We need to remove those. And I think we could pump out this room now. So I'm going to sweep the room and then re-enable the pump. So just quickly do that. We're going to sweep this room as well. They still haven't done the relocate operation, but they'll get around to that fairly soon here. Alright, not when I died. I got upset at some. I was probably upset because I died to bullshit, because I'm a perfect player and I've never made a mistake in my life, but I mean, that could happen to anyone. That's not the reason the server shut down, though. The game crashed. Seeing one of these from a side-on perspective is so weird. What do you mean, the game? I mean, yeah, this is basically like Dwarf Fortress, except it's just like a side perspective of it, instead of it being like sort of like 3D with layers or anything like that. There's probably other games like this, like Rimworld I think is also, I know it's already top down. There's probably other examples of like side view, like colony simulators. But yeah, I think like Rimworld and Dwarf Fortress are probably the most closely like related games to this. Although this game is a lot less complicated than Dwarf Fortress, thankfully enough. So you see I have a cold saltwater geyser. You just started getting an Oni again. You only have... I don't have to read all this. It shows up in the VOD if anybody, like, cares. But let's see. Really close. What's the best way of taking advantage of it? Can you use it for cooling? Yes, I am using it for cooling right now, so... This is what's going on with this cold saltwater geyser. This was all a cold biome. This is not sustainable, by the way. I'm pretty sure this is going to overheat, but I too am returning to this game after not playing it for a long time, and what I've come to realize is this game is a lot more fun if you just make do with what you got. So I didn't have the infrastructure here to like fully capture this geyser, set up like a proper cooling system that utilizes it, and then an aqua tuner to make things colder if I need them. Literally all I'm doing here is it is just going into a pit of water, and it is being used as the coolant for my metal refinery. Or rather, it's not being used as the coolant, but it's being used as a heat sink for my metal refinery. And I'm just running a bunch of PP water through these pipes here. And as you can see from the temperature, it is still like extremely cold in here. It's like a little bit above the freezing point of normal water in this pool right now. This has been going on for like, I think over 100 cycles now. And I'm also draining the salt water out of here. Eventually, I'm going to have to set up a thermal aqua tuner and properly deal with the hot water that's coming out of the refinery, but this has lasted for hundreds of cycles. Like, that's how I've essentially tamed this geyser right here. And then the other thing I'm doing is I'm pumping all of the water in here, including the piss water, and I run it through this little heating tank, so it's just above the freezing point of normal water. And then if it's salt water, I split it off and I put it through these desalinators. And if it's PP water or normal water, I send it all the way down here to this water sieve. And that's essentially how I've been sustaining my water supply. And we ran out of water earlier here, but it's filling back up. So that's essentially what I've been able to do for like 300 cycles with varying degrees of catastrophes. I've finally been able to maintain this. Why are they not digging this up? Can you guys remove these? I don't need to feed dirt to these anymore. I don't know why they're being like this. Please remove these. They're never gonna remove these. Whatever, I don't care anymore. I am sieve. Thank you for that. What's piss water supposed to be? Piss water is what degenerates like me call the polluted water, because it gets generated by the toilets and a lot of other things. But we're very mature around here, and so I call this pee-pee water because my brain just doesn't work correctly, and I never really became older than 14 mentally. This is what happens when you're in your 30s and you just like continue to play video games and you lose all of your sanity. It's the quality of jokes I get. I'm not even upset that you said that, honestly. It amused me a little bit. I'll give that like a +1. Alright, anyway, did I miss anything here? Hold on. Somebody's talking about blueprints because I wasn't paying attention. I blame the raid for that. Let's see, what else have we got? Dwarf Fortress, Mind Over Magic. I don't remember why I said that. Oh, that must be another game that's like that. I've never heard of that game. It's 2.5D. I mean, I count the like the gameplay field. So if it's 2.5D but you never interact with the 0.5D, then it's a 2D game in a 3D like rendered game engine. Which, I mean, in all likelihood, this is also a 3D game engine, but they have it on an orthographic perspective, so you just can't tell. But that's probably how they did the layering, is like each of these is just drawn at a different Z layer, but you can't tell because the projection is orthographic, so it just looks like sprites drawn on top of each other. But this is a Unity game, so it's most likely 3D. I don't know if Unity supports, like, actual 2D sprite rendering. I don't think it does. Fallout Shelter. I think I've heard of that, but I don't know what that looks like. Okay, and then we got to the piss water. It's good because it's stuff that you would do in a pinch. I assume you're talking about my cooling solution over here, which this will eventually empty out and not be sustainable. But we do have another like slush geyser over here, and I will eventually do something with all the cold that's coming out of both of these. Alright, I think we're all caught up now. And I completely forgot what I was doing, but somebody mentioned, I think this, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're gonna bet on wall paper. That was the subtle hint that I have a new blueprint. I just want something green for the incredible mulch, and we got a bold retro wall pot instead. Well, we can't all be winners. Maybe next time. Unity does have some 2D support. It's supposed to get more robust. Most of it's 3D tools faking it. You moved over to Godot. I want to use Godot for something at some point in my life. Or Godot. I'm still not entirely sure how you pronounce that. I heard Godot on a YouTube video, so I've been going with that. But yeah, I know that they have a 2D UI system in Unity. I looked into Unity at one point, like I screwed around with it a little bit, and their sprite implementation was just 3D except orthographic projection. Which, if you don't know what orthographic projection is, it's this here, basically like a flat view that does not have like perspective on it, is the best way to put it. Like your camera is just a rectangle in the shape of your screen, just projecting a rectangular prism into the game world, and everything appears to be the same distance away because there's no perspective. That's the best way I can describe it. There's probably better ways to describe it. Obviously, mathematically, you could explain what it is, but that's probably an even worse explanation. 0 degree, well, it's 0 degree FOV, except you're like, the clip plane is the exact shape of your screen on top of that. Like, I don't know if it has the same effect. I don't actually know what a 0 degree FOV looks like. I think it usually doesn't work. I think you just get like a single pixel or something, but like in theory, you could describe it like that. It's like a 0 degree FOV for every pixel of your monitor. Yeah, in Blender, that's probably one of the settings for the like 3D view, would be orthographic. And then isometric views are a subset of orthographic that are from a specific angle. And then almost every game that's called isometric is not isometric anyways. It's actually a slightly different viewing angle. But whatever, I'm being petty about it. Okay, so they are capable of removing these. Just really, really slowly, and for some reason I can't set the priority on these, so I have to do it manually. But I'm trying to get rid of these because these are eating dirt and we do not need that much mealwood, like at all. Isothermic, no. Isothermic is something completely different. Not related. I don't remember what isothermic is. What about Paper Mario? Paper Mario is 3D. I mean, it's 3D, but all the like sprites are like drawn on planes essentially. Though I mean, in the modern Paper Mario games, they bend them around, so I mean, they're all 3D models at the end of the day. You could say it's the opposite of a fisheye in a sense. I don't actually know how fisheye projection works in video games. I've like never had to deal with an implementation of that, so I don't know what the terminology is for that. You go with the way I've seen it. You've never heard somebody call it go dot. Well, I mean, it really just depends on if you put like where you put the emphasis on the syllables and like how you split them apart, because it's a little bit ambiguous. But Godot is the one I've heard the most, so that's what I call it. It's 2 pots in a row. Oh yeah, I got a ceiling pot earlier, didn't I? Didn't we had socks in between. I think we had socks and then a second one. Something like that. I don't know. I'm talking to chat too much again. Let's talk to chat and play the video game. Let's do both of those things at the same time. I'm still waiting for these guys to get moved, and it is just not happening. So, I don't know. They might just die of old age in there before anything useful happens. So what do we need to do up here? I need to get the rest of the stuff out of the room, and then I need to set the filters. Or rather, I need to set the atmosuit docks so that people have to wear them to go in there, and then we're going to pump the room full of hydrogen. And a little bit of carbon dioxide down here at the bottom. However, this room I think should be good to go once they remove this debris from the room, and then we can move on. By the way, if I miss any chat messages in the hectic raid here, like, you just post them again if you wanted to say something to me. I'm not going to be upset with you. I tend to miss messages because I'm a washed up streamer who's not very good at this, so I appreciate it if people say the message again if I miss it the first time, instead of people just like feeling hurt. I don't intend to miss the messages. It's a skill issue. I apologize. Yeah, you especially. I know you said isothermic and isosceles. I've kind of intentionally started ignoring you because you're just shit posting with messages that have ISO at the beginning, and now it's icy hot. Like, it's not even ISO anymore. Isococles is how I'm going to read that first one there before you corrected it. I would want to wrangle them and then move them since they crawl on the ceiling. I mean, can I wrangle them from a distance? Is this the thing where, like, you can't, like, you know what? I don't know. Whatever. I'll take your word for it. You know what you're talking about. I'm going to wrangle them first, and maybe that'll work better for some reason. And this egg, I don't know why this is here. Let me relocate this as well. Or maybe I should leave the egg here just to have a wild one. Yeah, I'm going to leave the egg down here, actually, so we have a wild one roaming around that I know will be able to reproduce if I don't tame it. And they wander out of range. I go figure. Isolation. Okay, good. Everyone's doing it. Every word that has ISO in it, just throw it in. I don't actually know what the derivation of the word isometric is. I mean, I could guess where the metric part comes from, but I don't know what the ISO means in that situation. Does ISO mean same? No, ISO means same. Hold on, I might be able to figure this out. Yeah, ISO is a word for same in, like, Greek, I want to say. Equality. So isometric, I mean, the ISO part means same. Metric might mean, like, angle or something in this context. I'm trying to think, like, what the metric means in that part, or like same measure or something like that. It's one of those things where I'm not sure if the definition of the word, like, completely checks out or not, or if it's been, like, adapted over time. But it's basically the same angle, like, from multiple, like, pixels on the screen. I don't know if the term isometric really meant anything before the concept of a projection, like, came into existence. So it may be like a pure mathematics thing. Yeah, for Americans it's ISO imperial. That's comedy. Hilarious. The tangent off 2D, 3D games doing interesting projections. Alright, go on. How's this going, by the way? Okay, they're removing the last bit of debris here. Hyper Devil doing eyes in the back of your head by laying on a behind camera on top of your front camera but filtered red. I've never heard of this. That sounds very confusing to look at, but also kind of interesting. I would have honestly more expected like a 180 or like a 360 field of view sort of approach. I mean, I don't think you can actually do that, but like just two cameras and just sort of like a panoramic camera is how I would have expected them to do. Like a panorama all crammed onto one screen, which would probably look awful, but I guess another way to do it would be to like layer them on top of each other. I do find it kind of interesting. I mean, from a technical standpoint, that's probably very easy to do, but I just wonder how it plays from like a game design standpoint. I think we could turn this on now, so let's do it. The goal here is to get everything that is not hydrogen out of this room, so we need to pay attention to this. And then I need to pump like a higher density of hydrogen into this room, and I'm starting to wonder if I should siphon hydrogen off of here. So while we're waiting for that pump, let's forget what we were doing and put a tank over here. Just like right there, give myself a little bit of room for a filter. Alright, so there's our pump. Now this room is a mess, but I don't want to destroy it just yet, so let's just carefully add another pipe to it. And I want the hydrogen to go into this tank before we send it into the power generator, so that I always have a tank of hydrogen available. I'll run it along the ceiling in case I want to filter it. In fact, I do want to filter it because this thing is like hella unreliable. So I'm gonna do this. Like that. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna put one of these bad boys right there. And I need to power it. And we just use the crappy wire. There we go. Now, my question about Hyper Devil is, what is that meant to accomplish? I guess, as opposed to having like a dedicated button to press to just look behind you like Mario Kart, or there's probably other games that have that sort of thing. Like, I'm just curious if that would actually play well, because that seems like something that would give you a headache. But, I mean, I haven't played it, so it could be well implemented. Or it could be subtle enough that you have to, like, switch your focus to it, I guess, to, like, really perceive it properly. Yeah, GTA, that's another game that does that. I think a lot of driving games have that. Like any game where there's some reason why you would need to, like, abruptly look behind you, because you're either running from the cops or a blue shell. Like, either of those two things, really. They're one and the same when you think about it. They both ruin your run. Alright, so once we have the hydrogen, it's kind of a temporary setup. I'm thinking where I want to run this pipe. I think we just kind of run it, like, down here. Actually, why do I... Oh, never mind. No, yeah, that's right. That vent is in the right spot. So we want to run a pipe, like, just, like, through the middle of this room. I don't really care. It's a temporary pipe. Do that. Okay, that one's gonna be a problem. What am I doing here? Hold on. This pipe... What is this pipe for? Okay, we can do this. I'm just making sure I don't break anything with the setup for this. I don't remember what this pipe was in a past life. And then we continue down. And then I could just kind of vent into any of these spots, really. I just need to find an empty space, so we'll just do it like right there. And we'll eventually do the second one, but I want to get the bottom room finished first, because this is the only thing it's waiting on, is the gas supply. Okay, hopefully all that'll work. There's not going to be much hydrogen in here, but I don't need a lot. I just want to pressurize the room with hydrogen. Hyper Demon has fixed devil daggers. One of the player complaints. I don't know. Okay, oh, I don't know what devil daggers is either, so that doesn't give me any context. I've actually never heard of either of these games, which, I mean, usually I've at least heard of these games, so this one was obscure enough that I have not heard of it. Yeah, we're taking the lime. Yeah, we don't need any of these guys. Anyways, let's see. One of the player complaints is the RNG from stuff behind you being out of your control, so this was the solution. So it's just, this is just like always there, unless I assume you could like turn it off. I mean, I guess that's something. I mean, a lot of games will like solve this problem by giving you like a sound or something of like something important happening behind you, but I guess I don't know exactly how the game plays. Fast-paced 3D bullet heck. Oh god, yeah, that would definitely be important then, if you have to worry about stuff flying in behind you for the whole game. Like, I could see why they would want to do that. Never played it long enough to get a true judgment. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like something that would give a lot of people a headache. I don't know how I would fare. But I mean, they tried something. So I would assume you could turn it off if you legitimately don't like it. I would hope so. Now we're going to eventually want a vent here. I'm just not going to connect it yet. Quake, but minimalist survival arena. I don't know, I just missed that one. I've like never even heard the name of that game. There's a tech demo from a few years ago around Super Hot. I did hear about Super Hot. I mean, I know what that game is, I just am not interested in playing it. You could experience a world with a variable speed of light. Good lord. These are a lot of cool ideas. The question or concern I would always have about these is it actually fun? Like, it sounds interesting to make a game that implements the speed of light with, like, ray tracing, but would that be fun, or would it just be a novelty, is always the thing I wonder about these kind of games. Like, just because you can do it, and maybe somebody should do it just to see how it turns out, doesn't mean it's actually going to make a good video game. How are we doing on the gases? Almost. We got a little bit more carbon dioxide that for some reason is just stuck over here. Let's go ahead and enable this so duplicates stop coming in here and exhaling. Hopefully somebody will come over and enable it. Any second now, somebody is going to enable this building. Whatever. Let's keep them from going in there until they do it. Novel tech demo. You don't think it was taken past that? Yeah, that's definitely one of those things I would not expect anyone to make a good video game out of. But I mean, people have probably come up with some wild things that you would never expect to work correctly. That just seems like something that would go so against, like, human instinct and behaviors that we just wouldn't be able to, like, properly handle it. What I'm going to do here, I think, is I'm going to let the carbon dioxide just waft over into this pit. And then when it settles, I'll turn the pump back on. I think part of what's happening here is it just doesn't... I'm just basically sucking a bunch of hydrogen gas out of here for no reason, and the carbon dioxide is just not going anywhere. They'll move at the speed of light. Let's see, how did you describe this? Ray tracing speed tied to character model speed. I guess I'm not sure. Well, I'm just in general, like a game where the speed of light is like... I guess the idea is you move fast enough for like your perception of the speed of light to change. Like, I guess maybe the game implemented time dilation. I'm not sure how exactly to describe this because I haven't seen this or heard of this until like literally a moment ago. But like that's the impression I'm getting here, is that the game implemented like time dilation with like the way light travels. And then on top of that, the speed of light itself could be really slow. So you could like perform interactions and just like the information that it had happened just wouldn't show up in time, and you could move towards it to like blue shift it, and there's weird things that you could do with that kind of like ray tracing if you could implement that correctly with a modern GPU. I don't know how exactly it would work. That's normally the kind of thing you would do with like a supercomputer, and it would just run a simulation over a long period of time, and then you make Interstellar. But we might have reached the point with our technology where video games can just do this in real time, which is awesome. But again, I don't know if it actually plays well or if it just looks really cool. Like, people have also made like non-Euclidean video games. And I don't mean like non-Euclidean as in there's like hidden portals everywhere. Like, I don't remember what the name of the game is, whatever. I'm sure someone has examples, but I'm talking about like people have made games that use like, I'm trying to remember what the name is for, like hyperbolic projections. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I remembered it right as you were saying that. I don't remember Hyper Rogue though. But yeah, like hyperbolic projections are a thing that people have done in games, and I guess if that's done right, that might be kind of interesting. Hopefully it's not completely nauseating. Antechamber, that's the other one. That's the one that's a Euclidean game, but it has a lot of like hidden portal nonsense like buried inside of it. But I'm talking about like the actual way the level geometry is laid out is just a different geometry entirely, instead of 3D but with like a few twists mixed into it. Not to devalue Antechamber. That was a fun game. I did play that and enjoy it. But it wasn't the same concept as what I'm talking about, which is you can find like videos of people exploring like hyperbolic, like it's not a projection, but just like a hyperbolic game engine where the actual level geometry follows those rules. Games where you can make 3 rights and you don't get a left, you are just facing forward again. Like it's a 270-degree turn. Like really strange stuff like that. DM me on Discord. I mean, you can. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, I'm not sure if I'm going to show it on stream. But I mean, if you have something you think is interesting, like I don't mind. Like to be clear, I'm probably not going to play any of these games because I'm super weird and picky about these things, and I don't play very many video games. Why have you guys not enabled this? Just do it, please. I've been waiting for this whole time while I talk about Antechamber. There we go. Why did that have to be so hard? I'm a picky little baby. What about Dave the Diver? I watched enough of that game to think I didn't really care for it. It just looked a little bit too slow for me, was kind of the impression I got from it. Probably a fun game. I probably wouldn't regret playing it, except I just in general play very few games. I tend to spend a lot of time on a very small number of video games. I also have my notifications turned off in Discord, by the way, so I'm not gonna see that in the middle of the stream. I guess I can go look at it real quick to see if it's relevant. I got 2 of these. Okay, this is Axo talking about something with the elevated super chats. I'll look at that later. A slower speed of light, what? I'm gonna look at it. I might actually show this on stream for a second because we've been talking about it. I'm kind of curious. Let me open this and see what this is. MIT Game Lab. Oh, okay, I saw MIT in the URL and I was very confused. Okay, no, this is not like an article about it, it's just an example of the game. I'll throw it in the chat for anybody who cares. I don't even think my chat will ban you for posting it, but I'll go ahead and do it. This is the game that Newton was talking about. If anyone is like genuinely curious and wants to follow through on that, that's what it is. It's actually it's labeled as 2013, so it looks like it was a while ago that somebody screwed about this. Caves of, I don't know how to pronounce that, Cud? I don't know what that is. I've heard of that game, but I legitimately don't know anything about it beyond the name. Okay, I think the carbon dioxide is in position now. Alright, get out of there. Come on. Come on, get it. Look, I know you could do this. It's right there. Just fall in. You're heavier than the hydrogen. This is like the heaviest gas in the game and the lightest one. Go away. I don't understand this game sometimes, like why it's doing this. Yeah, well, whatever. I think if we wait, it'll eventually do it. It's trapped, so I don't think it can dodge over to the right. No, never mind, it can. It's trying. It's a modern roguelike. It's a link to the download. Found it with some Googling. Okay, you found that. Caves of Cud. Somebody please tell me how to pronounce that. I'm sure I'm doing it wrong. Would be a cosign game. It's a large open world rogue that does a lot of interesting things. I mean, that's a very vague description of what that game is. Remember, I have very petty and somewhat irrational reasons for just not caring to play certain video games. Probably a character flaw. I don't know why this is taking so long. Why won't this thing just slide over to the right? Like, come on, there's literally a vacuum right there in that tile. You do quad, but you've heard the spectrum. Okay, nobody knows how to pronounce it. It's pronounced the same as quad. Where does the A come from? That's not how I would pronounce that. I don't know where the A sound comes from in that. It's like figuring out how to pronounce Mr. Key in Stardew. Or Mr. Quee, or Mr. Q. No one knows how to pronounce that. Why do people do this? I'm out of power. What the hell just happened? Oh, I'm out of power. Uh-oh. That's what this is for. It is running. Hold on, why? I guess we just don't have enough power. Probably because I'm diverting all the hydrogen away from the tanks. Except I'm not. I never actually set this up correctly. Oh, God. Hydrogen, there you go. Okay, now this is actually going to be working correctly. I don't know where all the hydrogen was. This wasn't filtering anything. Which, oh, it might have been passing the hydrogen through. I don't remember how that works. Alright, anyways, let's see. Did anyone actually explain what the game was? I mean, large open world that does a lot of interesting things. Did I enjoy Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode? I never played Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. I didn't want to. It looked just so convoluted that I just wasn't, like, interested in playing it. I was like, this looks really clunky to play. Like, maybe I'm just a soy gamer and I just can't handle it, but like it looked so tedious to do anything in Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode or in general. There's a reason I don't play Dwarf Fortress anymore. Like it just looks so tedious that I just didn't really want to play it anymore. It was just too convoluted and the UI was really clunky and bad. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to spend 2 hours trying to figure out who to add to my military, and I just didn't do it. And I never played Adventure Mode. That was just never the appeal of the game. Believe it or not, I don't play very many roguelikes, which maybe is a misconception that people have, because of all the damn Spelunky I've streamed, I don't play very many roguelikes. Like, I've just kind of moved on from that. There's very few that I'm interested in now. Like, Spelunky is kind of the only one. Like, I feel like I've maybe just grown out of that. Spelunky isn't a... Oh my god, you're one of those people. Alright, it's a roguelite. But I'm just talking about the general premise of, like, roguelike games. Like, I don't know, it's never really interested me that much. I've played roguelites, I've played stuff like Isaac and Spelunky and, like, FTL, but I've just kind of moved on from a lot of that stuff. Like, I play a lot of, like, sort of sandboxy games, like Factorio now. And there was, like, a lot of Astroneer, we have Oxygen Not Included. Minecraft is kind of in, like, the sandbox ballpark. Don't Starve is a little bit of that. Yeah, I've rogue left the roguelike category. I don't know if that's what you were going for with that, but I'm gonna steal your joke and turn it into my own. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that like really cares or understands the difference between the two things. There's Rogue Legacy, which is apparently also not a roguelike. I played that. I didn't play the sequel though. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm not a real gamer. Oh my god, finally! Okay, it's done. They finished it. Get rid of that. Okay, so now what we can do here is we can pump this room full of hydrogen. Yeah, I know Rogue is a game. Like, I know the word Rogue didn't just come out of nowhere. There is a video game called Rogue that is really old, and it was the classic upon which all of these other games were based on, and then people started calling things roguelikes, and then roguelite, and then rogue adjacent, God knows what other awful names for that. Why have they not built this? Oh, they're not allowed in here, that's why. There we go. I don't know. I don't know all the distinctions between these because I'm apparently not a true gamer, so I apologize if I'm upsetting anybody in chat with my ignorance right now. At least I'm aware of the ignorance, which I guess technically means it's not ignorance anymore. I just am fully willing to admit that I don't know the full nature of the genre. What I do know is it doesn't really interest me, and really just not being interested in something is usually enough for me to not even bother looking into it. Is kind of how my small
The
shriveled
difference is that
brain works.
roguelikes are a simile, while roguelites are a metaphor.
Oh man, that's deep. Isn't it the other way around? Like, I thought metaphor... God. I know what you're memeing, because it's that crap they teach you in elementary school to, like, remember which one is which. Yeah, like was simile, is what it was. I think it's, like, kind of almost the other way around, but yeah, like is a simile. And then, like, is, or... Actually, what is it? Yeah, metaphor is... Man, I don't remember. It's like I never went to school. It's been so long since I've had to care what those words meant. Whatever. I'm sure somebody knows what we're talking about here. Alright, let's hold on. We got another essay about something here. We have a billion verbs and a Fallout setting. Caves of... I'm gonna keep calling it cut until somebody proves to me that that's not what it's called. It's weird because it gets closer to the large system-y things that overlap with what I think would be a cosine game, but then again, it's a single-character RPG. None of this to say you have to be into it, you're allowed to not like games. Awesome, good take. Though to be clear, it's not that I don't like the game, it's just, it doesn't sound interesting to me, is what it comes down to. And I am a person who is extremely reluctant to try new things, for better or worse. Why is there water? Why is this happening, chat? Why is life unfair sometimes? I don't even know why this is happening anymore. Whatever, but yeah, it doesn't seem like something that would interest me, like a single character, like roguelike RPG, just... Maybe it would be fun, I don't know. Yeah, simile is like or as, but I forgot what the metaphor is supposed to be. Well, the thing is, there's no ice here. And we mopped this once, and it happened again. I didn't notice the pipe breaking. And it's coming out of the pipe warm enough that, like, nothing here should be leaking. And it's the polluted water anyways, it's leaking out. Like, the polluted water just gets sent through. None of this is cold enough for that polluted water to freeze in the pipe. So I have no clue what is happening here. That's what I'm confused by. Appreciate the patience. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Like, I'll get upset if people, like, start berating me for not playing a game or something, but, like, I'm just gonna make the statement that I'm not really interested, and I don't mind us discussing it. As long as people don't be like, oh no, man, you gotta play it. Oh, it's so good. This game will change your life forever. Like, that's when I'm gonna start getting annoyed by it. Does taking the salt out lower the temperature? Does this game do that? There's no way that this game does something like that. Like, presumably the salt gets produced at the same temperature as the brine. And again, this is polluted water that's coming out of these pipes, so I don't understand. Metaphor is figurative equality. I need an example. Can someone type a metaphor in the chat? I've legitimately just, like... I know this is something I could just look up, but, like, I've, like, so legitimately just forgotten what that means after so many years of not having to care. And I feel embarrassed, because this is one of the things I say so often. I roll D20 when I decide if I want to play a game. I only play it if I roll a 19 or 20, otherwise I'll 100% never try it, never look at it, block it on all social media. I mean, not quite. But I wouldn't say it's random. It's more based off of, like, just a first impression or, like, a hunch that I have about, like, what I will think about the game if I play it or not. And I very heavily go off of that. And then if I do play the game and I don't like it, it's even more impossible to get me to play it again. Sorry, Darktide, but you missed your chance when you came out. And I just never want to play Darktide again. And I think I'm in the same ballpark for Marvel Rivals, but I might give it a third try to see if I can figure out where the fun is in that game. But that game just appears to be you just die instantly and go back to spawn if you don't know what you're doing, which I don't. So I don't know how to have fun with that game, so I go back to playing Overwatch and feel sad for different reasons. Like Helldivers? Okay, let's be clear about something with Helldivers right now. Let's not turn that... You can use Vermintide as the example, not Helldivers. Helldivers was not fun when it came out. It was tedious. You had to bring an autocannon if you wanted to do literally anything on any of the missions, and even that didn't work against chargers. Helldivers is fun now because they rebalanced it to not just be tedious and awful to play it. Yeah, to get me to play Helldivers was a pain in the ass. I'm with you on that. I'm glad you got me to play that game. Because it became fun, but when it released, that game was not fun. That game was just, like, gross. I did not like how the end game played out. Because you just had to bring an optimal loadout or you couldn't kill anything. Then they updated it, and then I liked it. This is not just fully Cosine was wrong, told me so. I would not have been playing Helldivers if they didn't update it after that release. We are going off on such a tangent here. Is this pumping? I never connected it, did I? No, I did connect it. They haven't built a vent. Guys, do something. I'm sitting here, like, waiting for my duplicates to do stuff while I talk about video games. And they're just not doing anything. They're being lazy. Lazy good for nothings. Let's see. How can I do this? I wonder if I should use oil for this. I know that we used water for this one. I kind of trust the oil more because I think it has higher viscosity. Let's go ahead and use oil for this instead. So what I could do is I can mop it. And then I can get the duplicants to move the oil into this spot, and then I can open the canisters. And I think that might make a slightly more robust liquid lock, just in case it ends up mattering. But I liked the early game, which is what you mean. I was a little bit iffy on the Helldivers early game. Like, even back then, I stuck through it because I kind of started to see, like, where it was going and the strategy behind it, but I was a little bit uneasy, even about the Helldivers early game. I wasn't, like, completely with it on that. Because I was already starting to notice the problem when I encountered my first charger and I just couldn't kill it. Like, it just wouldn't die. My weapons were incapable of dealing damage to that enemy because it just had too much armor and too much health. And then when we got to, like, difficulty 7 or whatever, that's basically when I checked out, and then they fixed the game and I played it again and it was legitimately fun at that point. Like, I was like, oh my god, I can actually play this game and not bring a rocket launcher of some sort and actually have fun. And there's still aspects of it I don't like. And also, the first time one of you guys showed me that game, it was like the worst possible thing you could have showed me, because you showed me bots on an eradicate mission that consisted of you dying constantly. Not Soviet specifically, but like one of the people that showed it to me, it was just bots and dying constantly on an eradicate mission where the team couldn't get their shit together. And that did not look very fun. I still don't like the third-person camera, though. I'm never going to like the third-person camera. How much of a tangent do you want? I mean, we're going off of tangents right now. Go for it. Lay it on me. What are we talking about now, chat? What conversation are we going at here? Because we are literally just waiting for my duplicants to do things while this room pressurizes with hydrogen gas. Why is there a vent there? Oh, that's the old vent for the old hydrogen before I... How much hydrogen is in this? Yeah, I emptied out the tank is what happened. I didn't have enough hydrogen in there to pressurize the room. You told me it was nothing like that. Yeah, and then you showed me the game, and that's what made me willing to play it to begin with. And then it still wasn't that much fun, but it was a lot more fun than it looked. I just want to be clear about something here. Like, I was given a very bad first impression of Helldivers through no fault of my own. And then you showed me a better impression of Helldivers, and that's when I was willing to play it. And then it was all right, and then it got kind of gross because it was really badly balanced. And then they fixed it, and then I was like, okay, this game is fun. If they had not done the rebalance, I wouldn't have played Helldivers much further than you were able to convince me to play it. And I'm very glad that they rebalanced it, because it's been a fun game. I wish it didn't take them so long to do it. And maybe part of it is that I'm a super picky gamer, and I just find reasons to hate everything, but I can't change who I am at this point. I refuse to change my mind until you show me proof. Well, yes, that's how my brain works. Is that a bad thing? I want to see evidence. I want things proven to me. That's the whole point. That's how my rational 200 IQ brain works. Is I want to see proof of things before I invest in them, be it time or money. I'm sorry. This is who I am. How can the balance be so bad that some weapons are incapable of killing stuff? So I'm going to assume that you didn't play Helldivers, and possibly still haven't played Helldivers. God, I don't know if I could describe this accurately, because I was still not like an expert at the game, like, during that phase, but my perspective of Helldivers 2, when it came out, when I finally got convinced to play it, was that I felt helpless if I didn't bring a very specific loadout. Even though my initial evidence was bad. Soviet, why do you think I was willing to take your evidence? I didn't know my initial evidence was bad until I was given a secondary, like, suggestion that the evidence was bad when I explained to you what I was shown. Oh my god, I don't even know where we're going with this anymore. I explained to you what was showed to me, and then I was like, okay, show it to me. But anyways, the deal with Helldivers is, do you understand anything about Helldivers? I guess let's start things off to begin with. Do you know anything about Helldivers, or do we need to start from, like, just ground zero and explain approximately what the video game is? Now, let's see, how's this going? Is this overpressurized yet? This might honestly be enough hydrogen gas. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to cut it off here. We don't need to overpressure the room. This is plenty. So let me cut it off there. And we're going to send the rest of it into this room in a moment here. I need to pump this room out, though. Which, it occurs to me, I probably shouldn't have planted all this mealwood in here if I was going to do that. So we do need to get rid of these two. Which they're probably going to take 4 hours to do it if I don't dig these up. There we go. Okay, anyways, you kill stuff. Alright, well that's, I mean, you're a step in the right direction. Anyways, yeah, time investment's the hardest part to assess. Time investment is usually what it is for me, though I'm still unemployed, so like I'm also not spending money on things. But Soviet gifted me Helldivers, so like that wasn't the issue there. Anyways, just the context for what Helldivers is. Alright, so Helldivers is basically a 4-player cooperative shooter where you drop into a semi-randomly generated environment and you fight either giant bugs or robots, and then they added aliens later. But when it came out, it only had the giant bugs and the robots. And the problem with the game was, for some reason, literally nobody on the development team of that game actually knew how to make a video game that was fun, except for one guy who was their CEO. And he like stepped down from CEO or something to like work on the game balance instead. And that's basically when the game became fun after a couple months. But the problem was they were sitting there saying, players are using this weapon too much, let's nerf it. And that was it. That was kind of like the design philosophy of the game, was nerf whatever was too strong. Don't do anything to the stuff that nobody uses because it must be fine. And just for some reason, that was the delusional game philosophy they were sticking with for like months. So while the initial charm of the game was fun, I think people started to realize not only is this game a buggy mess because they're using a shitty game engine to run it, it's also just like really imbalanced. And one of the biggest problems was the armor system in the game, because you need a PhD to understand the armor system on the various enemies and what weapons could do damage to them. And the problem was every single enemy in the game at higher difficulties was armored. They had too much health. Only a specific set of weapons could kill them, and if you didn't bring the specific weapons, usually it was like rocket launchers, like explosive weapons with armor piercing, you couldn't kill them. Like, they just wouldn't die. They literally, they were just unkillable. There were too many of them in a mission, so like even if you singled one out and shot at its like unarmored underside, the underside has so much health that it was just, they just wouldn't die before something else killed you. Like, Chargers are the ones I mentioned. Bile Titans are the other one that had that problem. These are for the bugs specifically, the Terminids as they're called. They were just basically unkillable. Like, yes, you could kill them, but like in the context of hard difficulty where you had like 70 other enemies on your ass the whole time you were doing it, you didn't have time to kill these things. Where do I want to send this gas? Hold on, let me think about this. I think I'm just going to run the gas through the same room, and we'll figure out what to do with the excess later. So something like that. I do want to not, like, focus completely. I'm glad we're having a conversation here, but for anyone who doesn't, like, care about any of this, I do want to play the video game, so let's make some progress here. Okay, there we go. Should be good enough. I'm going to let them into this room until I start pumping it. And I'll go back to whining about Helldivers in a moment. And we'll cut that off until we're ready to operate it, and we'll pump the hydrogen in after that. Okay. So anyways, I mean, I guess that basically covers the gist of it. Both of those were enemies that had extremely high armor values that restricted the number of weapons that could deal damage to them in any practical quantity to like 3 or 4 weapons. And then a bunch of stratagems. The stratagems are the closest I could describe it in like a couple seconds is they're like ultimates. Like, essentially, they're timed use, like long cooldown abilities. Like, they're not charged over any, like, specific actions, but they're just, like, very powerful, long use abilities. Like, you use one and it's, like, 5 minutes before you can use it again. It can be down to, like, a minute, or a few of them have, like, a few charges at once, and they just, like, spawn explosions or, like, missiles from orbit, like, crap like that. Those were like the only ways you could kill those things, and there were so many of them that you were fighting that you basically did not have enough orbital strikes to kill a Bile Titan. You were lucky if your first orbital strike would kill it, and if it didn't, you just were sitting there with your dick in your hand for like 3 minutes until it came off cooldown so you could try it again. It wasn't fun, and that's what like the higher difficulty endgame was playing out as, and I just didn't want to play the game when we reached that point, because like I was good enough to play it to get to the higher difficulties. But then I was just not enjoying it, because I just had to bring the same weapon to every single mission so that I could actually blow up the Chargers. And the robots had a different problem, where the robots just did way too much damage. There were too many rocket launchers. Like, the robots just shot like lasers and rockets at you, like that was their shtick instead. And the robots just did too much damage. They had like, there were too many robots. They would surround you in weird ways. They just hurt too much. You would get stun locked by just getting knocked around by rocket explosions all the time. And it was just miserable for a different reason. And basically there was nothing in the game I wanted to play anymore, so I just stopped playing it. And then they finally had somebody competent go in to do the game balance for Helldivers. Like, they finally had somebody who knew what they were doing start working on the game, and it just became fun. Because what the guy did was he went in and said, stop nerfing shit, bring up all the things nobody likes, nerf the armor, and they did exactly that. And yeah, the game got easier, but the game got fun. And then they added a higher difficulty later on if you wanted the game to be hard again. And I've enjoyed the game ever since. Like, I don't play it constantly or extremely frequently, but like, it's just a fun game now. Hey, more pips. Can't hurt to have those, right? Smile. Pips have never killed a base before in the history of anybody ever playing this game, so I'm sure we have absolutely nothing to worry about with having these things scramble around the base. But anyways, yeah, Helldivers became fun, is what it boils down to. But I'm standing by my word that I was not going to play Helldivers anymore if they hadn't done that rebalance, because it wasn't for me. It was just too much bullshit, and it was just very samey every time you played it, because there were so few viable strategies to playing the game at that point in its development. Thankfully, they got their shit together and they fixed it. I don't think we're ever going to be able to wrangle these guys. They are just... These guys have been on the ceiling for the last, like, hour straight, and nobody has been able to pick them up. I don't know, we'll see. At some point, I'll give up on this. Anyways, back to the shitty game engine thing. It's just... Has anybody here heard of the Stingray engine? Because if you haven't, there's a good reason for that. It's because nobody uses it. It's like the Autodesk Stingray engine. I forget what they renamed it to at some point, but it's essentially a game engine that's been dead for like 10 or 15 years. It's the one they made Vermintide and Darktide in as well. They as in a different developer for some reason, because I guess it's really hard to get development teams to just learn a good game engine like Unreal. Or maybe Unity. I don't know if Unity is considered a good game engine anymore. Their monetization isn't. But yeah, it's just a bad game engine, so it's hard to work with it. There's probably very few people that know how to use it, and it's like laggy and buggy and weird, and for the most part they've ironed out all the crashes, but like Helldivers blue screened the shit out of my computer like the first day I played it. Like, just... I don't know what was going on with that game, but they ironed out most of the jank by this point. But I think we're basically done talking about that, because this goes back to Soviet complaining about me never trying new things. So yeah, you're talking about getting me to try the game, everything after that is whatever. And I'm just explaining, I got a very bad first impression of that game by watching the stream, and then also having the game kind of suck ass once you've played it for a little while. I'm still glad you got me to play it. I appreciate you staying with me despite how ridiculously stubborn I am. But I can't completely give up my side of the argument here. Like, that game had some problems when it came out. But thank you. And thank you for gifting it to me. Oh good, we actually got the correct room size. I wasn't really paying attention to that, but it's just barely, like, within the threshold that we needed. Surprised the game would cause blue screening. Oh my sweet summer child, you have not played modern, like, pseudo-indie video games in a while, have you? Because I feel like that is an inevitability in this day and age, that you get like a crusty game by a sort of like medium-sized studio where they sort of know what they're doing, but not well enough to actually make the game work correctly on a bunch of different hardware, and they choose to use a custom game engine, and yeah, that'll just blue screen apparently, because it's not like I was the only one having that problem. I actually get very few blue screens, just in general. Like, it's infrequent. I hear about people having it happen a lot more often. So I'm highly inclined to believe it was a software blue screen. And what I mean by that is the game did something, or their shitty anti-cheat or something, like, did something to my, like, the internals of my system. Like, it caused something to happen in the BIOS or one of my devices or something, and it just bombed out the whole computer as a result. I don't know why this is a thing. I've never made a game in this context, or really at all, to know like how readily you can cause a computer to blue screen through making bad software. But this is a thing that happens. It's not super common, but it is a thing that happens occasionally. And then you'll also have blue screens that'll happen from like your hardware overheating or something, which may happen from a poorly optimized game. In my case, I didn't have any like overheating. It just destroyed my computer. It just blue screened randomly after I had finished playing it. Like, I closed the game and I blue screened like really strangely, like I think like half an hour later, after not having a blue screen for like a year or two straight, and I'm fairly certain it was Helldivers that caused it to happen. It may have been like running in the background or something, like it didn't close correctly, but I never had it happen after that. So I can't prove that it was Helldivers that did that. I don't think it was during Helldivers, but I highly suspect that it was. Oh, that's what that animation looks like. They just kind of vacuum in the mealwood. Alright. Alright, anyways, I think we're ready to start pumping, so let's go for it. Do people let their computers blue screen from overheating? Well, I think it's a matter of not noticing that it's happening, or just kind of becoming adjusted to it and not doing anything about it because you don't know any better. I mean, there's a lot of people that probably don't know any better. You keep getting blue screens from unlimited frame rates and Unreal games, deciding unlimited means infinite. I always... Alright, look, this is another thing that's going to make people, like, look down upon me. I play video games with VSync at 60 FPS. There, I said it. If you need to leave the stream now, if you're, like, vomiting because of what I just said, you're free to do so. I completely understand. I play video games at 60 FPS with VSync turned on. That is my refresh rate on my monitor. If I had a monitor that could do 144, I would set it to 144. I am not turning off VSync unless I get like a G-Sync monitor, which I do not have. So I just set it to what works. It looks awful without VSync, so I don't even know how the input delay thing works. I've researched this like a million times and never gotten a good answer on the input delay thing. I don't think VSync adds any more input delay other than like maybe half a frame or something, which it's gonna have tearing, which is awful, so I would rather just deal with the VSync. I don't think it buffers like a full additional frame or anything, but like to be completely honest, I haven't done my homework on this well enough to have a definitive answer. But the point is, I like do not like unlimited frame rate, which is unfortunate if you're playing a video game that just straight up works better at like an unlocked frame rate, but I just want to play VSync at 60 so that it looks okay to me, so that I don't have to deal with tearing. And if I get a monitor with G-Sync on it, and if you don't know what G-Sync is, it's basically dynamic VSync. Like, instead of being locked to 60 FPS and you have to refresh on the 60th of a second, you can run whatever frame rate your GPU is capable of, and your monitor is sort of capable of showing any frame rate without tearing, is what it boils down to. Like, your monitor will just hold the current image until it gets a new frame from the GPU, and then it will show the new frame without any tearing. I don't know how they did this internally, but it's like better VSync. It accomplishes the same goal, but you're not locked to a fixed frame rate, so you can lag a little bit if things aren't going well, but you can go all the way up to 300 FPS if your monitor supports that and your GPU supports it. It's just a superior technology. And it's physically built into something, or I mean, I guess technically you'd call it physical. It's built into like the monitor and the GPU. I think they both have to do some work for it. I am not a good source of technical information for it because I don't even have it. I just kind of know what it is, and I know that I want it when I get a new monitor at some point. If one of the ones I have now dies, I'm definitely going to get a gaming monitor, and I'm pretty sure all gaming monitors have G-Sync and whatever the equivalent is for AMD. Because I know that AMD has a version too. I think there's like an open FreeSync or something is what it's called. I think that technology is also getting supported a lot, and I think both GPUs can do FreeSync, but like it's basically there to replace VSync. I think if you run them both, I think G-Sync just replaces V-Sync, but again, I haven't looked into this much, so I don't know the exact like nature of the technology. Can we multitask anything here? I mean, I'm talking to chat. That's kind of what the multitasking is. What we're waiting for right now, for anyone who's like getting upset that I'm distracted again, we are waiting for something to happen right now. I kind of need this room to empty out, and we're out of power again, so maybe that's what we need to deal with. Let me look around. Well, just for the interim, let's add another hamster wheel so that we get some power. And I need to start thinking about the power situation. We have a few plug slugs. So maybe I should just go cram these guys into a room, just like right now. Just put them in a room somewhere. Honestly, this room right here wouldn't be bad. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put the plug slugs in here just so that we have some power, like right now. And so that we don't have a repeat of the incident. Actually, this can ventilate already. The incident I'm talking about is getting a bunch of smog slugs. Let's move these guys in there. It'll be nicely ventilated, and hopefully that'll kind of give us a little bit of bonus power in the middle of the night. There should be 2 of these in the base. I don't know if I have any more, and I don't think I could search for, like, critters. So we're just kind of stuck with what we've got. If I see any more, I'll move them in there. Alright, so anyways, you don't look down on me. I mean, I'm memeing about that. That's one of those things where, like, epic grandmaster video game player would be like, oh my god, I can't believe this guy. What a casual. But, like, I think most people don't really care or don't even know what VSync is. Or they're just like, oh, it turns off screen tearing. They turn it on and they never have any problems with it. And that's probably the right attitude to go into this. You don't have to be a sweaty tryhard for this kind of thing. I've never liked super competitive, sweaty bullshit anyways. I would rather have a better, like, experience just playing the game and looking at it than to know that my input delay is like 2 milliseconds faster than it would be if I had VSync turned on. And I'll get a better monitor anyways with G-Sync, and then most of that problem will go away. The input delay will probably just boil down to networking anyways, which is usually what it is to begin with. Yeah, Total Biscuit's PC spec evangelism was one of the worst things culturally. I'm also 60 FPS VSync. Oh, let's go. 60 FPS VSync club. Yeah, I don't know what Total Biscuit specifically did in that regard. Did he like start off like a trend or something of like toxic, like you gotta have this PC spec or you're not a gamer thing? Honestly, I never watched him. I don't know what he did really, in all honesty. So, like, I can't relate to that, but I'll take your word for it that he started off something. 144 FPS gives such a negligible advantage. I don't know about that. The thing is, I have had problems with 60 FPS, like, in the sense of, like, something happens so fast that I literally don't have time to see it, because a 60th of a second isn't enough to capture it. And I'm sorry, we're going to talk about Overwatch for a second here, because that's the game where I've had that problem. I'm not very good at Overwatch or first-person shooters in general. Like, I'm a Mercy main. If you know what that means, then you know what that means. But, like, occasionally I'll play a shoot character, or somebody who needs to be close quarters, and a legitimate problem I've had with that kind of game, where you can have something really close to you, like a lot of hectic nonsense going on, is I will actually just straight up lose track of something that's right in front of me. So like Genji, for instance. If you don't know what that is, Genji is just really fast. He's kind of a short-range character that is just a cyborg ninja, and he does a lot of like quick attacks from close range. He throws shurikens at you and then dashes through you. You have to turn a lot. If I get a Genji on my ass while I'm playing Overwatch, I will lose track of him, like, extremely quickly. Because he will press a button, and on one frame he's like right in front of my camera, and on the next frame he just doesn't exist anymore, and I have no idea where he went. And I am fairly certain that if I had a higher refresh rate, I would be able to catch the frame of him actually like going off the left or the right side of my screen and be able to track where he goes. This happens often enough that I have felt the 60 frames per second. Like, believe it or not, you can actually see things a lot faster than 60 frames per second. And I can tell when I'm getting so much visual noise like up in my face that it's a problem, and I would probably play that game a little bit better if I had a higher refresh rate, because I could track the chaos like more easily. It happens often enough to be relevant, but ultimately I need to get a monitor that has that to prove that to myself. But like at some point I need to get a new monitor anyways. Like, this one is very old. I was able to replace the capacitor with my dad like once, but I suspect that other parts are going to start failing and the monitor is going to die on me. And when I get a new monitor, it's probably time to go get a gaming monitor, and I'm going to go for like at least like 144 hertz with G-Sync or FreeSync support. That's more of a skill issue. I don't know if you're memeing or not, but like the situation here is that I don't even know what direction he went in. It's not that I don't know he's going to dash or anything. I know he's going to dash. He's playing as Genji. Like, everything is off cooldown when I don't want it to be. The problem is I don't know where he went. And I turned around and he double jumped and he went back over my head again. Oh, that's great. What a beautiful animation. Thank you for doing that, Clay. I appreciate that. Why is this thing in here? Get out of here. That's gross. Wonder if they can move it to the air. But yeah, the problem here is I just cannot like see what is going on because I miss things going off the edge of my camera because it just happens too fast. And maybe it's part of it is my old man brain, but I feel like sometimes I don't even get one frame to see what the hell is going on before it's too late. How's this going, by the way? We're full. Oh boy. How do we fix this? I think we just vent. I think we just vent this out. I don't even want to deal with this anymore. I don't know what gases are in this pipe. I am just going to release them into the air, and we'll deal with the consequences of that later. Let me dig that out as well. Cancel that build. Okay, there we go. That should work. All right, anyways, back to reading chat. Hope I didn't. If I missed your message, you can post it again. Pretty high ranking competitive games, even with subpar setup and performance. I mean, the highest I've really gotten recently in Overwatch is Diamond on support with my, like, seemingly non-competitive potato setup. But I also blame it on being an old man and being washed up. And I haven't played competitive in a while because it's not very fun. Let's see, he was the first YouTuber where the reviews would start opening the config menu and bitching about frame rate, graphics options. Yeah, that really, you don't do that kind of thing. Like, that's not essential if you just want to have fun. That is essential if you want to be like a grandmaster at whatever video game you're playing, but like, I think just to have fun, you do not need to do that stuff. Like, play whatever looks good and feels good to you, and don't let people just sit there and be like, oh my god, that's suboptimal. Like, how are you even gonna place higher than bronze? Like, I'd never like that attitude. I don't make fun of people for being bad at video games in that sense. Like, you play whatever's fun for you. They're games. You're there to enjoy it, not there to be a sweaty tryhard and have people judge you for not being very good at it. Like, if I'm making fun of people, it's usually just like kind of in a lighthearted sense, and I hope people never take it seriously if I'm memeing on them for dying in Spelunky. We all die in Spelunky. That's how these things go. Alright, let's see. In theory, you agree with the principle, like how much the game... Wait, I think I missed a message. Like Doom? Yeah, Doomfist is another one that gets me. I thought you might have been talking about the game. Yeah, Doomfist is another really fast hero that is just suddenly somewhere else, and that could happen a 60th of a second if he's really close to you. Tracer can also do that. Just all like the really close range ones cause problems for me. Though Tracer teleports, so I mean any frame rate might not be enough to figure that one out. You gotta read that one. But it's still an issue with close range, like combat. It boiled off to the audience an insistence that all games should be uncapped, ultra-spec optimized piles. Yeah, I don't like that. I wish more games were better optimized for low-end builds, which I don't think is that hard to do, but I've never developed a game, so I don't know how hard it is to support that. I feel like with modern game engines, they do most of the heavy lifting for you. Like, you make an Unreal Engine game, it's going to support every GPU that was made in the last 10 years. That really isn't something that you should need to worry about as a developer. So I don't know how they continue to fuck this shit up, and games are just insanely unoptimized when they release, when the game engine is supposed to be handling that for you. But all I can assume is they're using the tools wrong, because Unreal can make extremely optimized games. It's probably on the developers to do it right. Let's see, let me make sure I'm not... I'm sorry, I keep AFKing. Let's see here. So they still haven't moved those guys. What are we doing with this room? I don't want to wait for this room to get vacuumed out. I might start pumping hydrogen into it now. Let's pump hydrogen in and keep an eye, because this will pressurize the rest of the gases and push them down into the gas pump. Alright, back to chat. As long as you know when his dash is on cooldown or not, it's easy. Okay, I think I read that already. But like, I know, again, like I know he's going to dash. I know about when he's going to do it. I just don't know what direction he went in is the problem. Not his fault, it's the audience. Yeah, it's... I mean, to some extent, like, the audience is a reflection of the streamer or the content creator. Not to a full extent. Like, there's probably a lot of content creators that don't like the audience they've created, but like, he could have like probably pushed back on that a little bit if he was trying to send a different message. But I can't really speak to this because I don't know about this. I didn't know that that was kind of like one of the initial things that caused the elitism in computer specs. This is kind of new to me. I just assumed this was a thing that just gradually developed out of competitive gaming. Isn't there a glowing dash trail? Well, there is a dash trail, but again, like it's on screen very briefly, and I'm turning my camera in one direction or the other as it's happening, and I just don't have enough frames of detail to perceive the motion in my brain. So like, I know it happened, I just don't know what direction it happened in because I have too few frames to be able to detect movement, which is really the important part, is I can't tell whether it went left or right in the split second opportunity that I had. Isn't Geji's dash forward? Well, you see, he's holding deflect right before he does the dash, so he also has a different particle effect in front of his face. Like, as it's happening. Like, I could keep coming up with contrived explanations for this, But just the point is, it's a little bit too fast. And if he double jumps over the top of my head or something, that's another one where he could just stop existing on the next frame if he's in the air a little bit, and then he jumps again, like he does the double jump while he's right in front of me. He's just gone on the next frame. Like 60th of a second is not always enough time to see that if he was right in front of you. So I don't get a feel for if he moved to the left or the right or straight above my head when that happens. Anyways, a long-time player experiencing what seems like a glitch. Any help? What, with this game? Hopefully not Overwatch. Yeah, go ahead, shoot. What do you got? What's going on? I have probably seen it because I have seen dozens of glitches while playing this game. Also, sorry it took me like 3 minutes to read that message, but I was trying to catch up on chat here. My aim isn't good enough to use the reduction in input delay. What does that even... I'm not sure what you even mean by that. You're saying if I got better hardware, it'd still be a skill issue. You're probably right. Like, I'm still not going to be very good at these games, even if that's the case, but I would like to think I'd have at least a slightly better time playing it. Hopefully. I don't know. I'm washed up. I'm an old man. I'm in my 30s, alright? Give me a break. And if you're also 30 and you're really good at games, well, don't talk to me about it. You make me feel sad. I just use that as my excuse, but a lot of it is I also just don't dedicate the time to improve on these things. There's multiple things going on, no problem. Alright, let's see. Talk about Genji. Getting outplayed. Oh boy, here we are. Yeah, it's the skill issue. Look, I gotta be clear. It's partially a skill issue. But I'm just saying, I have had deaths or like unpleasant situations where I know for a fact that the reason why I died was because something on my screen stopped existing 1 frame later. Like, that's essentially the gist of it. Like, I know it's a skill issue, but I also know that I have had deaths that can be attributed to just something wasn't there 1 frame later, and I had no information to know what direction it went in. And if I fail to read it in the heat of the moment, I just get punished for it. So you're permanently zoomed in on your schedule editor, and it won't zoom out. You messed with your graphics settings, but nothing seems to work. Talking about this. I'm not sure what you mean by permanently zoomed in. I didn't know this thing had a zoom. I'm not sure if I can help with your problem or not, but I'm curious what you're talking about now. Does this game have like UI scaling? I wonder if some of that got like turned on accidentally. I've never actually looked into any of this. It does have UI scaling, so is it possible that your UI scale is jacked up? Like, is it just the schedule? Like, I assume that your game looks like this. Oh god, I've never turned this on. That's awful. You can't even see all the buttons. What's the point in having this setting? Is this what's going on with your game here? How do you even play the game like this? Why do they have this setting? You're in your 30s, you can aim as Cassidy. Do you even play Overwatch anymore? I mean, you're probably right. I mean, you always had better aim than I did. I don't know, I'm being antagonistic at this point. But I'm assuming you're talking about it being stuck like this, which... I mean, it's a setting, but if it's just the UI... then I'm not sure if it's like a specific window being stuck in this setting. I don't know how you would have done that. Because it's just one universal UI scale option, which looks like I had it at 100%. Oh god, I hope these are integer settings, or this is going to be blurry if I don't go into the config file. Okay, it doesn't look blurry, it looks crisp. I think it rounds it to integers. That makes the box too big. Too. My box is still small, but it's zoomed in. So, I mean, I have to ask the inevitable question, have you turned it off and on again? And what I mean by that is, have you just, like, go to the UI scale settings, set it to max, and then set it back to what you had it at before, and see if that cleans up your UI, or restart your game, and if it's still sticking through that, you could try to reset your config file, like wherever that's stored. Just kind of the kit to come out of nowhere and mess your shit up. I mean, I'm not arguing with that perspective. Again, I'm not arguing with the skill issue perspective, but I still think it's a valid complaint. And I'm not arguing with the game design either. I'm just saying I don't think a 60th of a second is enough time to track them. So if I don't have the skill to back up my ability to actually counter these heroes, then I'm just kind of screwed. It's just another point against me. Like, again, I'm not making the argument that this is unfair. Like, how dare they design the game like this? I'm just making the argument that there are situations where I would have benefited significantly by not having that specific detriment to deal with. Maybe to augment my skill issues. Not much you can counter. You have no idea how long I could stay alive as Mercy in these situations. It's usually playing stuff like Anna that I have issues with, like getting dove by Genji. And just have him like in my face 1 second and then just somewhere else the next second. I would probably die a lot of the time anyways, but I feel like I would have been saved in many situations. As Mercy, the secret is just don't be near the Genji to begin with. Just be somewhere else. Like you see Genji and Tracer somewhere, you go to the other side of your team. And the only reason you die to him is because the rest of your team is dead. In which case, you were going to die to something anyway, so it doesn't really matter. No mods, no DLC, never adjusted anything until this was discovered. Alright, well, I mean, at this point, all I can suggest that you do here, because this is what I would do if I had this problem, is go into your options, go to the graphics, set the UI scale to anything else, press done, reopen the UI, and then go back into your options, set it back to 100%, press done again, and see if the problem goes away. That would be like the first thing I would try in that situation, and then I would escalate it later if I started having more issues. So that's the first thing I could recommend. So I mean, if you're actively trying to deal with this right now, I would go ahead and give that a shot to see if you could fix it. How are we doing on the gases? I think we might... Wait, did I do the whole thing while I was rambling? Almost. Okay, we almost got it. So let's go ahead and... what do we want to do here? Let's stop pumping hydrogen into the room for the moment. And let's see if we can get this pump to remove the rest of the oxygen. We might be almost done here. We've been playing very little of this game for the last couple hours here, and I'm probably going to end stream soon. But let's see if we can get some closure on what we're doing here. Yeah, okay. What do you got here? Oh, that's even better then. If you got a link, if that works, go for it. Mercy's mobility is strong for survivability, but you're not killing anyone on your own. I mean, I'm not making this complaint about it as Mercy. Again, like, I don't care where Genji is as Mercy. I'd go somewhere else before he gets that close to me if I can play it right. Or, heaven forbid, if I play a damage character, which I don't do very often, because again, I'm not very good at it. I play what I enjoy, and I'm a support main at heart. There's definitely a skill issue in there. I'm just saying, if I had a faster monitor, I would probably be a little bit better at the game as a result, because I could track the chaos a little more readily. This is gonna take... Oh, we didn't... Hold on a second. No, I'm dumb. We didn't put in the liquid. Hold on a second. Which of these... This one. Alright, this one right here. Let's try this one. Relocate it to right there. I did put in the lock. That's why liquids keep getting in. Somebody move this. We're almost done here. More about countering, which Mercy doesn't do. Yeah, again, I was talking in the context of like playing Anna or something. If you don't play Overwatch, by the way, I apologize. I apologize that this is happening, but I still play that game for some reason, so... I gotta maintain my honor as a Mercy main by justifying all of my failures with something else that's beyond my control. Alright, this should hopefully give us a good globule. I think 12 kilograms should be more than enough. Overwatch of 2025. I've been burning out on it. I'm hoping they do something with the game. Obviously, if you know anything about the game, you know that Marvel Rivals is curb stomping Overwatch right now. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, so that might be a slightly more reliable liquid lock. I don't know for sure, but this is enough mass that I think it's less likely to get displaced by a mistake, like letting duplicates in here without Atmos suits, which I literally just did. So hopefully this will work a little bit better. And ideally, neither of them are going to have a problem. So the oil was actually useful for something. Let me go ahead and have them bottle it all up again. Crude oil, there we go. Yeah, support mains for life. Soma bot lane ward monkey. Sona bot lane ward monkey. If this is like a MOBA thing, I'm not going to understand the terminology. I do not play these things. I just don't... MOBAs are another situation where somebody might be like, oh, this is really fun, you gotta try it. But I've looked at it and I'm like, nah, it doesn't look very interesting to me. So I just don't play it. I understand some of the terminology, but like I ultimately just don't care to play MOBAs. You're the only one that thinks that Hazard doesn't feel like an Overwatch character. I feel like every new character is like that, but I mean, what's your impression of him then? Like, he doesn't feel like any more like ridiculous than a lot of the other ones they've added, like Doomfist or something. So I mean, I'm not particularly bothered by his existence in the game. Since I factorialed since Space Age, it's just vanilla. So knows a League of Legends. Yeah, it was either Dota or League of Legends. I played Factorio since sort of after the release. I don't remember exactly. It was fairly early after the release is when I got Factorio, so I've had a lot of play time of that game. God, I love that game. We're out of power again, by the way. Why are we out of power? We got hamster wheels. We got this. I could always add a second one of these. I think this is what we're getting griefed by here. This must be producing more hydrogen than I realized. I don't know. Discord enemies, and if he dies, he dies. I mean, that's a good meme, but, like, I mean, I know how to play Zenyatta, though he's another one where I'll have a struggle if a Genji gets up in my face. I just start spamming kick and hope I can knock him in front of me where I can actually hit him with something, but... God, if I had a 144 Hz monitor, just imagine how mediocre my gameplay could be. Okay, I think they'll eventually bring all the crude oil over here, just automatically put it in the tank, so I'll just let them do their thing. I don't have any urgent need to remove that from the room right now. Did I cut off the power? Am I dumb? Why is this one not powered? Huh? We have power, sort of. Maybe we're just too low for that specific one to get any power. I don't know how the game actually distributes that. Like, just this one's broken. I don't know. Hazard, Juno, Adventure, they all feel off. I don't know how much of that is like the design is different versus just how many versions of Shootman can you add to the game before you run out of ideas and need to do something unique. Like, I don't know. I mean, they're all definitely weird. I think Juno is honestly the most normal one, or Space Girl, whatever you want to call her. I think Juno is probably the most, like, normal recent addition to the cast. Like, she fits in fairly well. Hazard and Venture are definitely very different from the normal gameplay, but I don't know if I would necessarily call that a bad thing. What is wrong with this cable? No, okay, I think we're just running out of power in general, and maybe there's a buffer on these transformers. As for different designer, probably, because they fired like half of their team, because Blizzard is being a terrible company, so they may have very well hired a different designer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing or anything weird, really. Like, I don't really mind most of the new heroes, at least so far. I'm sure they'll add something that everybody hates in the near future. You're curious to hear somebody else's take on the vanilla to Space Age tech tree rebounds, because you still know what I think. I like it. I like Space Age. I think it's a very good, like, change. There's a couple things I don't like about it. And we don't really need any of this stuff. Just get the eggs. There's a couple of things I don't like about Space Eggs. By the way, Whiplash. We're talking about Factorio now. So, I think my biggest complaint is how uncreative the offensive solutions are for space platforms. And I don't really like that they moved cliff explosives, but I could go either way on that because the cliff generation is a whole lot better than it used to be. But other than that, like, I pretty like Space Age. I think the space platforms and logistics are my least favorite part about it because they're not as good as trains. They have a lot of, like, annoying limitations and for like how you can actually automate and customize what they do. So having your base split across multiple planets becomes a nuisance when you want to send like a very specific supply of materials to another planet. And you can't really do that. You just have to send them in like huge batches or just none at all or manually do it. Besides that, though, I've like very much liked Space Age. I think it's a really good change. I don't see myself like playing the base game very much anymore versus just variations of Space Age or mods. You mean like the models and art style themselves, they just seem off amalgam before all fit in for me. I mean, I can't sit here and say your opinion is wrong or anything. I didn't really feel the difference, and I think they probably designed a lot of these heroes years ago, and they've just been kind of sitting on the back burner. So, I don't know, I don't really feel that. Like, that's just kind of my opinion on the matter. There might be others that have like the same vibe, but like new heroes always look a little bit out of place for the first few months. And then you just kind of get used to it and they fit in again. Like every new like hero portrait looks really cursed to me for like a couple months, and then I'm like, okay, this is normal now. I'm just gonna add more coal generators, I think. So let me pick out a spot to do this because I've been just kind of quietly rambling. Not quietly, I've been loudly rambling here waiting for this. Why is this here? Waiting for the power solution to come back, and it hasn't. and I should probably actually do something about it instead of talking to chat about Overwatch. So let's see, where do we want to do this? Eventually, I'll be able to get all these buggers into the right room. It would help if I shut the door. You know, that would actually be a good idea. So they don't just get out again. I wonder if that's why they got out to begin with. What a preponderance. I don't even know if that's a word, but it is now. We could stick them back over here, maybe up in this area. Let's put them over here. Actually, no, let's not put them up over here. That's the living space. Yeah, this is a good enough area. Let's put them down here. Just quickly, I'm just going to quickly whip up a room and just throw some, like, coal generators in here. Just so that we have something to, like, hold us over until I solve the various other problems that I've managed to create for myself. What threw you is how much Space Age being like a mid-game thing. You think you're happy with it, but you're sort of prevented with... It was sort of presented as post-vanilla content. It's more interwoven. I like the fact that it's interwoven. I like that you get access to that earlier on, because then you could go back and redo all of your bases like a couple times as you unlock new tech from other planets. Or you can just not do that if you don't want to, and the bases will still be functional. Like, it gives you a lot more flexibility in how you do your playthrough, depending on the order you go to the planets. Anyways, did I play Mindustry? No, I did not. I think I have it wish listed. I don't know. I might want to buy that at some point. Mindustry is a game I'm kind of interested in, but not interested in it enough to really go play it right now. And I've got like Satisfactory on the backlog as well. But like Mindustry is a game that kind of interests me, like a little bit. I'd have to take another look at it. Yeah, did you look at the link that Newton put down? Because that sounds like it explains, or like it covers the problem that you're having. Or it might. Again, I haven't seen your problem precisely, so I don't know for sure. Yeah, Zarek's told me about Mindustry before. You like the interplanetary logistics. I like the concept of the interplanetary logistics. I don't like the implementation because I think it's too limiting on complex problems. Like, I think one of the biggest one is I can't request a specific number of biter eggs on Gleba so that I can make, like, overgrowth soil or whatever. If you've never played Space Age, you have no goddamn idea what I'm talking about. But I mean, it's this frustrating problem where you basically have to send 500 eggs at a time. You can't have a planet like request things from another planet and then have it deploy a space platform to deliver that payload of like spoiled goods before they all hatch into giant bugs and eat your space platform alive. Like, it just becomes annoying. Like, you basically have to scale it up and send a bunch at once, or waste a rocket launch on like 50 at a time and send them over to Gleba just in case you need the eggs for some reason. Or you have to do it manually. And in a game about automation, I feel like having to manually decide whether or not to send something to Gleba is kind of defeating the premise of the game. So, like, there's ways they could fix that. There've been a lot of suggestions. I just kind of wish they would actually go ahead and do it. I mean, your setup is fine, but you got to remember, if people aren't scaling things up, like, sort of early to mid-game, you basically have to do it manually. I can't start it off with like a tiny payload and work my way up from there because rocket launches are expensive at that point in the game. And I can't be sending 50 biter eggs up for every single trip and wasting a whole rocket on that and then having them not get used on the other planet. Like, it's that sort of thing. Like, it really depends on how much you build up your base. So it feels a little bit stifling that you basically have to upscale to a ridiculous extent to be able to properly use the space platform, like, nonsense. I don't even know how to make Promethium. I haven't gotten to that point yet. Like, I haven't tried to solve that problem because it's honestly kind of discouraging that I basically have to set it up as a use it or lose it system instead of like an intelligent, like, supply-demand system. So, I don't know. That's just like my only gripe with that. Regarding Ministry, sorry, the chat message got bumped. I love as being like it's Factorio but smaller, meatier chunks. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I think I will probably play Mindustry at some point. It sounds like a game I would enjoy. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. What are we doing, by the way? I'm definitely getting distracted by chat. We might need to end this soon. Again, my apologies. Yeah, we need to cut this off. My apologies for anyone who was hoping to see more oxygen not included here, but like, I like having these conversations. This is ultimately a live stream. Or sorry, ultimately this is a live stream and not like a edited video or anything, so hopefully at least the line of conversation that we've been having here was reasonably interesting. Let me set the pressure a little bit higher on this, and then we'll probably wrap things up here. That says it's failed. I think I figured out what you were trying to say. It covers UI adjustments. You did delete the preference file and it acted like it essentially reloaded the game. Real promising. Scheduler Windows correct size. But you're zoomed in where you can't toggle a lot of stuff. Right, I don't know. Like I don't like just writing off issues like this, but you may need to just ask like Reddit or like the Clay forums or something about this, because I can only like guess what you need to do to fix the issue because I've never had this specific UI problem. There may be somebody there that's had that. So I don't know that I can offer much help unless anybody else in chat is like familiar with this specific problem. I know you can't write it off. I don't want you to have to. I'm saying I can't. I don't know if I can help you anymore is the thing I'm trying to say here. And Saddy Daddy, with a fatty, I gotta say the whole name. Thank you for the follow. Like, I wish I could help you. I wish I had had this problem and could tell you exactly what you need to do to fix it. But I just don't know, like, what the issue is, unfortunately. Because it's just not something I've ever had to deal with. Like, the only suggestions I was able to give you are to, like, redo your settings file. And if you did that and you're still having the problem, it could be like a graphics issue if you're like on an old or like a weird graphics setup. I don't know why it would happen, but this game is not like the best programmed game ever, so it's conceivable that having like an older GPU or like a weird configuration could cause that to happen. It shouldn't, but like any of these things are possible. Let's see. Can we double check that we got this figured out? Let's wrap this up. I can get rid of this now. Let's finish off our Drecko farms. So we can remove that. We can remove all of this. I don't know why I didn't get rid of this gas vent. Let's see what else we can clean up. I don't need to pump any more hydrogen into this room. I'm gonna just get rid of this. Actually, I'm gonna leave the like pipe infrastructure along the side here just because I usually reuse these later. But let's go ahead and get rid of that. You don't even own it. Okay, so you were just doing some Googling. You don't see how it's only happening in the scheduler. I don't know either, unless they store some like extra data or something. You're saying you deleted your preferences file though, right? So like, it shouldn't be storing that. All I could think is that there's like some dynamic scaling mechanic in the scheduler that's kicking in when it shouldn't. But like, I could even resize these windows. I didn't even know you could resize these windows. I don't think you can. Like, they don't move. Like, I'm clicking and dragging. And, like, none of these UIs can be moved around, I think. Can this one? Yeah, I cannot even move these around, so I'm not really sure. And I don't know. Like, again, my suggestion is that you appeal to the masses and you post about this on, like, the Clay forums or something, because I don't know what it is, unfortunately. Like, I don't think I can really tell you what the problem is here. Go ahead and delete this as well. No, we don't want to get rid of the... Actually, no, we do want to get rid of the wire. It's not going through anything. Clean up our mess. So we don't need that wire either. Let's get rid of our vents. What was I doing with these vents, actually? This is a mess. Honestly, I'm just gonna get rid of all these. I can rebuild these later if I need to. I don't know what I was doing with these vents. And then this was the hydrogen input. We've overpressurized this vent, so this room is in pretty good shape. Let's go ahead and cut that off as well. So do that. I'm gonna wait for it to vent that last like packet of hydrogen. Okay, it just did it. Deconstruct that. And I could just let the hydrogen out. So I'm gonna go ahead and break those pipes as well. And then I think that's about all I want to do here. I'm just gonna leave the hydrogen in the pipe. I could turn it around and send it back into the tank later if I need to. Once I'm confident that I'm done with everything here. And then the last thing we're gonna do before we end stream is I need to get some carbon dioxide into this like pit down here. So hopefully I didn't screw this up because I'm about to destroy my whole ventilation system, but I need to like, let's actually do it. Let's not plant this. Cancel. Let's put a vent down here and get like one layer of carbon dioxide into this area, and then we should be good to go on this. Seems like it accidentally received a zoom in input while you were open and zooming. Is that a thing? Is there a control for that? Okay, let me look at one more thing for you here. Is there even a control to zoom in? I don't don't think there is. So this is global. There is scroll up and down, but that's for the base game. We got... What is this? Alternate view. Huh? How does this do? I don't know. I'll look at that in a moment. That's not related to what we're doing here, though. Tools, we've got nothing. Management, nothing. Navigation, irrelevant. Cinematic camera, we're not doing that. I don't know how to make good content. Building, nothing. Debug, hopefully not any of these. I don't see anything that says zoom in here. A lot of stuff in here. Yeah, I don't see anything that strikes me that you might have like accidentally pressed an input. Sandbox is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. Though I didn't know these existed. Re plus backtick. I'm never gonna remember to do that. And then we're back to global. Yeah, I'm not sure. What does Alt do? I'm pressing Alt right now and nothing is happening, so I have no idea what the point of that is. How do we do this? It's like you hold backtick. Oh. I'm never going to remember that I could do this, but that exists, I guess. Alt-L? Am I about to, like, close my game or something? I don't know what that does. Well, am I getting debated? Anyways, thanks for your input. You're looking at the internet. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but that's what I highly suggest you do. Is just look this up online and see if anybody else has had this problem, because I've never heard of this happening. Also, why are we stuck on research? We've been stuck on this research for a really long time, and nothing has happened. Am I missing something? Did I run out of something? Oh, I turned this off because I'm an idiot. That's what's going on here. Or no, I didn't turn it off. Wait, we ran out of uranium. Oh, I remember what happened here. I had a generator and it sucked, so then I started using the uranium. Alright, I remember what was going on here. Let's just turn this on. And we'll worry about that some other time. Alt-S is boss. That's the one that does this, yeah. What does Alt left and right even do? Well, nothing. It was just Alt. Like, just left Alt and right Alt is what they were saying, like, on the keyboard. Neither of those buttons do anything, so I have absolutely no idea, like, what's going on. You kind of wish I was a big streamer with 100 plus viewers and many active chatters, just so you could say some shit like, eat my shorts, you sweet sheep, and you wouldn't have the mental capacity to read it out loud, but you definitely see it. You just need to be Soviet Winter, and then I won't read your messages. Also, I'm not offended by this in the slightest. Actually, how dare you? You know what, I gotta play the bit. How dare you say something like that in my chat and embarrass me in front of all these people? I will never eat your shorts. Hello, Keyball. But yeah, specifically, like, Soviet Winter is the only person whose chat messages I can't see for some reason. So everybody else best be on their guard, because I'm probably going to see what you say in my chat at some point. Where am I going to get carbon dioxide from? What a weird problem to have. Probably down here, where we're making carbon dioxide. And once we do this, I'll go ahead and end stream. So let's see, is there a better source? No, not really. We don't have any, really. There's probably some in this tank. What do we have in here? That's enough. Yeah, we can just get it from this tank. However, this does mean I need to do something about the existing materials in the tank. Alright, so the carbon dioxide is first. Is that going to be the first thing that comes out if I do this? Okay, you know, let's get the hydrogen back into the tank up top. So let me deconstruct these gas bridges. I need to reverse them all. I wish there was an easier way to reverse gas bridges, but I gotta deconstruct them all. Luckily, they don't actually contain any gas. That's some nice lag. And that one. Alright, we're gonna turn them around, and I'm gonna send them back into the tank over here. I'll just drop them in the input. I'll connect these pipes, which I'll just do it now. Okay, there we go. Alright, so that'll send all the gas back in here. I'll yell at you, don't tell me to eat your shorts. Don't disrespect me like that. I ain't eating those shorts, it's disgusting. I don't know where those have been, or what's in them. All left and all right are different. And I don't know if we're making it political, but in this game, I don't think they do anything different. Like, depending on how the game is designed, like, you can detect the key code for alt left, for left alt and right alt, but it looks like they just bound them to the same function, but I don't know what that function is, because it doesn't seem to actually do anything, so that's what I don't understand about it. You have 3k points, and you fall asleep to my streams. I think that's a good thing, right? I don't know, it's almost endearing when people fall asleep to my streams. Like, at least there's some redeeming quality to what I'm doing here. If people are able to enjoy the streams, even if they're not actually awake to do it. Resident superfan. I wish I could see how many channel points people have. Twitch still hasn't given us the technology to see that, so I have no idea how many points any of my, like, chat members have. There's probably people that have over 100,000 at this point, because I don't have any good redeems to spend them on. And the second I make, like, a meme redeem for something like that, like, one of them is going to cash in, and I'm going to be like, oh, I did not actually expect anyone to do that. Streams are so boring that you fall asleep to it. Look, they got to be good for something, right? Yeah, we need better point sinks. I mean, look, you got the money hole. That's a sink right there. You throw all the money you want in that hole, and you're never going to fill it up. That seems like the exact definition of a point sink. Put it to use. You know who needs carpet? Just on a whim. There you go. Enjoy. Eventually, you'll have a carpeted floor. Like playing Mozart for babies. It's enriching content while you sleep. I'm happy that I could provide your Mozart for babies. Yeah, there we go. Just throw some cash into the money hole. We'll fill it up someday, chat. Surely there has to be a limit, right? A hole can't be bottomless. That doesn't exist. Gotta reconnect these now. Alright, so that is going to pump all of the hydrogen back into the tank over there. So just get rid of that. And then what we need to do here is get the carbon dioxide out of this tank. So I know I'm not going to pay, like, any attention while I do this. I shouldn't have to put this filter here if I was actually good at this, but I'm not. So I'm going to put a filter here in case I stop paying attention to make sure that I don't pump something that isn't supposed to be there. Except that's... wait, I can't put it... why am I putting it there? What the hell's wrong with me? I need to put the filter somewhere I could actually get the output. So let's see, we want to run carbon dioxide. I could just, like, stick it... this is a gross mess. Okay, I can put it here, so let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so then our output is going to go like that. And then the filter is going to take the carbon dioxide out, and we're going to put it in here. I cannot do it like that. There we go. This is a delicate operation, and then I'm just going to vent the rest of it. But I don't want to deal with it right now. And if I'm paying attention, this won't cause any problems. I hope. You see it filling up? There's no way you see the bottom of that hole. We haven't seen the bottom of that hole ever since I made it. You just, like, it's an illusion. That's what I'm trying to say. Or hallucination, either of those two words. I just tried to combine them together. What's wrong with oxygen inside the Drecko ranch? Well, I mean, it could be any gas, but I want CO2 because CO2 is the heaviest and is probably the least likely for game engine Jake to push it out of here. And the duplicates need to go up here anyways, so I want them to have the Atmos suits on, because I want the Dreckos to spend as much time as possible in the hydrogen, because that's the whole bloody point of having them in here. Hallucinatory holes, yeah, something like that. I don't know. I'd make something up, make up a new word for this. But yeah, I don't want... I mean, it could be oxygen, but again, I want CO2 because it's going to most reliably stay down here. I could have a mix, but that's filthy and unclean, and I don't like that. So, that's the rationale for my decision here to put CO2 in this pit. Alright, so you are going to be carbon dioxide. Now let's keep an eye on this and see how it plays out. And connect. Alright, work your magic. Why is it pumping hydrogen? Because I still have the hydrogen connected. There's a reason for everything, chat. Alright, there we go. Now it's going to actually do what it's supposed to. Alright, it is pushing the top gas in the list now. Installing a new NVIDIA driver. I mean, that usually doesn't hurt. It's always good to try. It shouldn't matter, but again, this game is kind of a mess. Never mind, it doesn't push the top gas out. It pushes whatever it wants. Well, I'm glad I put that filter there because this is what it's doing right now. I don't know how it is even deciding what to do. Yeah, I don't know what the game is doing right now, but whatever. This should be enough CO2 to accomplish our goal. I just need a thin layer on the bottom to give these guys an atmosphere. I think that it doesn't even need to be at the level with them. I think it might work if it's one tile below them. And if not, I could just have 2. I can have up to 3 if I need to. 4 even, actually, before it spills out into the living space. I don't know if any of this is going to work. I don't know if we're going to have unforeseen problems, you know, reservoir jank. But this is my idea. I invented this, chat. This is a cosine original design right here that nobody should steal. Not because I don't want you to steal it, but because it's probably not very good. Like, come up with something better if you're going to do this. Use my failures as an inspiration. We'll find out what happens with this in future streams, and we'll see all the issues that I hadn't anticipated when I designed this thing originally. Because I'm sure there's loads of them. It's RNG output based on content ratio. Yeah, because they couldn't make it deterministic. That would have been ridiculous for a game like this. You don't use oxygen because some dude's going to run in there with atmospheres disabled and breathe it in. Yeah, it would just become CO2 anyways. And that's a decent reason for it. It's round robin based on content ratio. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I mean, for the purposes of what I'm doing, those are the same thing. Like, the point is it sends out a mix. It does look like it's round robin. I think you're correct because I see a pattern here. Which is more than I could have expected from this game, to be honest, but it's still not what I wanted, so unfortunately we have to deal with that. Alright, we're just kind of quietly waiting for this thing to cooperate. So these two seem to be stable. I think maybe having the planter box have the correct gas is sufficient for the plants to not, like, suffocate. But we still have a little bit too much hydrogen in here. We might actually have too much hydrogen pressure in here. I may have to get some of the hydrogen out of here because we're having gas vent overpressure. I put too much in. I really didn't want to have to do this. You're just going off the top answer off Google. I hope you're not using the AI answer because that is like almost guaranteed going to be wrong in this kind of situation. Yeah, I think we're going to have a consistent overpressure problem. No, actually, wait, we might be good. We might have enough. Like, just barely to get this to work. Because it's occasionally, like, squeaking out a little bit more. Yeah, these guys are still fluctuating, though. And as much as I know this isn't, like, urgent, it's upsetting to me. So I kind of want to get it high enough for these two on the side to cooperate. Maybe we don't need them. I'm not sure. Sketchy on Google because it keeps pulling from the old wiki. Yeah, there's that too. I would go to like the actual wiki because fandom is probably polluting the search results as well, and I assume Oxygen has gone through the same issue of like having fandom like dominate like the search engine optimization, so who knows what kind of information is available right now. The Reddit answer, yeah, that's not much better to be completely honest, especially if it's an old post. Yeah, and then it's just like wrong. I feel like there's a lot of misinformation in this video game, so it's just always kind of dangerous. I'm officially tired of waiting for this guy to get wrangled, so congratulations, you're free. You have been on the ceiling for like 4 hours, and you're going to die in 9 cycles anyway, so you know what? I can wait. I could outlive you. Have fun. So how is this going? I don't know why the game works like this at all. Let's move the gas vent up. I think we can overpressure this room just enough to get it to work, because I don't think you can overpressure plants. You can, but not anywhere close. Okay, so we're not even close to overpressuring the plants, and I don't think these guys care. Yeah, they don't They don't care at all, like how high the pressure is in here. Or if they do, they're not saying anything about it. So we're gonna just move the vent up one tile so that it starts filling in those like lighter tiles. So get rid of that. Honestly, yeah, honestly, we can just leave both vents. It doesn't matter which one does it. The pressure for a stable gas layer is about twice the pressure to make it flat. Well, not if I fill in these like partial pockets. Because it's like 2 kilograms down here, and then it's only like 250 grams on this layer. So I'm assuming that the vent will be able to snipe those packets and fill them up like every time it gets a chance to do so until it fills in. Ignore your inclination. I mean, I don't mind. You just have to be aware of the problems with, like, I guess this game. So I don't know, maybe you're not the right person to do that. Like, I still don't mind. Like, as long as we get the right information eventually. But yeah, this is a world of misinformation that we live in now. Especially with 2 wikis for this game just existing at the same time. What's that chat message? Is that an empty space or is something gonna load there? There it is. Why did Aware take so long to load in? Like, I was looking at that chat message for like 5 seconds and it didn't pop in the icon for it. Why is this guy out here? You I definitely want to wrangle and then bring in here. Like, anytime I spot a Drecko outside of these farms, I do need to move it in, because there's no reason to have them wandering around. It will build 2 layers of CO2. I want 2 layers, because these ones are, like, having problems for some reason. I don't know the exact rules, but I keep seeing these guys occasionally suffocate. So I just want 2 layers. It's literally only 2 additional tiles for the Dreckos to hang out in. So it should be fine. We shouldn't have too many like problems with it. As long as they spend most of their time in the hydrogen, which they should, we'll be okay. There is probably a better way to design this. I'm just going to leave it as it is for now. And we'll figure out the penalties for that later. Okay, I think we're good to go. Yeah, okay, we got the 3rd layer. I think we're good to go now. Let me cut this off here. Let me just set the filter properly. Why are you not... There we go. Alright, filter. I need to just disconnect this whole thing, honestly. Let's cut it off there, and let's also cut it here. I'm gonna, I think, just clean this up next stream, because it's getting a little late. So let's go ahead and let this finish doing its thing. I mean, at the very least, we can get rid of this gas filter and, like, kind of run it backwards to get it out of that room. But that should work. These guys should be perfectly fine. The Dreckos should spend the majority of their time in or near the hydrogen. I hope. And I have no... I literally didn't run the numbers on how many mealwood I need, so I probably have too many. And I could have just gotten rid of, like, half of these, and it would have been completely fine anyways. But, oh well, you live and learn. Let's delete these and finish this off. And let's see here. I don't really want to release more CO2 into this room than I need to, so let's get this removed. And then I want to just kind of pull it back into the tanks. Yeah, let's just do this, honestly. Why did I do it like this? It should be like this. There we go. So I prioritize going into the tank, and if there's no room, then it'll just overflow. Not bad. I've never had a higher compliment in my life. I'm sure there are problems with this, but you know what? I made this. Others may have Drecko ranches, but this one is mine. Do lights help with the grooming stations? I bet they do. Let me put a light in here. It'll look nice anyways. There we go. That should, yeah, that gets the point of interest or interaction or whatever for both of these. Can't wait for the first glossy crash. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't wait for that either. I'm sure I'll know what it is when we get there. What will you do to improve this ranch? No, you can't just spoil it like that. I might actually know what I did wrong if you say that. We can't have that. I gotta figure out power. I think our next stream is gonna be we figure out the power, even though I completely forgot to ever set this up for some reason. I built this and then I just never did anything with it. Like, I forgot I put it here. We do have to set up a more sustainable solution for power, though, because as we've seen, when this thing runs out, we're kind of screwed. We don't have access to steam power yet because I don't have plastic, because I don't have glossy Dreckos to make the steam turbines. That'll be an activity for next stream, to figure out what we need to do here. I'm just gonna deliver the suits now, because why not? Let's make a couple extras. Never mind, we're out of copper again. We'll order a couple extras. I'll make more copper. We have enough for 56 crafts. Just make like 30, I don't know. And our last print of the day. What do we got? Yeah, I don't really need any of these things. Anemic duplicates are terrible anyways. They're just so slow. Alright, so eventually they'll get around to planting this. We don't need to sweep the Drecko egg. I think that's about it. Yeah, we got all the crust out of the room. Let me remove the vents. Come on. Out you go. Scram. Get out of here. Alright, I'm gonna leave the rest of that pipe there because I don't really care about that. You would just use your design? Well, I mean, that's the cop-out answer. Like, yeah, of course you have a better design than I do. The question is how to salvage this abomination. And the answer to that is we'll find out when we get there. Alright, and that should be everything. I think this room is set to go. We have our shearing station. We've got grooming. I will, like, just kind of move Dreckos around as the need arises. This guy has been on the ceiling for its entire life. Mood miserable. Well, you know what? Whose fault is that? Oh, you know what? This might have been a tamed Drecko. Okay, so I just left the tamed one in here, and it's just, like, dying slowly. Whatever. You know what? If you came down from the ceiling, none of this would be happening, idiot. So, really, whose fault is this? I'm gonna leave that egg down here. Supposedly, I'm going to have a glossy crash or something, so eventually we'll have enough Dreckos. It looks like we've got 6 of them, 3 in each of these rooms. One of them's in an egg. Actually, there's 2 in here. Yeah, I can't think of anything else I need to do here. We'll identify the problems and fix them as they arise. But at the very least, we have a lot of reed fiber, and I'm just kind of waiting for these guys to make glossy eggs. It looks like that RNG is slowly going up. I don't know how this works. I don't know when they're going to actually become full Dreckos or anything like that. We'll see. If somebody knows the numbers, I mean, I wouldn't mind knowing the answer to that, but I don't really know how this works. Let's see. The other Mindustry thing you love. How much you actually use the blueprint as a core mechanic rather than a quality of life addition. I wish this game had blueprints. I mean, I consider Factorio's blueprints to also be like a mandatory like feature of the game. I would probably enjoy Mindustry. I might play it someday. I don't know if I'll stream it or not, but I believe it's still on my wish list. Like, it's something I would like to do at some point, but I've got a backlog of other things, and I'm also very, like, slow to actually bother playing new games, so it'll have its time at some point. But I think that's about it, really. Requires emptying. And there's more polluted water. We're never going to have a fully functional base based on how this stuff is going. I don't know where this is coming from. At some point, maybe I'll spot it. Maybe I need to set up like a sensor or something in here to detect when it happens, and then I could go look at it, but whatever. That'll be a running problem until I get around to figuring it out. And then besides that, I think we probably should look into a better, like, bit of power infrastructure. Maybe look into making, like, power upgrades or overclock upgrades or whatever, because I've, like, never done that, and I don't know if they're any good or not. But that'll be for next time. So I think we're going to go ahead and end the stream here. I apologize that I spent, like, the second half of the stream talking about Overwatch and various other video games, but hopefully it was interesting. I tried to at least, like, get something done here, and we did get something done. We made the Drecko farm. Sort of. Mostly. Like, we don't know if it works yet or not, but I definitely built it. I've been told by at least one chat member that this is a good ranch, so I have to take their word for it, that this is at least marginally functional. We've got body temperature issues here, but I think this is going to eventually solve that problem. What is the limit? Let me just set this up to 40 here real quick. But yeah, on the next stream, hopefully I can figure out a solution to the power, and then I don't really know what I'm going to do after that, so I'll probably just address like whatever issue comes up like after that. We didn't have to do anything on the Pistroid for the whole stream, so I think we're overdue for something to go horribly wrong here. So that might be where we end up next time around, but I'm going to zoom in on these power plants, because they're the only way I can actually remember what I need to be doing during these streams, is to just like place the building ahead of time. In fact, let me... Where is the power doohickey? It's a station, isn't it? Yeah, why would that be in the power section when you could just stick it in here, right? Where is it? There it is, this thing. This thing, which you would think is 4 tiles wide, but is actually 2 tiles wide. So I know it's an invalid construction. We will come back to that later. See if we can optimize our power problems so that we don't need them running on the hamster wheels, which they're not doing. I was hoping all 4 of them would be active. None of them are. It kind of defeats my point. But yeah, I hope that was fun to watch. I designed a Drecko farm from scratch, and I look forward to all the problems that it's going to cause me in the future. Until next time.